me and Ryan have been officially welcomed to the jungle that is Barstool Sports.
Our white whale, Sidney Crosby.
Shave his head! Shave his head! Shave his head!
Ryan Whitney, Paul Bissonette, R.A., Mike Grinelli, Spittin Chiclets!
What is up, folks? We're back. Welcome to episode 537 of the Spittin Chiclets podcast, presented to you by Pink Whitney, the little nips, the big bottles, the in-betweeners, any season, any mood. Pink Whitney is there to quench your thirst. And it's a very, very special episode. Christmas is upon us. We are here, boys. It's the holiday season. It's New Year's, new beginnings.
Ho,
and,
ho, ho, ho.
And we got Biz, and there he is, Santa Claus Biz, and we got Trung Phan on this podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, if you don't remember Trung Phan, he's our business. What are we calling him, Biz? Our
Business insider, a master of threads on Twitter. And we're going to have him at the end of the podcast to talk everything non-hockey related, from Bitcoin. We dive a little bit into Elon Musk, the super chip Nvidia guy, and then, of course, Taylor Swift, a $2 billion world tour. It's fucking insane. And did we mention our special guest that's going to be on for us for the rest of the pod?
Well, hold on. Before we get to him, we also added Sean Avery. Sean Avery, who joined us with Larry Brooks last week in discussing quickly what was going on with Jacob Trouba and the impending trade of Capo Caco and all the madness in Rangerville. So we got Aves. We go through many teams in the league as well with Aves. And then we had Shane Pinto, parlay legend himself from the Ottawa Senators. An awesome interview. Great guy. I just love how much he laughed. That made me feel really good about myself. But what's very special to me is we actually have another guy joining us for the rest of this show. A really good friend of mine. A guy I played pro hockey with. This guy played 10 years of pro hockey himself all around the world, and he's been on the show before. Current player agent with Judd, the game runs through me, Moldaver, and also host of Betting the Limit podcast, Drew Shore. Shoresy, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on, guys.
That's all we get after that fucking intro?
That was a good intro.
You better bring the fucking noise, buddy.
The noise will be here. It's good. Well, you guys are about 90. You guys are 90 minutes late. I could have taken a nap.
I know, buddy. This is what we do. We put out 30 minutes for interviews for Avery and Chung, and then we ended up going 2 hours. But quickly, while I let you just really get the ideas flowing, I got to bring up Pink Whitney, and I didn't say it enough at the beginning. Pink Whitney, that's why this podcast exists. That's what we're all drinking at Christmas or Hanukkah or New Year's Eve. It doesn't matter. So go to your local bar, take your shot with Pink Whitney, and support the cause while having a great time. So,
Drew, you better get your big old bucket and your big old bottle.
Have you seen the birdie buckets?
I have not seen the birdie buckets.
Oh, baby. They sell 20 nips in just one bucket. And then on it says, just add ice, baby. Just add ice. So I know you're getting worked by your brothers on the golf course. So they're probably the ones making the birdies, drinking the Pink Whitney. But you can now get them at your local liquor store, Shoresy.
Perfect. I can't wait to grab some for Christmas.
Biz, we got a lot of things to discuss quickly. We got a lot of things to kind of catch up on. And most on the forefront of my mind is our trip to Chicago for the Winter Classic and our live show. Shoresy, we're doing a live show in Chicago. We got Tim Stapleton, who you know. We got Jeremy Roenick. We got Chris Chelios. We got Keith Yandel, Matt Murley, Colby Armstrong. It's going to be a time and a half. I guess there's about 140 tickets left. BarstoolSports.com/events. If you're in Chicago, check it out. It's going to be a great time before the Hawks play. So you can go to our show and then go check out Connor Bedard and see the action in person. But we need you guys there. Also, the night before the live show, so on December 28th, we will be watching some hockey at 6 p.m. Chicago time at the DraftKings Sportsbook at Wrigley Field. We're going to be hanging out, watching games, having drinks. Pink Whitney will be flowing, the laughs, the love, the New Year resolutions being discussed. Okay? So everyone come to the DraftKings Sportsbook at Wrigley Field and check us out. And last, sorry to bother you with the details, guys, but we want to meet some of you in Chicago.
Yeah.
We have a Pink Whitney meet and greet at 12:30, the day of the Winter Classic, December 31st at Sluggers across from Wrigley. And quickly, my one memory of Sluggers was Steve Eminger's bachelor party. Amazing time. Awesome time. We ended up at Sluggers after the Cubs game we went to. And Boland had just won the Cup. That legend, Dave Boland. Corey Perry was with us. And all of a sudden, Boland comes out of the clouds. He's in Sluggers. He's finishing beers, smashing the glasses off the wall. They didn't give a flying fuck. He was a champion. He was a Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks.
He could have took a shit on the dance floor.
He was allowed to finish his pint and just fire the glass off the wall, and then everyone
Mazel
cheered for him.
tov.
That's how fun Sluggers is. So
That's unreal.
last piece of cleanup before we get going. Chiclets U drops this week, Thursday, the number 1 team in the country. No, not Drew Shore's former school, Denver, the reigning national champs. Right now, the number 1 team in the country is the Michigan State Spartans. At noon on the Chiclets YouTube, Chiclets U, Michigan State, Red Savage, Isaac Howard the Iceman, all with Grinelli showing them the campus and the new incredible facility that the Spartans have. So, with that being said, Biz, we got some drama going on in the league right now, don't we? We got some absolute drama. And I think that it kind of starts off in Western Canada, Shoresy. And I don't know if you're following this, but Elias Pettersson and JT Miller apparently, allegedly, despise each other. And now that the Vancouver media's got a little handle on
they're
this
running
thing,
with it. Every fucking
it's the running of
question
the bulls.
to Petey.
Bull,
Did you
bull.
see that clip of Petey after the game last night? And them grilling him, and finally he said, fuck this, and just walked out of the media scrum, Shoresy? Did you see that?
I did. He said no more questions on JT a couple times now, I think, in different interviews.
He has before that too?
I've seen it twice, I think. Yeah, I think they've asked him about that. I think going back, this one was a while ago. But yeah, it's been pretty entertaining to follow.
I think it's ridiculous that they
Me
keep
too.
asking him, though. Like, if I was, like, I don't want to be out of line
You think
here.
it's ridiculous of the media?
I think that there's a line knowing that this person is like, enough with this. It's clear that there's an issue, right? But they're face to face. They just keep wanting to dig information that he's not going to give you. So they keep relentlessly peppering him with this stuff. If you're saying, well, he makes 11 and a half and he doesn't get along with his teammate and everybody wants to know about it, he should be entitled to talk about it. But Shoresy, what if this is your client? Would you not be like, fuck off. Don't even make them available for media if all they want to ask him is fucking JT Miller questions.
I mean, I don't think because he makes 11 and a half, he has to answer personal questions about a relationship with a teammate. You know what I mean? Like, I think that
would be what some people are throwing back. Like, we're paying this guy big money. He should have to sit up there and take any question that the media wants to ask.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, if I'm a media member there, they have the right to ask any question, but he also has the right. And I also think whatever is going on inside their locker room, like, as you guys know, like the saying, loose lips sink ships, like he also has a duty to his teammates, you know what I mean? To keep certain things in-house and not allow that stuff to go to the media.
That's what's frustrating, I think, for the team and the fan base, even though they differ on all this, is that, like, why can't you figure it out? Like, there's been so many instances in pro sports over the years of teammates not liking each other, but once the game starts, you have respect for the guy. You could not like a guy, but you got to have respect for him, and you're working towards the same goal. And now you have this situation with these truly highly skilled players who apparently don't even want to be on the power play together. Now, here's the problem. We don't know really what's true or what's not. Pettersson comes out and says this is bullshit, but then you can tell there's something to it based on all the noise around it. But Biz asking you, it's a good question. Like, being an agent now, how much more of it is talking to guys about not necessarily on ice issues, but just issues in their life where it's like, they need, they need somebody to talk to, somebody to lean on. Are you getting calls like that? Or is it more about ice time and lack of power play and things like that?
Yeah, it's a lot more babysitting than I originally thought I was signing up for.
Well, look at what you did to your agents.
Yeah, now I know. It's actually funny. I almost respect my agent more now because, like, when I get the same call that I was giving my agent, and like, I'm sure he was just sitting there like trying to have dinner with his wife, rolling his eyes. Is exactly what I have done it a few times. But no, I think that the point you made, there's a difference between not liking your teammate and respecting your teammate, and then like truly hating each other, right? Like, if they don't get along, but like they still respect each other and they can win together, then who cares, right? But if these guys truly hate each other, I don't know if it's at a point where like one of them has to go, but if it's at the point where they actually can't play on the same power play together, I think you got to do something.
So it was at that point, and then it seemed like the relationship was paired. I think that was one of talk. And keep in mind, I have not messaged talking about this, right? Like, this is stuff where I'm like, oh fuck, like I don't even want to check in to say hello. But I think it's pretty public knowledge that when he got there, one of his biggest things that he had to do was to repair those two relationships. And that was that half a season that he got to understand it, try to bridge that gap. And then they go on last year to having all that success. Obviously, there were things that happened last year where they were probably, at each other's throats and not necessarily gelling. But you got to think that two professionals in the NHL, regardless of maybe not having a relationship off the ice, could figure it out and repair it to where they're not becoming a full-blown distraction to their team. Like, this has become a distraction.
Full blown.
Where it's taking so much energy and oxygen out of the room. Even the other guys are having to answer the question. So what do you think needs to be done right now? Like, who would you trade? Would you move on from Petey? Would you move on from JT?
I don't know if I'm ready to make the trade. I think that's last, like, all right, there are no other options available. And I guess I did say, like, we don't even know if this is true. I should take that back a little because Bruce Boudreau, who was the coach prior to talk, Bruce, there it is, all that stuff. So he has come out, I think, on a radio show and said, yeah, there was definitely tension there. So then you get a former coach saying, talk comes in, he has to repair it. They have the season you have. But now I don't want to trade either one of these guys. That's the thing. And I just don't understand how it's gotten this ugly. Now, without knowing the insides and being in that locker room, nobody really will get it. But I don't want to trade either one of them. I really don't, because like if you look at how are you going to get the return back that these guys would both bring based on teams circling around you, knowing it's a disaster brewing in the locker room and that you have to trade one of them. So like that's the aspect of like, we're going to get fleeced on the return of one of these guys if we have to move them, because the whole world knows how much they can't stand each other. And also, you bring up a good point, Shorzy, about you don't have to answer personal questions. But what's happened is since Miller's come back, Pettersson's played 6 points. He played very well while Miller was gone. 6 games and has no points. I misspoke. So that's where the reporters can start being like, all right, well, this isn't just personal, because since he's come back and we've heard of this riff, you actually don't have a point in 6 games and you make 11.5. That's where it's like, is it really a personal question? Because it's leaked into your game. Whether Pettersson believes that or not.
Pasha put in the group chat, he goes, Millsy's back. Now watch, Petey's going to go ice cold. And he referenced it again by replying to his own text this morning. So, Posh, I don't know if you want to hop on and you have any words for what's going around in Vancouver.
You're living there, Pasha.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty much playing tummy sticks with these guys every fucking weekend at Dovetail, or Dove Tits as they're calling it now.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I said in the group chat, I don't know the dynamic of who's wrong, he said, she said, between Miller and Pettersson, but one thing I think, it's past the point of no return. This has been going on 3-4. Oh yeah, this has been going on for 3-4 years. If they haven't hashed it out by now, to me, I think one of them is for sure getting traded. Whether it's a week from now, a month from now, 6 months from now, it's just you can't win with that dynamic with your 2 highest paid players or 2 of your top 3 highest paid players having that, and like they can't even be on the ice together anymore. Like it's insane. So I think, I mean, you obviously know who I think should get traded. I think long term for the Canucks, a healthy, happy Pettersson is more valuable than a JT Miller is when you look at like the next 8 years. But like you said, Whit, obviously teams know you're vulnerable. You're not going to get like the best trade value, but you got to rip the Band-Aid off. If this is a big, big issue in the room, I think for sure one of them is going to get traded at some point.
So if you were to, and you asked me at the beginning of this, Biz, I kind of dodged it. I would rather JT Miller on my team all day, any day.
Right, playoffs. I agree.
But if I'm Vancouver, I'm probably trading JT Miller solely based on the fact that he's 31 years old. Pettersson's 26 years old. So you just look like, all right, if we can get this guy happy and looking like he did, he hasn't looked like he did in a calendar year. Like he has not been the player we saw as a rookie coming into the league. Was he 100 points or 99 points? Like he hasn't been that since he signed. And so now it's like, you have the worry, like, I don't know if he can get back there, but I believe he can based on the contract we gave him, and he's 5 years younger than Miller, so let's move on from Miller. But then it's like some team, if a contender grabs JT Miller, I talked to an NHL scout, he's like, if a really true contender, one of the 3 or 4 teams we believe can win the cup, somehow get him, they're winning the cup. That's how good he is. Now, maybe he goes in and things change over time, but he's that good and dominant when he wants to be, where Pettersson just hasn't shown that level. He hasn't. Pasha, you could talk about defensively all you want. He PKs. He plays a ton of minutes.
Yeah,
he shuts down other teams' number 1 centers. And
did you watch
Pettersson
the game last night?
Do it.
So what you don't like too, Pasha, is like last night, I think he lost. You say he lost his man on the tying goal, and then in overtime he was to blame for it.
It was his guy that scored shorthand on the power play, and then in overtime it was his guy that scored. And then last game in Utah, he was on the ice for a minute 20, didn't come off. Petey's waiting to get on, misses a shot wide. Utah scores. Like this guy.
And it bugged you at the fact that he declined media after the game too. You said that was kind of like the cherry on top as well. That pissed you off.
You got Pet. Well, no, I mean that I've kind of been unhappy about the situation for a while, but I just think Pettersson's out there fielding the questions. Why is Miller not? When he was requested to go out and talk about it, like I totally get him not wanting to talk about his leave of absence. That's fair, but I think you got to go out there and answer for, hey, okay, like what happened on that play? And Talk had even called him out by name last night.
Yeah, he did.
Maybe this is just being amplified more at this point too because of the streak and the 10 games that JT was gone for. Pettersson all of a sudden looked more like himself from before that period of time where you said he just like hasn't really put together a sustained amount of hockey where he looked like himself before he got the deal, right? Like that would be probably your one argument. Why is to this? And then all of a sudden he comes back, and then now all of a sudden the questions come back up and they can't play on the power play. So I kind of agree with Pasha to where now you've tried to repair it all this time. Petey has success. JT's back now. He's back into no points in 6 games. It seems to be like they're going to have to move on. And I would agree that JT would be the guy that you would end up moving on from because of the age. 32 years old JT is, or turning 32 in March. And then Petey's 26, about to hit his prime. Shorzy, who would you move on from if you had to pick one?
They're in a tough spot because, like you said, I'm a huge JT Miller fan. Like Whit said, I think he's a guy who plays hard. Like, and I know he takes some nights off during the regular season, but if he goes to a playoff contender, he's a guy who's going to play 22 minutes a night in the playoffs, play on the power play, play on the penalty kill, and is a true difference maker in like one of big, heavy hockey. I think that one interesting thing, Pasha, you mentioned this. I don't know when you want to start saying that Elias started struggling, but like when Bo Horvat, I just thought of this randomly, but he kind of got shipped out of there, a year and a half, 2 years ago. Like, I don't know. That's kind of, I don't know if there's any correlation there or what it was, but I love Bo Horvat as a leader, a player, all of the above. And it is kind of interesting that as soon as he got out of there, that's kind of when like Pettersson's game started to decline a little bit.
Do you think he was almost that guy that like could calm JT down and he was the good, like it kind of like Landeskog is to the Colorado locker room almost, where if Nate's kind of barking maybe at somebody, he can be the one to be like, hey, enough. And also the guy that person being yelled at can go to and trust as a leader.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think you said it. Like Landeskog is the perfect example of that. Like when he's out of the Avs lineup and shit's going crazy in their locker room, I don't really know who stands up and garnishes. Like, you know what I mean? Like every other guy shuts up. And I think that Landeskog has the ability to do that. I played in Vancouver briefly with Bo Horvat. I know that he did have the ability to do that. And then on the ice too, he's just a guy that was like, could play against every best player in the league. You know what I mean? So whether it gave him easier matchups, he was an elite bumper player on the power play, like one of the best bumper players in the league, which opened up a ton of cross-seam stuff for Pettersson. So I think it could have affected it on and off the ice.
On a positive note for the Vancouver Canucks, and Pasha, you could stay on here because this is your guy. Quinn Hughes right now is the Norris Trophy winner. I know Makar has been unbelievable. I think without Quinn Hughes, the Vancouver Canucks are possibly a lottery team the way they're going 100%. Right now. This 100%. Guy... And I watched the entire Sens game on Saturday night. He had 3 points. He was dominating. I'm talking on the ice for every 5-on-5 goal that the Canucks had. And every time he's on the ice, he must have the puck 70% of the time he's on the ice. He's making toe drags at blue lines, embarrassing guys, breaking their ankles. Allen
Did you
Iverson.
see the one where he put it through the guy's legs when he's on the forecheck?
He's doing it. He's doing it every game. And it's at the point now, like last year, it's like, oh, Quinn Hughes reached that other level and he was already a special player. He gets his Norris Trophy. What's going to happen this year? He's better this year. He's actually doing things that I didn't even ever see possible. Even when he was drafted as high as he was, and with the prospect write-ups, and you saw him in college and how great he was. But man, this guy, he is something special. He's must-watch TV. He really is. Like when he gets the puck and he has these tight turns, acceleration. He also, with his speed, is able to slow the game down. Like the change of speeds that certain players possess, where they'll go slow and they'll bring you in and then boom, they're gone with these jets. Whoop. It's just crazy. Shorzy, I don't know if you know the Hugheses at all, but have you seen what I'm seeing in terms of domination from this D-man?
Yeah, and I feel like you said he's must-watch TV every night. Like, you know
That's
what I mean?
crazy.
When you were playing in the league, like the guys who were the best D-man, like Letang and these guys, they couldn't do nearly the stuff that like Lepar and Hughes. And I mean, now forwards too, these guys get so much time because they're scared to even run at these guys. Because like you run at one of these guys at the blue line, like then you're probably going to end up on Sports Center anyway. So then it gives them even more time. So now they're just walking the blue line like it's like a Sunday skate. It's amazing. And it's super fun to watch.
Yeah, I think he's really evolved from that sort of, he's one of the best defenders in the league combo to he's one of the best players in the league.
Yeah.
You know, I slot him in that kind of like 5 mark after like, you know, the Matthews, the McKinnons, all that, McDavid's obviously. But yeah, he dominates the games. And if he drags that joke of a Canucks decor into the playoffs, I think he for sure should be in the Hart conversation.
MVP, I was going to say, what he's doing. And not only is it on the ice what he's doing, but all this madness we're talking about in the worst possible city to have friction between a locker room, Vancouver, with those media members. And I'm not blaming them, but it's just, that's that market. It's nuts. It's nuts when things are going well. He's dealing with all this off the ice. And he had a great quote. He had a great little, I think, a minute answer to what was going on in the room and how it's kind of his job to bring guys together. And gee, I don't know. Do you want to play that?
Team unity these days. There's a lot of talk outside about is there a rift in here? You're the leader of this group, but have you had to step in and sort of your leadership been tested in any way?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's been a lot of learning for everyone in here, and you know, obviously not to beat around the bush. You know, everyone knows what the reports are out there, but I think that you know, everyone expects a lot from each other. You know, there's times where you know, I get, you know, upset with Millsy. There's times I get upset with Petey. There's times I get upset with Hronek, and that doesn't mean that I don't love those guys, and vice versa. And you know, I'm gonna make some bad plays. They're gonna make a play where I wish, you know, they saw me here or saw me there. And over the course of playing together for 6 years, I think that those things are normal and they're gonna happen. And as far as my leadership, I think just continue to keep everyone on the yellow brick road and what our ultimate goal is, which is short term, you know, having a good game tonight, and long term, being a successful team and getting in the playoffs.
Is it workable though? Like, is it just outside noise?
Yeah, I mean, I just think 100% I believe it's workable, and I know it's workable. I mean, we saw it last year, very evident, and I think that both of them have been going through their own struggles this year, and I believe in both of them. I think they're great players, great people, and you know, like I said, there's times where we all get into it, but it is a family in here, and we just got to continue to, you know, push forward and you know, play the way we want to play. If there's a positive looking forward to this, I think Petey and Millsy would both say that they haven't played their best hockey this year, and we're still, you know, where we are in the standings. And I think that, you know, that's a positive thing that we can look at, is that, you know, two of the best players out there can be better.
So you hear him kind of like, you know, there's probably some exhaustion in answering these questions, but being the leader he is, it's hard enough to deal with that and try to get two guys to get along and still perform at a high level. And he's performing better than he ever has, and he won the friggin' Norris Trophy last year.
They should just room Petey and JT on the road. Just fucking figure it out.
I said they should come out, and maybe it is like Pasha said, it's beyond the point of like fixing this. They should just drop a tweet of them just like having a beer together, arm around each other.
Just tagging abroad.
The internet.
Just kidding.
I saw a tweet saying that Quinn deserves the Hart just for the babysitting alone he's had to do between these two guys.
Just kidding.
So it would be funny if they started just trolling the media like that.
That's what I'm saying. They should. I bet you that if they were like, all right, fuck it, I can't stand you, you can't stand me, but let's drop this pick, we're arm in arm, having a beer, smiling, they would probably go on a 10-game heater where they both get like 18 to 20 points.
I don't think you could pay them enough money to do that. That's
just
how bad
get matching tattoos. Just like get the picture
or
going.
pose as the Step Brothers, like Will Ferrell and what was the guy named John C. Reilly?
That would be nice.
Dress up in the costume and just figure it out, boys.
Yeah, the
figure
cardigans.
It's crazy.
The Argyle sweater vests.
Shorzy, I kind of hopped over introing you right away, and we brought up how you're an agent right now in your podcast, but are you enjoying the agency aspect of your life now, or how is it to go get the 14 and 15-year-olds that you got to do now? Like, take us through the inside.
Have you told
world
the
of
GM to fuck off yet and hang up on him?
So, well, a couple things.
Judd does that.
A couple things
Oh.
to take back. I am actually no longer working with Judd. I'm on my own now.
Okay, all
sorry.
right.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're
cut
good.
ya?
That's by the intro. I love Judd. Judd is amazing.
Does he hate you now?
No, we're actually very cool. We were actually
they're
talking
competitors.
before this.
Awesome.
Judd, I would imagine, is one of the few agents in the NHL who routinely tells those guys to fuck off on behalf of his clients. And but no, it was awesome. Like I said, like being able, like getting an upfront kind of seat to his life and just how he manages those top guys for 3 years was amazing. And I mean, you see it now, and a lot of people don't see this, but what he's kind of been able to do with, like, especially Connor and Austin off the ice, just in terms of some of their marketing and that stuff that's really never been done before in hockey. You know what I mean? And it's like the on ice stuff is pretty simple, right? Like with the salary cap, there's not that much that goes into those contracts. You know what I mean? Like the only thing that's really changing on the, like from the best guy in the league to the last guy is one number. But I mean, if you look at it too, there's a lot of guys, like even in Austin, I mean, I don't know what Austin's going to retire when he makes the NHL, but there's so many guys who just signed that 8-year deal right off their entry level deal. You know what I mean? And he was kind of the first guy to be like, all right, hold on. Cap's going to go way up.
Yeah.
Like, not many guys would have just signed, like, you know what I mean? And now he's kind of did it again. And for people who don't know, like now Austin's going to have a chance again to sign another big deal because he's going to be 29 or 30. So kind
And
of
that'll probably be the 8-year one.
That'll be
And
the
it'll
8-year
be
one.
at
That'll
a
be the
fucking-
8-year one. And it'll be, but I mean, a lot of guys though, like when you look at the kind of the standard progression of contracts in the league for star players now, it's like, you know, I mean, you play your 3-year entry level deal, then they get like the 8-year by like 6 or 7 to 7.5, kind of depending on whatever it is. So, I mean, people say like he kind of had a lot of balls by like not taking that.
That's what I was going to ask you.
Like 8-year deal with that. And I think a lot of it, like one of the biggest things I learned from him is like, it's about what you and your player like think you are, right? You know what I mean? Like if you think you're a guy who is a second, third line guy who happened to have a really good shooting percentage one year and scored 30 goals and like that's kind of your ceiling, like that's it. But I mean, with him, and obviously Austin believes it too, he's truly a guy who's like, you know what I mean? Like I'm going to score 40 to 75 goals every single year. So I think a lot of it, like, and it's easy for people to look back and criticize deals, but like, people don't know like what the player wants at that time, what the player's family wants at that time, but it's very easy to go back and nitpick an agent and an agent's deal. But Judd was amazing. As you guys know, he's super fun to hang out with on a daily basis. And that was super fun. And now doing it on my own, it's been a lot different. I love kind of doing the contracts for guys who are playing professionally. I absolutely hate the recruiting of kids. And I've almost kind of like, not stopped doing it entirely, but I did it while I was at Wasserman for like 2 or 3 times. And I mean, as you guys know, like it's insane. It's like you sit down with a 15-year-old kid.
Younger even, right?
Well,
sometimes?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, younger, but like you either lie to him and tell him he's the next Sidney Crosby and then the parents and the kids love you, or it's like you tell him the truth. It's like, all right, you got a pretty good head start on the marathon. And if you get better every year for the next 4 or 5 years, like you're going to have a chance to be a really high draft pick and have a good career. But believe it or not, parents and like 13-year-old kids prefer the you're the next Sidney Crosby pitch a little bit more. But I kind of had a hard
bullshit though. Like that I can't believe, and I guess there are so many like clueless parents in every sport. But personally, I remember like Bobby Orr and Paul Kropelko, who's now with the Florida Panthers, they were like, yeah, they were very complimentary, but they also said like it is a long road. The odds are still so difficult, and so it's so hard to forecast that many years in advance. And the honesty you appreciate, because it's also what my parents have been saying anyways, like you realize the chance of you playing in the NHL is so slim. I don't care how good you are when you're a freshman in high school. So
yeah, but now there's enough bozo agents who will just go into these meetings and tell these kids they're the next Sidney Crosby, and it's like they end up with the client. So I actually hate that part of it, and I've kind of almost stopped recruiting a lot of kids entirely just because it's kind of a waste of time. And then from a pure business perspective, it's like, okay, even if this kid's great, you're going to recruit him at 13 and then service him for 6-7 years before you ever see a dollar. I mean, Whit knows, Whit, you're a gambler. Like the odds, that's not a very good, like when you explain that to a normal businessman, they're like, what are you doing?
No, you're like, honey, your daughters are crying. You're like, I'm dealing with a kid that's playing Minnesota high school hockey. She's like, wait, you might get paid from him in 7 years? Yeah.
That's a penny stock.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'd rather be with your boy. Like, what's the guy's name who's coming on next? True Fang. I'd rather buy his
Trung
like
Phan.
whatever Trump Fang. I'd buy his meme coin rather than like going to recruit another 13-year-old hockey player.
Shorzy, what you did say about contracts is interesting, and that's why the the greatest contract right now and for the next, I believe, 6 years in the NHL, I will argue anyone, is Jack Hughes. And I'm not saying cockiness, his confidence and like how good he knows he is. That's a guy that like Judd probably saw and he's like, what? Like that's a guy who probably should have signed 4 or 5 years and then been like, I'm going to crush this thing again. But what you're saying is true. Like maybe I just want the security. I just got $64 million. I'll still be 30 when this deal ends. But Judd did really change that. And now you're seeing players be smart enough to gamble on themselves while still making a ballsy decision.
I also look at it, Shorzy, like the other side too, when like certain guys and like, I think we've gotten confirmation on the Klingberg offer where like knowing what you are and having that hard conversation with your client where if you're being offered something and you're like, listen, man, fucking take this or you could end up getting nothing. Like I've heard a couple awful situations where guys like they could have made, $50 million and might have made another 12 to 15.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, I think too, you got to be careful with that. Like when you say like, I would be very careful if you're not dealing with a superstar taking the term, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? And Jack Hughes is a guy who is a superstar, but don't quote me on this, but I think he struggled a little bit his first year or two in the league, right? He didn't have the instant success that like an Austin had. And I mean, he did get $64 million. And I mean, now it's easy to say, but now having one of your best players in the league locked in at $8 million for the next 6-7 years is like, why New Jersey is going to be competitive for that time period. So, I mean, it's good for the team, obviously. And I mean, I don't feel bad for him, but definitely he could be making more money towards the end of that deal for sure.
Let's start a GoFundMe for Jack Hughes.
For Jack Hughes.
Before we throw off to Sean Avery, who did a great deep dive on the New York Rangers, we end up getting into around the league discussion, but this was more of like a state of the union for the New York Rangers and a team that he watches frequently. World Juniors is coming up. I know the Game Notes guys touched on it. You played World Juniors. Witt played World Juniors. What are you seeing this year? USA looks stacked again. They got some studs in the making. That first line or first power play unit with Leonard, who ended up being given the captaincy. What are you seeing, and who are some guys we need to watch?
Well, I was just talking about this, and whether anyone wants to admit it or not, the storyline is less enticing for this tournament without Russia. Like, wait, I don't know about your year, but
it's all we talk about, dude.
I say the same thing.
The tournament is so much better with Russia in it. It's still going to be a great tournament. I think USA goes back to back because behind the bench, they clearly have the biggest advantage in the tournament. Dave Carl, the best coach in the tournament, hands down. And for him to go World Juniors, National Championship, World Juniors again, I think would be pretty cool. So I'm on the USA bandwagon. But no, it's a sweet tournament because like I was just looking, some of these kids on Canada, even like that Gavin Mackinnon, I think his name is.
Oh
like,
my God.
He's got 60 points in 30 games in the Western Hockey League. And I think he's not even draft eligible until one more year because he's a late birthday. So, I mean, It's going to be an awesome tournament. I think the fact that it's in Canada makes it super exciting too, just because, I mean, the build up and hype and pressure there, I think adds a new element. USA's got a bunch of good players, like you guys mentioned. I think that they've got, the DU kid, Zeev William was an absolute stud on the back end. I think Gabe Perreault is a Rangers draft pick. I think he set like a bunch of records at different points. And then obviously Leonard will be excited to watch too. And then the BC kid, who could be first overall this year, Hagens. That'll be awesome. I don't know if you guys saw that clip. It could have been, I don't know if it was fake or not, but like on Instagram of his shift.
Yeah, AI.
We talked about it.
Dude,
his head doesn't move.
His head doesn't look. I don't know if that could be real or if he's just naturally like that good. But that was insane. I actually had never even really seen him until I saw that clip, and it was crazy.
That was Trung Phan, actually. It was Trung Phan who made that on AI. Yeah, so we'll get to him a little bit later. So I love World Juniors. The time of the year it happens, and I agree, Shorzy, Russia, and if they're not in the Olympics next year, it's going to absolutely suck. And save all your tweets to me about what Russia's doing as a country. I don't really care when I'm talking about them representing like the hockey tournament.
This is like
Malkin's got the nukes.
I don't care about like Putin and Ukraine. I just want to see the best hockey players.
And the 18-year-old kid who would have been playing in this tournament, I don't think had too big of an impact on what they're doing.
It's a joke.
Putin's gold card. That's all he's got.
Yeah. So playing in the tournament, like it was always a dream growing up. And I remember like the first time I kind of learned about it, probably about 14 years old. I remember watching the 79 birth years playing. It was in like Winnipeg-ish and just being like, oh my God. And you see the half shields. That was one of the big things, like see the kids in the half shields. And so I now look forward to Christmas and until New Year because of this tournament and all the success USA's had and what that program has kind of turned into when they never really had a chance when I was growing up. And then the 84 birth years actually got the first gold medal right after I played in the two I got to take part in where we were brutal. But now I look to like NHL, like the draft picks that are in the tournament, the upcoming draft, because that's like exciting because you hear a lot about the guys who are picked pretty high, look, leading into their draft in the summer and when the draft goes down. But now it's a lot of people's first opportunity to see like these possible really high picks. And then this year, it's James Haggins from Team USA. Can't wait to watch him. I've seen BC play once this year. He looks ridiculous. And just the fact that he has Leonard and Perreault, it's crazy. He just slid in and took Will Smith's spot, and that team has looked unreal. They're unbelievable. And then you got this Matthew Schaefer, I believe his name is. So he's a defenseman that is basically like the best defenseman on Team Canada, according to scouts I've talked to, and he hasn't even been drafted yet. And Team Canada, I mean, there's guys that like that Bennett Seneke didn't even get asked to camp, dude. The Anaheim's third overall pick. And
Michael Misa leads the CHL in points, and they didn't invite him. It's insane.
I thought that Gavin McKenna leads the CHL in points. But either way, yeah, he's a superstar, didn't get invited. So the depth of Canada's wild. So knowing that this Schaefer kid's apparently their best defenseman and could go first overall as well. And then the other kid is this Porter Martone. And he's Canadian, and he's also draft eligible this summer. So I like seeing these guys who, when you're playing in the World Juniors before your draft year, you have there's a chance of you being a superstar in the NHL. That's pretty much how it is. And Gavin McKenna, forget those guys. I think there's been like 7 or 8 guys who have done it for Team Canada. Crosby, Bowmeister, Spezza, names that ended up going on to be true stars. So the tournament, the national pride this year being in Canada, so the times of the games aren't crazy. Biz, go ahead.
No, just the last two. Grinelli let us know Canada's won gold the last 2 times they've played on home soil. Okay. You said that your experience was shit. Shorzy,
it was so fun.
What was your experience like when you played for World Junior?
Mine was in Buffalo, which ended up basically being like Canada. I don't know if you remember this, but I think it was Emerson Edom was playing on the American team, like right when Twitter was kind of getting buzzy and came out like during one of the off days and said Buffalo was like an absolute shithole of a city. I don't know if you remember this, but like it went from like it basically being Canada's home ice into then like him kind of alienating a lot of the local Buffalo people. So we ended up playing Buffalo in the semifinals. We got
playing
crushed.
Canada, you mean?
Yeah, we played Canada. Yeah, we played Canada in the semis, ended up getting crushed. And then I think we beat Sweden in like the consolation game or whatever. But that was the game, I think, when Russia came back down like 4-5-1, beat Canada. And then the next morning at the airport, like all those guys couldn't walk. And like the team staff, like each had
They
one
were
guy.
smoking darts on the plane.
Yeah, and they were pushing them in wheelchairs, like not because they were hurt, because they still hadn't slept from the night before. I think
that's why we need Russia.
We need Russia back.
Hey, this is the tweet. I just Googled it. Emerson Edom. This is let me see right here. The date. Sorry, it's December 27th, 2010. He writes, much needed day off. Buffalo's a ghost town, the worst city ever. It makes Medicine Hat look like paradise. Never thought I'd say that. So he also chirped Medicine Hat.
Oh, no.
That's where he was playing at the time, too. He was playing in Medicine Hat.
Oh, my God, dude.
Just asking for a trade out of town. Before we move on, though, if you want a little bit deeper dive into World Juniors on our channel, you can go check out the last game notes with Army and Merles. They had a few guests on, and they kind of give a little bit of a deeper dive into this year's tournament, some stories from past tournaments. So a little bit more than what we're giving you. But I wanted to ask you both, considering you played, and glad you brought up the Russians hacking darts after they won the gold off Canada.
Shorzy, my second World Junior, was was it my first? No, it was my second because it was in Halifax and Cape Breton, and we played Russia first game, and it was Ovechkin. It was his like I think before year +1 before the draft, like McKenna, and he had a hat trick and he was running people over, and that was my first ever experience seeing Ovechkin playing against him, and I found out he was 16. I'm like, what? Because he was 210 then, 215 then. It was unreal. But what were you gonna say?
I was going to say, what do you guys think about, because I know like a hot topic among teams in the NHL now is like, if you had one of these young kids who was eligible to play in the tournament, so many GMs handle that differently, whether you would let your player go for 2 weeks. What do you guys think about that if you guys were running teams?
I think it would depend on the impact he's making with my team at the time. And if he's just kind of like where Shane Wright was at or whatever, or Lafreniere, send him. And you want him to go get that experience. You want him to be a top dog under that much pressure and see that how he can compete and the results that can only benefit him and his confidence moving forward. And, or if he goes and shits the bed, you know everything that you need to know, at least at that point. Why are you smiling like that?
Well, I'm just laughing because if he shits the bed in that tournament, then like, what are you supposed to do? Like, he's supposed to be playing in the NHL.
Then you send him to the fucking American Hockey League. You say, get fucking better.
All right.
Well, I remember that.
And then you tell the agent to shut the fuck up if he keeps calling you at dinner.
The lockout year, that's when Bergeron went, and he was playing in Providence at the time because he'd played in the NHL the year prior. And that was the super team, like the greatest team of all time in Grand Forks with Crosby and Bergeron and Phaneuf. And it was like they walked through the entire tournament. That kind of makes sense because he's in the AHL. It's kids his age. He'd been in the NHL already. But if my guy's in the NHL and he's playing, I don't see the need. I don't. Now I'm
You don't
more
see
like
the need. You don't see the need to send him?
No, I don't. If he's playing in the NHL at the time and he's playing solid, he's not obviously playing, like if he's playing 20 minutes, 18 minutes, no chance. But even if he's like last year, who did the Bruins send?
Poitras.
Poitras. They sent Poitras, and he hasn't been the same since.
He wasn't
should have
great.
just been in the AHL.
Yeah, because it's like what Biz said. Like, you send this top guy who thinks he should be playing in the NHL, everyone else does, then he struggles a little bit at World Juniors. Like, that's
that told you everything you needed to know, that he doesn't belong there. Like, what do you mean? We're talking about somebody that's mentally weak enough to go get, I didn't perform well at World Juniors, I'm never going to be the same. Like, that mental midget was ready for the NHL and for the dogfight of NHL playoffs?
You know where I think the best thing you could do, and I'm biased because this happened to me. I think if you have a young kid who has a good season in the NHL and your team's not getting in the playoffs, right? Your team's on the upswing. It's going to take a couple years. I think going to play in the AHL playoffs, if the AHL team's in, that is something that can help. And when my rookie year in the NHL, I had 38 points in like 68 games. And then at the end of the season, had a chance to maybe go to Worlds. And instead, Pittsburgh's like, you're going to go down to Wilkes-Barre. And we won in Game 7 first round. Then we lost to Hershey. But that's just more playoff hockey. And it's like that's something that I want my prospects a part of.
I was on that team, Whit.
Yeah, we had a blast. We remember we beat Bridgeport at home, Game 7, and then Hershey had John Carlson. That's the first time I saw John Carlson. I was like, what the fuck is this guy?
That was always an intense rivalry between Wilkes-Barre, or at least during those days.
Yeah.
And we get into it with Avery because we'd already recorded the interview, but just about that development process, Shorzy, and how, I mean, when we played in Wilkes-Barre, like outside of Crosby and Flower, who were like the 1 and 2 picks, or I think they were both number 1. And then guys had to go season and learn how to play and win at the American League level. Like Whit just talked about it. I feel like that's kind of like a lost art and something that a step that these kids want to skip now.
Yeah. And I mean, I think 100%, like you said, like if I was running an organization, unless it was a Crosby or something like that, I would make every prospect kind of how the Red Wings did, spend a little bit of time in the minors. Now, whether that's a month, and he wins player of the month, he's got 30 points in 30 games, or until he clearly shows he's too good for that league, I think it's good for everyone. But now you see a lot of these kids get rushed to the NHL, struggle a little bit, then go down to the minors, then struggle a little bit there, and then all of a sudden, like, they're kind of fucked.
Yeah. And Capo Caco, now we'll see what happens in Seattle. He was an example of that. We go into that with Sean Avery, his state of the Rangers. We discuss the league, and we discuss a couple other things prior to the hockey discussion with Ave. So right now we're going to throw it over to him, Sean Avery. What up, guys? Before we continue, I want to talk to you about Labatt Blue Light. And whether you're at a beer league game or you're just watching some hockey with your squad, you cannot find a better beer than a fresh Labatt Blue Light. Lots of things are better together. Everyone knows that. Hockey, food, golf, friends. But if you really want to take things to the next level, drink some Labatt Blue Lights with your buddies and live life to the power of we. I cannot stop thinking, and I cannot stop feeling sorry for Sabres Mafia and how many Labatt Blue Lights they've had to drink this year to try to get through this season. Thank God they have the Bills. I can't imagine the Labatt Blue Lights getting poured down people's throats while they jump on tables during Bills Mafia tailgates. That's what it's all about. And Labatt Blue Light brings people together through the power of we. Remember, take a page out of the Labatt Blue Light book and enjoy your beers together with friends doing things you love so you can live life to the power of we. Find Labatt Blue Light at labattusa.com/finder. We are now pleased to be joined once again by New York Rangers legend Sean Avery. We had him on recently with Larry Brooks, the godfather of the New York Post.
It was just quick, though.
But we had to have him back on when Biz broke a little news. So, Aves, what's going on? The Rangers had a big win on Saturday against Dallas, I believe. How's the team looking now, and what'd you think of the Kakko trade?
This is a State of the Union conversation, by the way, because I'm hearing rumblings that you might take over Drury's position as GM of the New York Rangers. Now, did you meet with Dolan, yes or no?
All right. So first of all, gentlemen, it's great to be here. I'd like to extend congratulations to Grinelli and the Grinelli family, his mom, his girlfriend, real couple of warriors there. So I hope everybody's families there you go. That's the t-shirt.
Love you,
great.
Avery.
The breasties.
Beautiful. I hope everybody's getting ready for Hanukkah and Christmas and Biz. Somebody might get you a present, you know?
Who?
You never know. You never know.
I think I might have a knock
Irish
at the door.
guy?
No, I because you don't have kids yet, so it's different. The whole gift giving thing becomes, well, it just takes on a life of its own when you have children. Wait, you guys are probably ready. You're rapping. You're in it.
We wrapped the other night, so we did it in advance, Aves. Instead of it's like Christmas Eve, you're spending it, you're so busy, you get home at 10:30, the kids go to bed, then you got to wrap till 2 a.m. No, we're wrapped.
Nice.
So now I can just chill on Christmas Eve. I love it.
What did you get your
though?
kid, Aves?
Like
What'd you
getting
get
Nash
yours?
something's the best.
Yeah.
Oh man, Nash. He gets everything. But he's got a new a roller bag. You know those roller bags that you can sit on, the kids can sit on?
Yep.
They're high end. He's very excited about that. So that's that. Let's get the pleasantries out of the way. I think that we should have a little bit of fun before we get into the Rangers talk very quickly.
Okay.
Obviously, I'd like to thank you guys for ending my podcast quick shift. I don't know if we've ever done an episode since the whole Sandbagger debacle, which you guys took good teammates.
You weren't happy with the way that we handled it.
Well, it came out of nowhere, and I was so excited because we had so much love around it. And by the way, Darcy Tucker, Steve Thomas, two guys. When I look back on my career and I go, oh, let's look at some fights that I had just from a personal standpoint. Like those are the guys that I fought, and that makes me very happy because they're both and fucking hard as nails, the two of them. Still.
Oh yeah.
They still look great.
Stumpy's 62.
Unbelievable. What a guy.
He was
had
hitting
that
it past me. I was like, Jesus Christ.
He originated the one-timer wrist shot. He used to do this slingshot. He was like the guy that did it. Stumpy's awesome. Good, both
He
Toronto.
explained, I think, on the course that he was taught that by a teammate, and they used to just practice it over and over and over.
Oh,
I'm drawing a blank as to who was the one who taught him. I want to say Pierre Turgeon, maybe. Maybe I'm crazy. They didn't even play together. But anyway, back to what you were saying.
Yeah, they were great. They were great. That was fun to watch. But quickly, Jersey Jerry and my good friend Kevin Connolly. I think the whole thing, first of all, I reviewed the contract, right? And here's my summary. Jersey Jerry, Kevin's always early on guys. Bob does sports, Bob Menery. Kevin's like a visionary. He finds these guys early. But the guys that he finds usually, they're not all there. They're not the most well-rounded early on. Jersey Jerry got hired. He had a salary. He got fired. He didn't have severance in his contract, and he didn't have guaranteed money. The NHL has guaranteed money. The NFL doesn't have guaranteed money. If you work at Avis Car Rental, do you get guaranteed money? So, and I'm not here to debate it, but I just, again, wanted to thank you guys I haven't done a podcast since. So that was nice.
We just wanted to take it off for solidarity for a coworker. I think that what he was most frustrated about was the way that Cons handled it, where he didn't call him and have a conversation about it. It was kind of like it was done in poor taste. I don't think we need to get into the weeds on it. The good news, though, is it's back up. It's getting views. People love it. Some people, of course, hate it because you're a polarizing guy. But nonetheless, we got to have a great day on the course, and there's no animosity anymore.
I agree. Now, one last thing, Biz, we have to talk about, because, I shouldn't be wearing my hat backwards if I'm like gunning for a GM's job right now. And I probably shouldn't talk about all of my off-ice antics, but I've had numerous fights with numerous individuals at one time, right? I had a real barn burner once in an AMC movie theater in Union Square, seven
While
young.
on the Rangers?
No, I wasn't on the Rangers for that one. I just
Were you in
stopped
transition,
playing.
like the Dallas to back to New York, maybe?
No, I was done. I was done playing, but I also had a famous one. It's on TMZ, I believe. Prince Street Pizza, my fight with 3 guys in front of Prince Street Pizza. I know, and listen, you just can't back up ever. And I guess I wonder, did you not just want to go at one? I think you go at one quickly and you really decimate one.
They started swinging, and what the video doesn't show is I end up going out of frame inside the restaurant, and you could see a gap in time till I end up going out the door, where I didn't want to get caught in there because there was 9 guys in there. Like, I didn't know where the punches were coming from. Like, I went from ordering a salad to going over to be like, quit harassing the manager, to 9 guys coming at me.
Yeah.
Like, I'd finished a work call just before that. So I was not in fight mode in my brain, and that ended up happening. So my idea was don't get caught, because if I got caught and I dropped and I ended up going like, knockout where you're unconscious, they would have just kept boot fucking me. So that was more of my thinking. And also, if I backed up, some of them at one point would drop off, but not a lot of them dropped off. There was always at least 3-4 guys. So that was my thinking, and that's why I kept backpedaling. And once again, buddy, like I haven't gotten a fist fight in a very long time. I just wanted to enjoy my fucking salad.
I totally understand. I would say the next time, because here's what happens. You're in this in-between spot where, like, all right, I'm going to fight, but I don't know what's going on and where it's coming from. And in the end, you end up with no shoes on, and I don't know, maybe no shirt.
No tarp.
In a CVS.
In a CVS.
Where if you had just ran, if you were like, okay, I'm not in this. I'm running and I'm gone. I'm clearing the zone and I'm going to find help. That's the right choice. But adrenaline, and you want to, if you stay in it, you got to go, you pick one guy and you try and end him so badly, so quickly that the rest of them are kind of like, they give it the old, fuck, this might not be a good idea. So I thought
I'd done that inside the restaurant, but apparently it didn't work. But
that was probably the alleged like cocaine that they're on,
So then you got to realize who's the demon you're fighting. How hard do you got to go?
The guy
on one
that I
of these
ended
guys?
up knocking out, who sprinted at me past everyone, he had to have had at least a couple key tokes before he went to Houston's. Like, his wires were fully crossed. He was foaming at the mouth. But I think that people maybe are a little bit like tired of hearing it. But the good news is tomorrow, we're recording this on Sunday right now. It's an early Monday drop. I'm going to a Krav Maga class tomorrow. I also plan on flying out to go see you. And Krav Maga is like the Israeli soldiers practice Krav Maga. So 6-on-1, like they practice exercises that would be like the situation I was in. You have been doing a lot of jiu-jitsu, and I am going to fly out there for another Road Warriors video.
Yeah.
and I am going to train with you in jiu-jitsu. I'm also going to go see Bugsy Malone. I'm going to start doing a little tour to go learn how to better defend myself and get back in better fighting shape after my career has ended, because I'm not as good as I once was, Sean, and I know that you are still in the mix very much so with the jiu-jitsu.
Well, and by the way, I wasn't. And that's the smartest. I'm so happy that you're going to do that. And Max Talbot, Max is rolling. It's a total game changer. But again, these situations, we got a wild world we're living in right now. And being able to defend yourself a little bit, like I would say, Whit, you should do it. But Whit, I don't think you don't want to do it. Right?
Just keep the 7-iron in your hand.
I actually do. I want my son to get into it, and the best way to do that is you do something, your kid falls, because he's not he needs some confidence, my older guy. And it's just about knowing that you can handle yourself and like the self-discipline that we were talking about at the Sandbagger, in like mental toughness that you gain from it. And so, I probably won't, but I would like to.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And
So
before we go on to the hockey stuff, what is the best stuff from jiu-jitsu that it's taught you and why you continue to do it and even compete? Like, I think that you're at tournaments now, aren't you?
Yeah, I did a tournament a couple of weeks ago. I did the Orange County Open, IBJJF, which is the Brazilian Federation. It's like the official one. And again, I got some poor bastard who's a carpenter from Simi Valley, and we had a great fight, and I beat him fairly quickly. But it's not about that. It's about the competition and the fact that I was nervous because I don't know who this guy is. This guy could be a killer. I know some electricians in the Valley that got 818 tattooed on their neck and their black belts, and you would think that you would roll them over in a 7-Eleven. These guys are killers. So the thing that it's given me a reality of one, you never know. Okay. You never know. And never knowing is a situation that you should probably not venture in when you don't know something, right? Take your time on situations. So the impulsiveness is it's an incredible tool. And like Whit said, for kids, jiu-jitsu is a new sport. So it's 20 years in America, basically. Kids that have been taking it for 10 years now that are 13, 14. There's 13, 14-year-old American kids that are walking around that are going to turn 16, get their blue belt, that are total assassins. Not like wrestlers. Wrestlers, we always knew the wrestlers, right? Wrestlers, you're going to get double-legged and you're going to get slammed on the ground. But after that, they're in trouble. And that's what I was saying about the fight. You could have fought that whole thing on your back. You really could have and took a guy's ankle home with you. So it's an incredible sport. It's new in America. It's growing fast, much like golf, I think. And for kids, it's the best thing. I can't wait to get you on the mat, Biz, because you'll immediately—
I can't wait too.
You'll realize, you'll be like, oh my God, I'm so defenseless because it's all levers. It's all weight distribution. It's
Sensei Sean, I cannot wait till my trip, man. And I appreciate you sharing your passion for it. And it makes me more interested to get more into it. So I'm starting with the Krav McGraw, and I'll see you soon, buddy. And we're going to be trained assassins before we know it. Maybe the Rangers will come calling because Rempe keeps getting ejected from games. They're going to need some toughness in the lineup. Maybe we could be the reinvention of the Bash brothers here.
Yeah, well, listen, you'll get your fast twitch muscle fibers back. That's a great thing. Let's talk about Rempe because, Brooksy said something to me. I talked to him a couple of days ago. He said when he went into camp this year and talked to Rempe was saying things to him like, I want to be a great fourth line center in this league, which is an extremely commendable thing for a guy to say. Great. Yeah, because you can't win a Stanley Cup without great fourth line centers. So that immediately told me because I got a little bit bothered by the hoopla of him with LaRock and the whole fighting thing. And I just wondered, where was the team? Where was the core team? I know he worked out with Kreider towards the end of the summer. Rempe took, I mean, he's going to get 5 games. Do you not think?
Yeah, he's got in-person hearing, so minimum, I guess.
So it's a minimum of 5. It could be 8. I mean, it was a terrible fucking hit. Here's what I say about that. And this is, I'm going to be all over the place on this a little bit, but Mike Pekka, one of the greatest defensive forwards ever in NHL history, was a savage when he played. Mean. Timed hits beautifully. Was like undersized guy, 185 pounds. He was a wrecking ball. What I don't understand with Rempe, this is a timing thing. The kid's not the greatest skater in the world. He's always 1 or 2 strides behind. We know that. We understand that. Every single day, they should be working on his angles and his timing on hits so that quickly can become even more effective, because he got in on the forecheck early in that game a couple of times, and those hits probably were charging penalties, the way that he ends up hitting guys and finishing guys from the back a little bit. I don't know why Mike Pekka hasn't taken that on and said, at the end of practice, all we do is I chip pucks in and you got to try and smoke me. Honestly, you got to try and find angles and you got to get this timing right. I loved when a defenseman was 4 to 6 feet off the boards on a forecheck is like my money zone. My money zone. I don't even want it to get to the boards, because then the boards, I got to hit you. I got to hit the boards. It's all timing with this kid, but he does something special for this team. There is no question about it. He almost hurt them, but he didn't. And there's going to be nights when you have guys like this on your team where, the scales of justice, they're not going to be even. He's going to draw penalty minutes. He's going to also put the defensemen on their heels constantly.
Yeah, they're going to be looking over their shoulder all night. And I agree with you. I think that the skating element, when he gets going, he has a long, powerful stride. But the angling portion that you're talking about, it's a skill set in itself. It's a skill set in itself, excuse me. Whereas not every time does a hit even need to be applied. It's more about applying the pressure in the right area and how quickly you can do it. Do you remember when we would line up at center ice, half the guys on each side, and then the coach would throw a puck one way, and then you had to tag up at the blue and then find that angle? You're saying he should be doing more drills like that in order to learn what a majority of what his skill set should end up being.
Well, it's about creating turnovers. Like, that's the purpose of hitting, right? Like creating a turnover. There's some intimidation involved, but it's more like, let's get the puck back. Whereas I think he's just like, I want to murder this guy.
Yeah. Well, but also that comes with the coach not really, going into a lineup and knowing that your coach is nervous about putting you out on the ice is not fun.
It's brutal.
It's the worst thing in the world. Okay. And it gives me the feeling that the coach of the Rangers, Laviolette, doesn't sit down with the kid before the game, heart to heart, like feel him and go, listen, I'm going to play you. I'm going to fucking play you. I need you to be responsible. And if you get a bad one, I'm going to give you another chance. You're not going to get many of these, but just giving him that reassurance when he goes in, so that he doesn't have to, on his first shift, think, holy fuck, I got to make a play right now. Otherwise my night's over. And you can't play guys 3-4 minutes a night. You have to have lines and be able to turn them over.
Yeah.
You got
the best teams do.
They do. Look at Tampa. Like, I don't know if you guys have been watching. I'm sure you guys have been watching.
Well, you love
Tampa.
Cooch, so it draws you to watch a lot of Lightning games. And we're going to get to the pointer, because you dissect a lot of what's going on for the Rangers. So go over to Tampa, and then we're going to bring it back to the pointer and what you see from New York.
Well, what I see from Tampa is that they've retooled their fourth line to live inside of the DNA of their team, which is we get fucking hungry on pucks, we cause turnovers, we turn pucks around quickly, and we are not afraid to dump pucks in. We are not afraid to dump pucks in. And when I look at the Rangers, and I go, okay, I just don't understand what line is playing what angle. Like, where's the identity on this team? Yeah. I know that Mika, well, let's stick with Panarin right now, because Mika is a major issue. Mika is a major issue. And this isn't a situation of like, is he Steve Yzerman? Can he win type thing? And maybe that's the Panarin situation. And I'm not ready to say that he can't win. But like Mika is giving me major doubts about whether you can put a portion of the team on his back. It's really disappointing at this point for the kid's size and his skill. Where's his compete? That comes back to, again, the coaching. The coaching. When I think of, and here, I'll jump ahead a little bit. Chris Drury had the first closed door meeting or the first team meeting. How great is the movie Moneyball?
Unreal.
Billy Bean, okay? Not only was he dealing with his stuff in the office and changing the game and how they scouted every single, and the movie's glamorized a little bit, but it makes me believe this is who he was as a GM. In the room, touching guys, walking around. He's in the batting cages. He's touching guys. Your GM is supposed to be an asset. Chris Drury played the game, was an unbelievable fucking player, Stanley Cup winner, big time goal scorer, big time player. Okay. Use that asset. I don't know why you're hiding from the guy.
Right, because those guys have respect for you as opposed to like some analytic guy. It's like they'd be like, fuck off. So they almost like instantly have that type of camaraderie where they can see eye to eye.
Well, they should. I mean, they should. You know, they watch the game. They know. They should know. I mean, Kreids knows Drew's history. All those guys, you know, he's the GM. He was the captain of the team. You know, watch any documentary with Detroit and how important Drury was with Colorado. But I want him, like, I want these guys in the room more.
So that's okay. So let's stick with that then. We're going to go back to Zibanejad and more of the individuals. So you've disagreed with the way that Drury has basically handled everything. Do you agree that he mishandled the Trouba thing in the summertime and then everything throughout the course of this? Or do you agree with the way that he handled the Trouba thing?
Well, let's not forget, like, Drew got run out of New York as a player.
Yep.
So he's been there. And he got run out of New York because I think his limited no trade put him in a box. And at a certain point in time, there were no more takers and they kind of just had to unload him. So that's the business aspect of it. And Trouba has to understand, if you play a card at a certain point, you got to be able to back that thing up because there's rules to this. You send a guy down, that's totally legal. You can call that bluff. You know, remember the guys we played with in the American League that were making $5-6 million 15 years ago? There was lots
Wade
of
Redden.
those guys. You know, I was one of them at a certain point. So, but yes, did Drew handle that properly? I mean, no, because why not just be straight up about it and say in the summer, like, listen, we thought at this moment it was best to move Jacob. He doesn't want to move. I hope that that's a statement to me in this organization that he's going to come back and he's going to be one of the best players on our team. There's an angle on all of these things. Yeah. You have to be touching these guys and challenging these guys at every angle. So did Trouba do something to the room? Well, who knows? Capo Caco should have never been drafted in the first place. So if you want to really rip the DNA of like where this organization has been built and who your depth guys are, then we can go there also. Hedl, he has flashes, he has moments, but Capo Caco, Roslovic, I just watched Roslovic score the game winner against New York today.
He has like 15 goals, doesn't he?
Maybe that's a better system for him. But for the Rangers to win the cup last year, he was not the guy to get at the deadline.
Yep.
No way.
Aves. But on the other side of all that, the way you played the game, don't you think there's something to be said about, like, the reports, the room's fractured, the room isn't happy about Gaudreau and Trouba and this and how it was handled, but it's like, go out and fucking play. Like, guys, like, you could be unhappy, but enough's enough. Like, you're getting paid all this money. I hate to sound like one of those people, but like, the room's fractured. Like, fucking figure it out in my mind.
Yeah, but again, I'll come back to the coaching aspect of that. Is like, you are what you are. You are what you have. Yep. This is your team right now, and you got to get those guys. It's not that hard to get a team fired up to play in MSG every night. And when I look behind the bench and I see Laviolette and Phil Housley and Mike Pekka, and there's not like a fucking organism of strength behind them. They're not touching the players after every shift. Get off the iPads. Get off those fucking iPads and let's talk it out. You saw what I saw. So that's an issue to me. That's an issue. But also the depth of this organization right now. And I'm obsessed. You guys, this Easton Cowan kid, holy fuck. I watch all his highlights.
Have you seen what he's done in these pre-tournament games too for Canada? It's insane how good this kid looks.
Stop moving his feet. He does not stop moving his feet. And that's what you need. And you also have to have structure in how you're coaching your team. So what's going to happen in New York? How long are we going to let this go on for? As a fan, I'm saying this as a fan. And when I texted Biz, I don't know, last week, I'm going to New York. I'm going to see Fish. I'm making the pilgrimage to dance with the Wookiees. It's a thing that makes me happy. I do it. I fucking treat myself every once in a while. You know, was it an impulsive thing? Did I have a meeting set up with the owner? No, but I usually, he's around. He's very easy.
Is he watching your Instagram clips where you're pointing out flaws in the team?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying, because he's probably saying this guy's watching and you're pointing out issues that you have. You talked about stop moving your feet. You've been very hard recently on Kreider. Now, we could talk about him and Zibanejad because you talked about the identity of the team where these are guys who are getting a lot of ice time. Agreed with you on the afraid to dump it in and go forecheck and get it. That was my issue with the Buffalo Sabres. They've been struggling and they can't win a fucking game. They haven't won one since Christ is a Cowboy. And the other night we had them against the Rangers who were struggling. I counted one fucking hit in the first period.
Yeah.
So they're not playing physical. They're not dumping the puck in. And then those leaders are not setting examples in that department.
Well, and I was thinking about this also. Like, I played against Kevin Adams. We played against him. He played hard. Okay. He played hard. He always showed up. He wasn't a fucking game breaker. Kevin Adams was not a game breaker. Okay. So I don't know how Kevin Adams becomes the general manager of a team that has lost 12 games in a row in the NHL. Are you kidding me?
He has three coaches under him who've had 10 or more game losing streaks.
Like,
it's like crazy shit.
So Mr. Pagula, he owns the team in Buffalo. Very successful guy. How do you keep making the same mistakes? And these guys that you find to run these teams are like, I mean, come on. I didn't know that stat. That is disgusting.
It's crazy.
I thought it was 4, but never mind, 3. Yeah, still ridiculous.
So, like we said it last year, and I tried to jump on the bandwagon last year and thought I knew that they couldn't get over the hump. I mean, we're not even talking about their goalie, how good their goalie is, the Rangers, and how many games that guy bails them out, which is fine. He gets an allotted amount of money per the cap. His percentage of responsibility is higher than others, and he pulls his weight. But then coming back to Mika and Kreids, like we're running a business here, guys. We are running a business here. Not only a business, we're in the business of winning. That's what we should be. And I can't have you guys taking nights off, weeks off. I just can't rely on you. I can't build a team like Sebastian Aho. He has a bad week. I know it's not going to last that long. He's going to find Seth Jarvis. You know, I need some of these fucking core guys. Ryan McDonough, who the Rangers gave up on. And maybe it was the time at a certain point, but I would have found a way to get him again. And even the Brady Tkachuk stuff. You got to find a player to build around. You got to find, and Lafreniere is being sucked into this. See, now we're seeing
I don't think that's naturally him. He's like kind of like a Phil Kessel. He's a piece. And, and then you're going to go talk about Panarin a little bit. Like, I think he's one of the most skillful players in the world. I think he's all time, but you're essentially saying that he's not that piece to build around. He's not that guy where you're going to say, I'm going to follow that guy outside the locker room like Matthew, like Brady, like Nathan McKinnon, like Cale Makar, like Sidney Crosby. He, like, that's a different beast. That's a different dog. And you're saying that they don't have that. And they might have had a little bit with Trouba in the sense that at least he was a fucking killer.
Well, and by the way, Kreids could do a lot of that because we're not asking a lot from him. We're just asking him to have a heartbeat and be alive and show that, you know, you bleed blue and you've played for this team for a long time. This is your home, and you don't want it to go down this way.
He weighs 230 pounds. You know, like he can fucking smash people with his speed.
Yeah. And then I think about this as a fan. This is from a fan standpoint. And if I had the opportunity to tell Mr. Dolan in a calm atmosphere where it was like fun and jokes,
like at a Fish concert on shrooms.
Well, he's a big jam band guy, you know. JD in the Sure Shot, his band that he has is a jam band. I would say, what's going to happen? Drew's going to fire the coach. He's going to go hire Jay Pandolfo, who I don't know Pando, but I'm sure he's a great guy. But Pando's not the next coach of the New York Rangers. Let's not repeat this and go, okay, then we got to get the Tortorella guy. And then we find the young guy, the Quinn guy, and we're going to develop what? What did he develop? He almost buried Lafreniere. Kid's an unbelievable, a superstar in my opinion. He almost buried him. Kakko and Hedel, where was their development? This team is in a bad spot as an org chart. This team is not in a good spot as an org chart. I'm not talking about right now, today.
Would it be safe to say that they're fugazis?
I've heard you use this term. You know, that seems like a heavy-handed. That's a big one. You drop that on them.
Aggressive.
It is, right? It's a little early.
Okay, what do you do? What do you do with Keandre?
Oh, jeez.
But I've said, like, fuck, that's a guy you trade, and he ends up figuring it out. It's like 6'4", skates, but is it enough is enough? And, like, we're willing to make that risk at this point because he needs a deal.
I don't know if you were on, too, when Larry Brooks' theory is that he got involved in hockey very late. I think he started playing when he was like 11 or 12. And maybe he lacks some hockey instincts that like maybe people who played their entire life would have. Like, do you believe that? Do you think that's true? What do you think is wrong with him?
Well, first of all, he's a big kid. He skates well. The kid in LA, who's the first rounder in LA?
Brant Clark?
No, the kid that's starting to play well. They've stuck with him for
Quentin Byfield.
Anderson?
Byfield.
Oh, Byfield, the forward.
I mean, he scored a couple of goals in the last couple of weeks and made some plays. Like, holy shit. That doesn't happen that often where a guy comes and finds it. Even the Dubois kid, maybe it'll work out, but Byfield seems different. As far as Keandre, you got to move him now. Okay. You got to move him now while he has trade value. It's not going to work out. He's not a big market guy. He doesn't have the demeanor of Ryan McDonough, because Ryan McDonough, when you put him in a war zone, he turns into a real fucking warrior quick.
He's coming out of the corner with the puck, and I don't think Keandre Miller is, at least right now in his career.
Yeah. So if you're running the team, if you're managing that org chart, and you're also trying to stay in it, you move him now. You move that early. You got to move early before. And Drew did a great job with Kakko getting a 3rd and a 6th. I mean, that is a steal for that kid, an absolute steal. And again, I get upset about other things, like who's at the World Juniors right now trying to find the next Brandon Prust or Sean Avery or Easton Cowan, although Cowan's turning into a whole different level of a player, not just like a water bug. He's like a game breaker, game breaker. Who's at that tournament right now? Who is watching? Who is trying to find the next player that can come in and play like right now? And I don't see that, and it's very upsetting. And the team is so fragile. It's so fragile. I mean, you've got Rempe just sitting around, totally mismanaged. Our fourth line is nondescript. I mean, you got Enstrom and Sam Carrick. Do you think the Florida Panthers go, oh, boys, watch out for that fourth line out there tonight. They're really going to lean on you.
Isn't Edstrom like 6'8" too?
Yeah, he is.
You know what's funny is I was we were texting today about the JT Miller Pettersson situation, and I felt that there's a few teams who could really use JT. I feel like New York could use a bulldog like that. And you think that something maybe like Keandre Miller and somebody else and a high draft pick could maybe get him back. And then all of a sudden you like, I think that Trocheck is probably a guy that you can rely on. Like that's a foxhole guy, in my opinion, that you can win with. So with him and JT at center ice, that's a pretty good 1-2 punch just right there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Trocheck, I like his game. I think he's a little small and doesn't skate well enough to like
He's
be a superstar in the playoffs, but he's going to score you big goals and he's going to kill penalties and he's great. He doesn't make too much money. JT Miller made an impression in New York City. Let's not forget that. He had some major moments and scored big goals for that team already. The fans, whatever happened, I don't know if that was a Quinn thing or there was something happened with JT Miller in New York, but it wasn't off-ice shit. He's a superstar. JT Miller's a big player. Reminds me of Rod Brindamore, but like a little bit different. I don't know. He's got something about him.
Maybe
like
faster, kind of.
He got a little of those Primo brothers in him. I don't know. There's something. I love him. And yes, that would be, but sweeten the pot and don't wait too long. Like it's the perfect situation. You've got an opportunity. It's a West Coast team. You don't have that boundary. Make the move. I would give them Hedel and I would give them Keandre Miller. And I mean, listen, who else can you just throw in at this point? But aren't those two enough? Why do I even need to move a pick? I'll move guys that aren't playing for him. I'll move Mika. You want to go straight up 1-for-1? Let's go.
I don't think they're doing that,
Vancouver
unless they get into your pregame mix before the Fish concert. One last guy we haven't talked about, and it kind of goes with the theme. Do you believe in an Adam Fox? Do you think that's a piece that you can build on?
Listen, I love Foxy. I get upset that they don't embrace Foxy and the Jewish community. Like I would love to see like a Hasidic section at MSG,
like Fox yarmulkes and stuff.
Yes, dancing, and you should see the Brooklyn churches. The Jews go hard there, like the dancing. But whatever. That's just from a marketing standpoint. I guess if I was the GM, I would.
What do they call it when they chop off the foreskin?
Wow, that's a chutzpah.
Jesus.
It's actually,
well, they could do like a fox chopping cocks. Like they could do like a special. Like they show up, they do it. They get like a Rangers jersey. No.
I don't know what the official term is. It's a breed. It's a breed.
Okay.
I was at one recently. Yes. Shout out David Lippman.
And they do it with like a skate blade.
Right there. Baby cries. You hear it all. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I'll
our middle and youngest was right in the kitchen.
Really?
Yeah.
Calamari.
Right on the kitchen island. Shink.
We're going to have a nice little dish of placenta and calamari tonight.
But a circumcision is a blessing for everyone, right?
I mean, I got a covered wagon. But back to Foxy. I know, Abe. I mean, it wasn't my decision. I was, you blame my father. So you like Foxy? They need to embrace him more, and playing wise, you like his game, and do you think he should get the C?
Well, listen, yeah. I mean, he's not Brian Leach, okay, but I'll tell you, a very interesting demeanor similar to a Brian Leach. And if you built a team around him with like Jeff Bookabooms and Kevin Lowe's and guys that are fucking reliable and can handle minutes, Lindgren has just played himself to death. He's shot. All right. Then Adam Fox is the star that he is, but he's getting killed. He's tired. He's exhausted. He gets run. He plays too many minutes every single night. And, he's also disenchanted probably. He's probably not feeling too hot about his own game right now. So you got to immediately build and protect him. He's your quarterback. He is your quarterback. That's where it all starts. When he's playing and he's making moves, they're a different team. But he's too susceptible to everything right now, And Rempe on a nightly basis also gives Adam Fox time to breathe. Because now you just have the ability to match whatever's thrown. So if you want to play a hard game on Foxy tonight, Rempe might play a couple of shifts with Panarin. You got to juggle that. You have to fucking understand that that's the game you're playing. I don't see it.
Would you fire Laviolette or would you keep him?
I'd fire him today. Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely.
That's
Yeah, you have to. You have to, guys.
It's been too much.
You have
Too
to.
bad.
Come on.
I saw a
can't
thing.
go
I
from-
saw a thing. They're 25% chance to make the playoffs right now.
I mean, in a big market like that, Eastern Conference Finals last year were that close. Like, I mean, it starts, unfortunately, that's part of it. Yeah, the coach goes first, but you know, that's where I get nervous. The coach goes, then who goes? Then who do you bring in? Like
Sean
Drew.
Avery.
Yeah, well, and by the way, I
With
don't
the
want
pointer.
Drew's job.
I'd love
want
to
Drew's-
see you in the room with that fucking pointer. Hey, Zibanejad, you're
You know-
here. Move
know
your
what's so
fucking
funny?
feet and get here.
You know what's so funny? You guys know this. I look at assistant coaches, they're so exhausted. They're so tired. My buddy Rich Clune, he's in Anaheim. I haven't asked him about this. I'm sure they're at the rink all day long.
Oh,
Okay.
Video.
Why do we need to be there? Give me the pointer stick. Guys, do you want to break down the tape today? Let's do it before practice. We'll break it down. It's so easy. We'll take 35 minutes. We'll break it down with the pointer stick. You guys can get up and use the pointer stick. This can be a full fucking conversation, interactive. You don't have to sit here and try and stay awake, okay, watching mistakes. But the assistant coaches are exhausted, and that's why I look at Pekka and I go, this guy's so tired. He's too tired by the time the game starts to even get these guys fired up. The whole fucking system is broken, and the iPads on the bench, guys, you know the game. What do you want to see? You want to watch your release point on that one? Like, I need you in the game, fellas. Get rid of these iPads.
I think it's ridiculous. I think
I
like
just
maybe
don't know
once
what
in a while, like to show, hey, this is what I'm talking about if he can't understand it when communicating. But like, I mean, some of the old school guys like Torts, they're fucking breaking them over their knee.
Rempe
Right.
got 8 games.
Oh,
Very reasonable.
Aves, I think that, I mean, what's your reaction to that? But I think it's also okay to move on, like past the Ranger stuff. Wait, did you have anything more on the Rangers?
Well, Rempe gets 8 games. Fuck me. I mean, yeah, it's
How
an
much
8-game
money
hit.
has this kid lost? How many suspensions has he had?
It's an 8-game hit. I gotta tell you.
It was an 8-game.
It was he got
on
every
a
penny
on a
worth.
superstar too.
Yeah,
On one of the
right.
best defensemen in the league.
Yeah,
so it's
they're
like,
enough of this.
double it.
Enough
Yeah.
of this. Look,
So 8
it
games.
comes with an angling class, though. That's the good news.
Well, they sent me to rehab for anger management, so that you can add any addendum to any suspension you want. That's been proven, right? Don't forget that.
Oh.
So Gary should have said, okay, and 1 mandatory angling class. Is Colin Campbell still there?
I have no. I think he's still in the
I believe
mix.
He is.
Yeah, he's
I
still in the
believe he
mix.
is.
And did they make Rempe actually go to the NHL office for that decision? Like, what was the in-person hearing about?
Well, I mean, he's in New York. He could have just went and grabbed a coffee and went over. It's a little different if you have to fly in.
Right, but what do you think they spoke about when they got there? Did they ask?
They were probably like, hey, dude, what is wrong with you? Like, you've played 22 games. You've
Yeah.
been kicked out in 25% of them.
Oh boy, they chant his name at the Garden. I mean,
Yeah.
fuck.
I think they gotta. Yeah, I think they gotta sign him up for like UFC or something to get his anger out.
He doesn't even seem like an angry. No, he needs an angling class at the end of practice. That's what he fucking needs. We're gonna dump these pucks in, and you try and hit me as hard as you can until you can figure this out. Like it's a mathematical equation. It's what we've been doing since we were kids. Our eyes work differently. We can just sense it. I killed Patrick Coletta. It's my favorite hit in NHL history. I killed him. I killed him.
Great guy to kill.
Really?
Oh, he just
Well,
used-
just he was a rat on the ice. Respected
he was
his
dirty.
effort. He was perfect for Buffalo. Yeah, he got a couple sussies. Moving away from hockey, were you in the Happy Gilmore 2 movie? Do you have a cameo in that?
I was in Happy Gilmore. I am in Happy Gilmore. And what a wonderful week. Chris Chelios is also in it.
Nice.
Where'd they film it, Aves?
We're in New Jersey, like Bedminster, kind of rural Jersey. It was very nice. Sandler's what a mensch. What a mensch. That movie's going to be very funny. No wokeness. The wokeness is gone. They're firing. They're firing on all cylinders in it. And I think it's going to be like Netflix's big summer movie, but they had a bar on set. Yeah. I mean, it's Happy Gilmore too. He's just like Sandler's the king. You saw it. He was shooting, he'd shoot in the morning, he'd go into New York City and play pickup in the afternoon. But let me tell you this is great. So I got to spend 5 uninterrupted days with Chelly in the city and working. And the city days were really special because Chelly is a machine. He's a warrior. He still looks incredible, but his knee's shot. Okay. So this is how he manages it. He says, I feel great. We're going to have a great day. We're going to traverse New York City, but we have to go to the Russian bathhouse downtown in the morning because he's got to get in the cold plunge to essentially freeze his knee for 4 to 5 hours so that we can walk around. And then like 2 in-the-afternoon, I can see he's starting to slow down. I said, Chelly, listen, a side note, you should get your knee done. He says, no, my knee's fine. We just got to go back to the baths. So we would go back to the baths. He would refreeze his leg and his knee, and he'd be good for another 4 to 6 hours. So that's not a way to live, right, guys? You understand that? You got to get
you
your
need the
knee
replacement?
fixed. Well, he should, but who knows? Who knows? We had an unbelievable time. The movie's going to be great. I was back in New York. There's just an energy. I got to get back to New York. You know what I mean?
Really? Because
Yeah.
I mean, it got pretty gross there over COVID, and like I still don't really enjoy all the people in some of the areas where I'm just like, oh, like it's stinky,
it's still
and
gross.
I'd rather just, yeah. Oh, you miss that New York energy. You're kind of sick of LA. What are the people like in LA? Kind of not vibing with them?
No, I love everyone. I'm in Laurel Canyon. I lived here when I played for the Kings. A lot of Biden Harris stickers, Biden Harris walls, a lot of walls stickers. But you don't see anyone. You're in your cars all the time. People don't leave their houses. I'm talking about when I talk about New York and
Energy.
I would love for Drew to just give me some special assistant to him job and let me go out on the road and watch games. I want to traverse the American League and find the next me. Okay. I want to find dogs that can play on your bottom 6 and outplay any bottom 6 in the league. That's because until you have that, you cannot fucking win. You are not going to win.
Go
It's
find
also
a couple
important on
Kiefer
those
Sherwoods.
guys. It's on those guys too. It is seeing them in person because when you watch film, it's like you don't see like after the whistle or skating by the bench or all like the things that you're like, oh, if I'm in the building, I see a totally different side of that guy. And I could see you just watching after the whistle.
You're gonna go on the road and go to these barns and like, what are they gonna have to pay you to do it?
I mean, more than the average scout, that's for sure. More than the average bear.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. But yeah, that's easy. And I don't need to rip the repetition. I see a kid play once. That's all I need. I just need to see a kid play once. Okay. World Juniors, all these special tournaments. You got to find dogs. I was also thinking about who would my assistant coach hires be, right? I was thinking about some wild. Where's Zenon Konopka these days?
Zenon Konopka is coaching in the Niagara region, I believe. I love Zenon Konopka. We were going to get him on the pod. We will at some point. He was a motherfucker.
Interesting.
You know the old rule, like back
Look
in
how
like the
excited
80s.
Biz is, Whit. He loves this.
He
Right?
loves Zenon Konopka.
Bud, we used to have to play. He was in Syracuse. He was the captain of the Syracuse Crunch. We were playing for Wilkes-Barre all those years. And there used to be a rule in like the 80s and early 90s where if you're playing a tough team, you would never want to be up by more than 2 goals. That still existed in the 2000s playing against the Syracuse Crunch because they had Konopka, they had Derek Dorsett.
Sucked
They
in.
had John. They had all these guys.
Dougie.
Rome was there, who was a tough
Yep.
guy who ended up going and playing Vancouver, who ended up drilling. I think it was Nathan Horton in the finals.
Yep.
They would, if you would get up by more than 2, they would beat the fuck out of you. If your goalie froze the puck, they would fucking spear him right in the wrist, and then they would be ready to drop the gloves if you wanted to say anything about it. So going back to your point, like, yeah, like you're saying those types of guys to what? To be your assistants who are savages?
Yeah, I mean, guys that like come to the rink every single day and there's no challenge that's too big to win. Like guys that climb that mountain but still have that dog in them, and that rubs off on your team. You know what I mean? If your fucking coaching staff is fearless and they're with you in this fight, and they trust you and you trust them, then it just changes everything. It just changes. And part of the reason that teams don't have that is because the responsibilities that they put on these assistant coaches with all this video shit. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I think about that name. I was thinking about all kinds of names.
I think
wild
Mike
names.
Stothers is an old coach of mine who he dealt with some cancer stuff, but he was a head coach of mine, not only in the American League, but in junior.
Owen Sound guy.
What's Owen Sound? Oh, yeah, you played for the Attack as well. Yeah, and he, I mean, buddy, no bullshit. Still a great guy, man to man, but like, yeah, like he would instill fear in you if you were playing like the way that some of these guys you're talking about are playing. He'd be no nonsense. Whit, I don't know if you had anything else. Abe,
My
this has
final
been great.
question. Yeah, this is awesome. Whenever you come on. Final question. Right now, we're about, I don't know, 40% through the season, 45. Who's your cup pick?
Yeah, who you liking?
Because I think the Oilers are still going to get it done, but I don't know if you are in complete disagreement or you got another team.
I don't know if I'm blinded by bias, but let me tell you something, guys. Why is the Tampa Bay Lightning, why do they get me so excited? Like Brandon Hagel turning into not only a hell of a fucking trade, right? But an NHL superstar. He just got
100-point
chosen,
pace.
right? He got chosen for the cup. What's it called?
Four Nations
Oh, the Four Nations.
Four Nations Cup. Like they've got guys. Paul's a second half player. Okay. I think that Vasi knows he's got 1 or 2 left. I think Hedman knows he's got one real fucking bomb left to really throw out there where he's like the best, could win a Vezina again. They've retooled some of these kids on defense that they got. And how about the geeky kid? This geeky kid is turning every week. He gets so much better. Every week he gets so much better. That's the progression you want to see happen from your young guys. Like, we don't have time to wait for this shit. You're either in or you're in the way, guys. We'll give you a little bit. Geeky now, all of a sudden, he's found a home. That team is the real deal coming out of the East. I don't watch the West enough, but it seems wide open.
My understanding too is, given the no move clause stuff, is that JT Miller has said that he'd be willing to waive it to go there.
Well,
like
Back to Tampa?
Listen, Pasha, was it you who told me that, or somebody else did? I want to say I remember hearing.
Well,
that.
he played there.
He played there, right? So he played there and New York, and they're both the big markets, at least in the sense of like can make a run for it. So that's what the two that made sense. The other one I threw out there was Pittsburgh, because you said like they don't got time to wait. Same with Pittsburgh. They need a fucking dog. Although they have played really well over the last like 12 games.
Yeah.
They could really use a guy like JT Miller, and he'd be going home. And I just don't know what they'd be able to give up to get him. But going back to Tampa, if you were them, would you want him? And who would you give up to get him?
Well, I guess that's the question. Who would you give up?
There's nobody on Tampa's roster that would get JT Miller that they could afford to give up to still win a cup.
So I would give up. Do they have an heir to Vasilevsky that's like the highest touted goalie in the system? I would give up whatever my blue check number 1 was. I would give that guy up to get JT Miller now and make one more run.
It would be Connor Geeky. It would be Connor Geeky and a bunch of other things.
Yeah.
But Yeah, JT Miller makes such a difference.
I wouldn't. I think that Brisebois is a GM that could figure out a way to get it done because he always does. You talked about the Hagel move. Before that, who else did he do it with?
Well,
I mean,
the Stamkos move. Listen, the Stamkos move. He did the opposite of what Drew has done in New York. And the Igor deal is different because Igor's worth every penny. I don't care. I mean, he overpaid him wildly, but you had to. That Brisebois gets these deals done, and he gets them done early. And if he doesn't see what he likes, he moves on quick.
Yeah, who was the kid who's in LA now? Janot. That was a fumble. They overpaid drastically for that, even if he did score 20 goals. And then the other one I was thinking of is Coleman. So they just and Paul. They seem to really go out there and the scouts know exactly what they're going to find, and they usually hit it pretty good.
Oh, they actually have. G just mentioned they got that kid, the Iceman, Isaac Howard from Michigan State Aves. I think you'd love this kid.
I know him well. I remember his draft.
Yes, when he said I'm the best looking guy at the draft.
Yep. So
the man missile.
Yes. Did he light it up? Did he have a great year?
He's lighting it up right now. Michigan State's #1 in the country, so he would have to be involved in that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I actually got one more for you.
That JT Miller stuff. By the way, guys, I spent some time in Vancouver. I was visiting the Kits Eyeglass Factory, and I went to the Arbutus Club.
Arbutus, the fuck fest, the hockey fuck fest. Did you get laid?
There's a hockey game going on. There's a full bar. It's Christmas. There's kids running around. That's an incredible.
Yeah, no parents because they're all fucking on the third level of the parking garage.
Do you have an animosity towards them because you broke it, or
no? Yeah, I do. Because they wouldn't let me in.
Oh, I would be upset too. I love it there. I love that place. Why wouldn't they let you in?
No, to the fuck fest on level 3. I
thought it was made clear they weren't happy when you released the news.
They said no
at the
covered wagons at the Arbutus Club.
Hey,
there you go. You could good luck getting your membership. The Iser plan. What are your thoughts on the Iser plan? What's happening with your boy? You loved playing with him.
Is he waiting for a moment? Is he just retooling enough and filling spots in because he sees that he's got a guy that's going to fill that spot, but he doesn't want to go out and overpay a guy to hold that spot? And is there that piece of his plan that's still in the motions and in the mix? Yes. Because he's not happy about his team laying fucking eggs right now, just being kind of competeless a little bit and really easy to play against, which was not the teams that Detroit won cups with. They were the hardest team to play against with Kozlov and Konstantina. I mean, the fucking Russians on Detroit when they were winning cups were some of the hardest players to play against, period. Not just the Canadians and the Americans. They were the nastiest. So that's in Stevie's DNA. He's never going to change. I know that. Okay. And Shanny in Toronto's getting fooled. Shanny, there's a little bluff going on in Toronto right now, which is fine. I'm okay with it.
What does that mean?
Wow. I mean, it means that they're great in the regular season. It means that they're great in the regular season, but they changed. Listen, Bobby McMahon, I love the kid. He changes the team immediately. Different DNA. Okay. The defenseman, the Liljegren, is that his name? The Finnish kid?
No, they moved on from him. He got dealt.
Okay. Anyways, the team looks good. They're better, Biz. They're going to get they'll get shit stomped by Tampa or Florida in the conference finals. Guaranteed. They don't have that depth yet. They don't.
Okay, that's fair, but this is the best team they've had in the last 15, 20 years. And I trust that. I don't necessarily agree with you on Tampa. I think that they would definitely have a hard time getting past Florida. They would just have to they would also have to make a move or two in order to add the things that you're talking about. Do you think that, Martyr's been incredible. You just don't think that transfers over to come playoff time? You don't think their big dogs can be the big dogs against Florida?
I do, but I think they're easily beaten. if a team decides to play a certain way. And there's only certain teams that will stay disciplined enough to play that way, which is we might not win game 1. We might not win game 2. If we put every puck behind Morgan Riley and we wear him down and we grind the fuck out of them, I don't think they can win.
Okay. And then
I agree, Aves.
Back to the Yzer plan. You think that there's some big moves coming. He's just sitting in the weeds right now with the sniper rifle, and then doop, doop, he's going to get something done.
Yeah, I think, and I'm not saying necessarily that it's, moving players this year, but I think that when he looks up at his board, I think he's got some diamond in the rough in fucking Kazakhstan or somewhere, I think that there's pieces that he's going to move and he's going to put, and he goes, okay, now I see it coming. And he hasn't overpaid. I don't know what their cap situation is, but it's got to be extremely healthy.
It's very healthy.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
this
very
guy's
healthy.
not saddled with any long-term deals.
The only long-term ones they got are good ones.
Right.
Raymond and Sider are, I think, the only ones with long, and then their captain Larkin.
Which is a great piece.
Great deal.
Which brings me to who's going to be buying the Islanders' assets, because Barzell, if I'm the Rangers right now, I don't know. Weirder things have happened. Like, how do we make that move? How do we get Matt Barzell on our team? Lou may just say, I don't know. It's not unheard of, but there's some pieces over there that I would like to add to a couple of teams. And I just don't see them winning, right?
No.
Last thing, Western Conference. Any team stick out to you? What's your?
Yeah. Fucking Adrian Kempe and the LA Kings. Because
been saying this. Merles thinks they're frauds. They don't even have Doughty.
This Kempe dude he's awesome. One hell of a player. I got goosebumps. He might be the best player in the NHL.
I guess he's competitive as shit too.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about. As far as a well-rounded guy, holy fuck, is he a good player, man.
And he's produced in the playoffs. Like, it's gotten worse against Edmonton, but he's their best player the last 2 years in these
I think it has a lot to do with how he was groomed, especially in the American Hockey League. I was his roommate in when we won a Calder Cup together.
Oh, you know him?
I know Adrian Kempe. Yes, I was his roommate. We won a Calder Cup together. I saw him play and develop. And Aves, it kind of goes back to like you talked about Byfield earlier.
Yeah.
The LA Kings are one of the best organizations at drafting and developing, and they go and draft players. Like, they'll go spend a 4th rounder. They're not trying to get the okay, that guy's got the most skill and he can end up being this 100-point guy like a Kucherov. They're saying, this kid is 6'2", he's 210 pounds, he skates well, he plays his fucking position, and when he's out of position, he sprints back to his position. He's great at stick on puck. He'll block. They go and they find that tool to replace the next tool that they're losing.
Right.
And they are just and Adrian Kempe played in the American Hockey League for the better part of 2.5 seasons, if not closer to 3. That player that you're watching now spent 3 years in the American League. That's how you draft and develop in order to make an impact at the next level.
That's why I do feel not bad for, but Capo Caco had no business being in the NHL right away.
No.
And there's a ton of guys who I think careers really do get hindered by not playing 2 to 3 years in the AHL. What's wrong with dominating down there before you come up? I don't get it.
Look at the Robertson kid in Toronto. Biz, that's one thing. Okay, I know he's playing better. And shout out to Max Domi, who's moving his feet. Every time he gets the puck, he's moving his feet and he gives and goes. That's how Max has to play. He's got to play a little reckless, but straight ahead. The Robertson kid, they've worked him for a while. I'm nervous about him in the playoffs, whether or not.
I don't think that he's going to be there. He's not the long-term answer. I think they're going to move on from him. They need to. And listen, he was unbelievable in preseason, but you got McMahon. You need another McMahon is what you need. And I think that they could potentially get by Florida. I think that they're going to be okay against Tampa. And another example G just put in the chat is kind of like Shane Wright. Like, Shane Wright wasn't ready. Where did he go? And he's starting to turn the corner a little bit. You're starting to see like kind of like Lafreniere. Like
Yep.
he probably should have been maybe even down in the minors too. So it's
Yep.
kind of a big discussion going on right now where the game has gotten faster and more skillful, but there seems to be a lot of brains and hockey sense that is being lacking as a result to that. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, they're everybody's trying to chase it. It's too fast. They're trying to chase it. These guys play fast. They want it. They want these guys that it doesn't make up a team. And I don't know, Anaheim. Listen, is Anaheim off the tracks? Are they that bad? Or do they have moments? Like, are they a second half team?
No.
I
they're
think
awful.
that they need to figure out, they got to switch their, a few of our friends have had issue with the way that their coaches.
Really? He's too hard on guys, I hear.
He's
Yeah.
just like he's just like unfair and maybe like a little bit out there with his philosophies. I think that he thinks his philosophies are like earth shattering where it's really not that deep. I think mostly of what you said on the show is right. You got to just show up with your balls and that's about 90% of it.
Right. Well, you also have to read the room. You know, if guys are focused on the TikTok algorithm today, work that into the conversation.
That's why we got the laser pointer.
That's why we got the laser pointer. Aves, what's your TikTok?
Okay, so quickly, I'm only focusing on Instagram subscribers.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to build my own network, right? I just want subscribers so that I can say, maybe at some point Biz goes, "Hey, Aves, come on TNT." And I go, "Okay, Biz, I will. No problem." But I need more than 400 to show because I got 8,500 subscribers on Instagram that if I do this game, I'm letting them down.
Right.
And I got it, the balance. So everything's on Instagram and I'm just trying to, and I'll probably get sued. I'm saying this now because I'm the only guy that's figured out how to use the IP, right? Essentially, I'm using the intellectual property of the NHL. I pay for the subscription so that I get the feed for the games on ESPN Plus. But the pointer stick has given me the ability to make this thing like a real thing. It's like,
it's
because you're not in frame.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, I'm just foreshadowing a little bit of something. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to build up that audience where you guys $2.99 at Tim Hortons, a double costs more, and the Subway in New York costs more, right? $2.99 a month to subscribe on Instagram. So I'm just letting it rip over there and it's fun. And, I just had an audition for what's going to be the biggest movie of 2025. And now I just sit and I wait.
Is there anything you can tell us about the movie?
Yeah, I'm going to get it. But I've worked with this director before.
Yeah. Christopher Nolan. Well,
Yes.
I mean, like that's unbelievable. So now in Oppenheimer, you had a pretty significant role. Like you had a speaking role in a very impactful moment. Do you think that the role this time would be more significant, like more lines and more face time?
I think so.
That's awesome. That's
That
awesome.
would be sick, Aves.
Yeah. That's what this whole game, whether we're talking about hockey or life or you're selling insurance, the ascension is real. Like you have to earn all of these minutes. I'm not going to give anyone anything and no one's going to give me anything. Let's just go out there and fucking lay it all out there. Let's go. You want to win games, you got to go to the bad spots. You got to go to the dark areas. It's uncomfortable.
Aves, thank you
Sean
so much
Avery.
for joining us, buddy. I hope you get that gig, man, because you obviously know a shit ton about the game. You can break it down, and you could probably translate a lot of that knowledge to the younger kids coming up. Like they'll respect you because you were there and you did it, and you're always a breath of fresh air, my friend.
Aves, one question: when would you find out if you get that role, or do you not even know?
No, I'll know in a week or two.
Oh, good luck, buddy.
Shoot us a text because we'll let the fans know.
Good luck.
I will. Everybody have a great holiday. Mazel tov. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful game. It's a beautiful game, guys.
Hockey gives. Hockey gives. It always delivers, boys. Hockey delivers. Sean Avery, thank you so much. What up, guys? Whit here. I want to talk about DraftKings. It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's the holiday season. It's the perfect time of year for getting in all of the hoops, the football, the hockey. There's action everywhere at the DraftKings Sportsbook. And in the season of giving, we're being gifted college football and basketball, pro football and basketball, and pro hockey too. Almost 24/7. That's not even including World Juniors that's going on now. So many games every day, so many opportunities to place your first bet. Try betting something simple like picking a team to win. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and place your bet. And here's a gift for all new customers. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code Chiclets. That's code Chiclets, CHICLETS, for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets if your bet wins when you bet just $5. Happy holidays from DraftKings. The crown is yours. Thank you so much to Sean Avery. I cannot wait to see that Happy Gilmore remake. I'm not a huge fan of remakes, but this one being hockey and golf, like I'm all in. It's my two things. But that was a great conversation. And man, imagine if he was somebody that was like high up with the New York Rangers, and then Dolan took like the leash off of his guys so they can't talk to anyone, and he was just making content while working for the Rangers. Just an incredible idea, possibly.
I'm here for the TikTok Ranger era. I'm here for it.
Ranger era. Well, a team that's battled the Rangers forever, the Pittsburgh Penguins. Shorzy, Biz, and I, we announced them as dead. We pronounced the entire organization is completely over. They could fold. They could move. It was a disaster. And I think since then, they're 7-3-1. So something has turned around. Biz, you had him on TNT. What are you seeing? What do you think's happened? And do you remember the Crosby quote? Because it cracked me up. When he was asked about his little slump. Did you see what he said?
Yeah, he basically said that I was waiting for you to ask me earlier because usually when you ask me, it ends. So he's got the superstitions going with the media members. But we had them on TNT, and I think it was 1 or 2 games after the shellacking they took from Utah, and since then, after they made the trade with Nashville. Now I'm forgetting the kid's name. He's a little spark plug. Tomasino. And ever since he's came over, they're 8-3-1. And that game that I got to watch was against the Boston Bruins. They ended up running a nice face-off play, kind of stunning Boston to tie it late in the second period, and ended up winning 2-1. Tomasino had a point. So it seems like ever since that trade, it was a little bit of a spark plug. A lot of my issues early on were maybe the play of Letang and Carlson. Now, I did hear rumblings that Carlson was dealing with like a herniated disc in training camp, and it led into the season. That, hey, listen, this could be completely false. I read it on the twitter.com machine and also might have heard it from somebody else. So that's maybe a reason to why it looked like he wasn't putting as much effort into his defensive play. Like, do you remember that one goal specifically against the Carolina Hurricanes where he was skating backwards to the neutral zone? Oh. Like, he looked like a guy at the fucking rent-a-skate that couldn't even fucking turn his hips around to go back check after they blew by him. But the play of Letang and Carlson, specifically Carlson, Army says it's a world of difference. The compete level, where he's at on the defensive side of the puck, how he's breaking up plays, and things are obviously clicking a little bit more offensively for him. Getting better goaltending. Jari was a bit of a disaster at the start of the year. Ended up getting sent down to the minors. That's cleaned itself up again. And I think that the overall compete, like every time we talked about it, it's like these guys look lifeless. Anytime they need a little bit of a spark, it's fucking Crosby having to give somebody the stinky mitt and involve himself in fisticuffs where that should never be his responsibility. You saw at the end of the game against Nashville the other night where they end up, I think they lost that one, but they fucking, like doggy pile shit. That's the fucking hockey that they need to play, where they're way more emotionally involved that we haven't seen over the course of the last 2 seasons when they missed playoffs. So things are heading in the right direction. Are they out of the woods yet? Absolutely not. I still think if they could make a big trade, would love to see JT Miller back there, back in his hometown. And it would be a little bit of a revival where you could actually see if they even got into playoffs in a wild card. Maybe with a fucking 1-2 punch of Crosby and JT Miller, that team could make a bit of a run. You go back to the year they won their second of the back-to-back Stanley Cups, like their back end was not that impressive. Like Letang was injured. I think Dumoulin was their best defenseman. They got unreal goaltending from Matt Murray, and then they rode their strength to the middle of the ice and some clutch playoff performances from Malkin and Crosby. So it's looking a lot better. Things are heading in the right direction. Shorzy, I don't know what you've seen.
Well,
but the fact
Shorzy,
that,
sorry, Biz. I was going to ask him because when I first met Shorzy, when I got sent down to San Antonio, he would ask me about Crosby all the time. Like that was your guy, I remember. Do you remember first time playing against him or anything about that?
Yeah, he was everyone. I feel like everyone my age, like growing up, he was the guy. And so, yeah, playing against him was amazing. I actually, like, my best game I ever had, scored 2 goals in Pittsburgh. And I think he told me to like act like I had scored before or something. I don't know.
Chirped you?
Yeah, he chirped me on one of the face-offs or something. I gave like a pretty big, we beat them actually. We were horrible too. Beat them like 5 or 6-2. I can't even remember, but he was like, even that interview though, it's amazing. Like he still looks so good on the ice, off the ice, just like a complete stud. And then not to pour it on them, but like when they were losing too, you turn on the TV, then Gensel's down there in like South Florida now, and him pointing Kucherov, like, or they might be lighting it up, looking like the Harlem Globetrotters. So no, it's, but I think they're never dead. I mean, with those guys, with Crosby, Malkin, I still think in like one game, like of a game 7, if I had to pick like 2 guys that I knew were going to like play well, like, I mean, I know a lot of these young guys are good, but I still think it's hard to take other guys between like 87 and 71.
I know. The thing about Sid is that he's somehow still, what you're saying is true. He looks young, like his face and stuff. It's like, what the fuck? You've been doing this for 20 years. Like,
what's his skincare routine?
He must have a legit one.
He's got a great skincare routine.
His fucking hairline hasn't moved back a centimeter either. It's like,
you think him and Marchand got a package deal on the Turkish hair transplant?
Sid does like Europe after the season. Maybe him and Marshy went over with Nicky Smokes and the bald Barstool clan and got one of those hair transplant surgeries. But his hair, his everything about him, and the fact
I heard he's on the adrenochrome.
The Pens are 3 points out of the second wild card spot. Actually, the first wild card spot, because Tampa and Ottawa are tied at 38 points. They're at 35 points, and they look dead. Their goal differential is still minus 25, which is the worst in the Eastern Conference. So what I've been told by one NHL scout, that doesn't mean anything, but take it for what it's worth, is if they had average goaltending, that they would be sitting easily in one of the top 3 spots in the
That
Metro.
has a lot to do with the way that it went in the first probably 10 to 15 games. They couldn't get a save. Like Jari couldn't even get a save in the American Hockey League when he was sent down there. That's how bad things were. Another component too is you go back to last year, that anchor of a power play, despite having 4 potential Hall of Famers, including Letang on that list. Power play is buzzing at 22% right now and PK at 82%. So anytime you're over 100 combined on those, you're doing all right, and they're a little bit over. So not the anchor that it once was.
I'll still never forget in Shorzy. I don't know if you saw this on Twitter last year of the coach. I don't remember who it was. He's holding the whiteboard with a pen and he's just staring at the thing for 45 seconds. Like he goes to draw something and then he takes the pen back. And he goes to draw something again. He takes it back.
Come on, take it easy on my boy Todd Reardon. Come on,
great guy.
He's drawing the boobs.
It was an all-time clip though, where it's just like I don't know what to put. This power play is horrendous, and all these players are nasty. So what
that was like
do?
You coaching the big deal selects when we wanted you for power play expertise.
Yeah, but he wasn't laughing when the Penguins lost. You know what? You mentioned Matt Murray, Biz, and I read an awesome story. I'll tell anyone to go check it out if you have a subscription to The Athletic. It's by Joshua Clokey. Hope I'm saying that correct. A long road, a big mountain to climb. Inside Matt Murray's emotional journey back to the NHL. And the gist of it is basically bilateral hip surgery and all the success he had in Pittsburgh. The first 2 years in the league, he's Stanley Cup champ, like back-to-back, playing phenomenal. And then the injuries started mounting and the play went downhill. And all of a sudden, he has a surgery where you don't even know if you'll ever play again. And he was able to grind and never stop. He was always around the guys in the room while still not knowing, like, I don't know if I'll ever be the same. And he came back and he got an enormous win, 6-3 against Buffalo, where that was, I think, 93% Maple Leafs fans in Buffalo, which is usually at least 50-50. But with the way the Sabres are going, Toronto took the arena over.
12 in a row.
And after Murray's talking about how he was pretty emotional with the media, and he's sitting there and he's just like, I didn't know if this would ever happen again. And Shorzy, I want to ask you, like, when you battle through an injury or you're down in the minors after being in the NHL and you don't know if you ever will get the chance to be in the National Hockey League again, when you get that next game, how amazing is that feeling and like the thought of I'm back here and I didn't know if it would happen?
Yeah, it's the best feeling in the world. I can't imagine him because I never had the highs that he had or the injuries that he had. And I don't know, Biz, I can't keep track if you're on the Leafs bandwagon or not, but how good would it be if like somehow he just like the second half of the season and then playoffs like gets super hot again, how he did back in the day in Pittsburgh, and like the Leafs finally get the goaltending.
Well, we have the deepest goaltending regime in the world. Like maybe the hockey world has ever seen. We got Stolars. Buddy, we got Stolars, we got the Hildebeest, we got Joseph Wall, and then now we got Matt Murray. I mean, like, come on, meow. It's fucking four stallions.
Well, I believe with Stolars out 4 to 6 weeks, they gave your Hildebeest boy a little chance, and he did not look good. I think
That's
now
fine.
It's Murray and Wall.
He's
I think
young.
it's Murray and Wall.
He's young. He's got the pedigree.
But I was happy for him because that's a good point, Drew. Like the highs that he had, that's nothing close to anything we had. And we still were in the minors like, please, God, get me one more game. And this kid's grinding and kind of ended up like there were people who were like, what the fuck? That was fluke. What happened? Like that guy was awesome. 2 cups. Now he stinks. It's like, no, I've been injured and I haven't been able to feel like myself. And finally, again, he's back. So very happy for him. On the opposite side, Leafs fans, Biz, there's got to be some worry here because Austin Matthews has re-aggravated an injury that he missed time with before. I believe the Twitter sleuths have figured out it was a cross-check by Tage Thompson. Did you see that clip?
No, I think that he got hit by Tage Thompson, and then it was the cross-check from a defender, number 8 for the Buffalo Sabres. People were assuming that it was the big hit in which Morgan Riley responded to by going to fight Tage Thompson. Hey, listen, that could have aggravated it. I don't know if word came out which one it was, but it seems like he was like keeled over after taking that rib shot from the Buffalo defender. My understanding is this is something that he was coming into the season with, and then they couldn't nip it in the butt, and then they shut him down for the time period that they did. He went over to Germany to talk to a specialist, which, hey, man, you have the opportunity to do that. Go seek out any professional you want. Came back, looked great, and then now this. So definitely a little bit of concern. All I care about is whether he's back for probably about 10, 15 games before playoffs. I don't think it'll be that long, mind you, in order to get back in game shape. That way he can be his thoroughbred self heading into the games that matter. That's all I care about. I want him healthy, looking like himself, heading into playoffs. I don't care if he scores 50 fucking goals this year. I don't care about the regular season. I want AM34, balls to the wall, playoff puck drop. Let's go. Our year, motherfuckers.
And free up a little cap space maybe at the deadline. That wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be bad either if you're a Toronto Maple Leafs fan either.
Tampa.
But no.
Oh, Tampa, you think you're the only ones who could play that game? Oh, Pinky and the Brain out west in Vegas? I see you, motherfuckers. I see you, Ryan. I see you, Stoner.
Hey, Biz, I can't ask you because you're biased and you don't want him to play just for your health of the Toronto Maple Leafs, and also you're Canadian. But is there a question now where Brendan Shanahan and Brad Treliving are like, Austin, we can't have you play in the Four Nations. Like, we don't ask any Leafs fan. He's American, so they don't want him to play anyway. And now that he's injured, what?
As good of a player as you are, and as a world-class talent as you are, save yourself the time of getting embarrassed by Team Canada at the Four Nations. Just sit this one out. Save your energy up for playoffs, the games that matter. Fuck the Four Nations. Canada's a wagon. Don't embarrass yourself. That's what I would say. Personally, if I was Berube, Shanahan, and Tree, I would sit him down now and save him from that. What would you say to him, Shorzy?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. And like when those rosters got announced, I don't think people realize like how much hockey still had to be played before. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how many games. Say what is there, 6 weeks, 7 weeks? So, you know what I mean? A lot of these guys have like, I don't know, 15, 20 games left. So I don't think he's going to be the last guy that either is dealing with a nagging injury or gets re-injured.
I just want to see the best compete against the best, and I totally understand like Leafs fans being like, well, we don't want him in for two different reasons: to help out our team and to not hurt our country. We'll see what happens, but yeah, they did name it pretty early. I don't know why they needed to have it that early before the tournament. Like, why can't January 15th, the announcement of the teams? I mean, that's a month out, right?
Because they're trying to blue ball everybody. They're trying to add a little excitement, and then
especially
we're dropping the full rosters on TNT. Meanwhile, all online, the rosters are out. Like they got to dress it up.
But then there's a guy like Zach Hyman who wasn't, I mean, for his own standards, playing that great. And I think since they've announced the roster, I think he's got 8 goals in 7 games. You know what I mean? So there's definitely going to be a lot of guys who either start heating up or slowing down in the next 6 weeks.
No doubt.
Well, one team who has heated up, and we have a member of this team joining us right after we chat here, is the Ottawa Senators. And Biz, this is kind of on you. You promised that if they got to 3 games over 500, that you would finally talk about them again. Well, they're buzzing. They've won 6 in a row, 8 of their last 10. Linus Ullmark, who didn't even play against Vancouver on Saturday night so that they could save him for the Oilers, which is going on, I think, in 2 hours on Sunday night tonight. What has happened in Ottawa, Biz? How did they finally figure this out? Is it all goaltending, or is it just everything coming together at once?
I think all Mark's numbers speak for themselves. And actually, before I ended up sending out a tweet, I said, I'm not getting emotionally invested to these guys until they get 3 games above 500. Well, now they've exceeded that. And Ullmark was playing like dog shit when he got over there the first, 15, 20 games, whatever it was. And then ever since then, he's caught fire. There was also a big pivotal moment where Travis Green stuck up for Brady Tkachuk. I think some people were maybe questioning how much he was fighting. And he's like, my fucking guy's going to get emotionally involved. Basically shut the fuck up, and had his back. And I think that also propelled the team. Not saying they haven't had that type of backup in the past from their coaches, but just to hear it out of Travis Green's mouth during a difficult time, I think really resonated with the group. And I don't know, man. I think that overall this team, their numbers, even before, like from an analytical perspective, the way that they're able to move the puck, the power play, their first 2 lines and how offensive and they can snap the pill around, the growth of Batherson, Stützle has looked like a world-class player all season long. I'm not saying he hadn't in the past, but this is a different level I think we're seeing from him. So everything's just really coming together, including goaltending, and now they are the team that the fans thought that they were. They're finally becoming that. And the Viagra Triangle in Ottawa, Buffalo, and Detroit, we have finally seen a team rise. We have seen it with a little bit of blood flow. You know what I mean, Drew? It is fully fucking erect in the nation's capital north of the border.
You believe in him, Shorzy?
I'm a big Travis Green fan. I mean, I've always liked him. I just think I've known him for a while off the ice, complete stud. I think that, he looked at the reporter who, basically, I don't know what the question was, but he was like, yeah, I'd way rather have to, basically rein this guy in than have to, yell at him to get going all the time. He's like, what do you want me to do to him? He almost made the reporter look like it was the dumbest question ever, which I loved. And I think that, it seems like I know that he's a guy that players, he can be hard on guys, but he's one of those guys that players don't want to let down. I'm sure you guys know, you have certain coaches who you want to win with, you want to go to battle with. And I do think he's one of those coaches. So happy to see them get going. But yeah, like you mentioned, I'd love for Detroit to get going for my boy Newsy. They need to pick it up here a little bit.
Oh, poor Detroit fans. Jesus Christ. I'm surprised that Newsy's still, he's still there. A great guy. Happy that he's still there. But yeah, I think fans are kind of starting to wonder what is happening here in Detroit. It's a confusing time, but I am happy for Ottawa. I'm happy for Ottawa, and I'm also happy for Ottawa fans that the NHL and Amazon Prime Video, they've begun production. They've agreed to doing face-off inside the NHL for a second season, the league announced. And season 2 will feature Brady Tkachuk, which is a guy who, once you saw Matthew in it and the way it ended, it was just perfect that they had followed him and then they won the cup. But Brady is a guy who will be able to kind of, show you how much it means to him off the ice, and then also show you how much he cares about Ottawa and that organization and getting them back in the mix as a playoff contender. So I think I'm going to check out season 2, no doubt. I mean, season 1 was great. Why wouldn't you look at the second season? I'm happy that got renewed. And now we could chat with Shane Pinto. Shane Pinto, North Dakota. He played at North Dakota. He loved North Dakota. And all of a sudden, he's now back with the Sens after a little bit of a problem. But we discussed that just for a minute. And we also get to know him and his personality and how he got to the NHL. So right now, Shane Pinto. This episode of Spittin Chiclets is brought to you by Body Armor Sports Drink. As you can tell right now, I just crushed one of these Body Armors, the electrolytes, the alkaline water, the Body Armor Sport Water, the best water in the world. I drink them all day long. They keep delivering them. I keep drinking them. They're unbelievable. They got the wide mouth bottle. It's easy to drink. It tastes great. And it's real hydration, real ingredients, packed with electrolytes, vitamins, and nothing artificial. Body Armor is the official sports drink of the NHL, and we'll be checking out the Discover NHL Winter Classic on December 31st in Chicago, including the Body Armor bus takeover and hockey activation at the NHL Winter Classic pregame. Body Armor Sports Drink has great tasting flavors like strawberry banana and orange mango, and my favorite thing is just the size of the bottle. It's perfect. It's a little wide, it's longer, but it's not too wide. It's perfect. It's Body Armor. It's the only water I drink. I love the flavors they got too with strawberry banana and orange mango. Body Armor's the best. We're so lucky they're a sponsor. Get yours today at Walmart or a local grocery store near you. Body Armor. Boom. It's a pleasure now to be joined by Ottawa Senators forward, American, United States of America,
God
NHL
bless
hockey
America.
player, Shane Pinto. What's going on, Pinto? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, boys? Thanks for having me. Good to be here. Finally got it.
I know.
done.
I feel like this has been a long time coming. Maybe it was last year, or a couple years ago. We talked about having you on, but we appreciate it. You just told us you're out in Calgary. Team's buzzing right now. How you guys feeling?
Yeah, boys are feeling good. I think we got a long road trip here. I think we're 9 games because of World G's in Ottawa. So start off a big win versus Seattle, and just got to keep it rolling. It's you got to win these games because obviously it's this league's pretty tough. So you got to stay on it. So yeah, it's been good so far. It's been good.
Are you on Twitter? Are you seeing all these crazy fucking Sens fans like messaging us and like threatening my life to talk about the Ottawa Senators? I said I wouldn't talk about you guys anymore and get emotionally invested till you were 3 games above 500. So sure as shit, last night, the minute you guys win that fucking game, these people are all over me, and we got you on the pod. So at least I got them a gift.
Yeah. No, I think when I started here in Canadian market, I didn't really. I was on it a good amount because I was kind of always curious what people were saying. I think as time has gone on, I realized, good or bad, I don't think it's good to look. So my mom always keeps me up to date though with what's going on Twitter.
Okay,
does
I'll
she
keep. I'll
stays on
text
top
too.
Oh man, she lets me know. Even if it's like bad, she's just always keeping me updated. So
it's not bad right now, buddy. They got the fucking Jergens out and they're giving you guys the double wristers because you guys are buzzing. Maybe not all quite as good as Allmark, but you guys are fucking buzzing right now.
Yeah, no, I think when it's going good, it's going good. But there's obviously been a couple tough stretches, so it just goes back and forth. So that's why you got to kind of stay even keel about it.
First playoff game I ever played in, it was against Ottawa. They worked us in 5 games, but like I'll never forget the atmosphere, the noise, the crowd. And I know you guys want to get back there, but can you sense even some big games you've had as a Senator, like how crazy it could be if you got into the playoffs and made a little bit of a run?
Yeah, I think 2 years ago we were kind of in the playoff race. I think when we had that was the DeBrincat and Chychrun year. I think we were like 6 points out going into April, so we kind of felt it there. And last year was a little bit tougher, but I mean these fans are pretty nuts. I think all our trainers and our equipment guys have been with our team for a while, so they kind of let us know how sick it is once if hopefully we do make playoffs, but. Yeah, I think any Canadian market, I think you could tell the fans are super passionate, but you could sense a little bit of momentum coming from them. So it's been awesome.
I know you said you want to stay even keel, but I mean, there has to be a certain feeling in the locker room right now, maybe a little different than in years past, and obviously mounting pressure for you guys to make playoffs. Like, what's it like for a guy like Claude Giroux around the locker room, local guy? So he's probably wanting to deliver to that fan base too, but I mean, if it wasn't for some of the distractions too, like Witt making up rumors that Brady Tkachuk's going to get traded.
That was G.
It seems like this group it seems like this group is pretty galvanized. Don't interrupt my question, Whit.
But yeah, I think it's been a long time coming for us. I think obviously everyone knows the core we've had here for a couple of years, and I think there's always been an excuse of us being young, and now that we're getting a little bit older and a little bit more mature, there's less excuses, and you can just feel it in the room. I think we brought in some older guys this year. I think Steve Sales did a good job with that, and I think we're all doing it for G too. I think he's battled for us for the last 2 years, and to get some meaningful games here this early in the year, it's awesome, and he loves it. So it's been good.
That's awesome.
Reading about you and kind of hearing about you, I love seeing you. You played all sports. I mean, really good football and baseball player. Apparently, like according to this one article, your grandfather was like, "Go to baseball. What are we doing playing hockey in the summer?" But was it important for you and your family that you weren't going to be one of those kids who was all year on the ice all summer and doing other things?
Honestly, I just didn't think we knew any better, which has kind of resulted in
probably good
it being better. I think parents nowadays are insane with these kids nowadays trying to get their kids to play 24/7. But yeah, for me personally, I grew up in a town that was super baseball and football focused, and that's all I kind of knew growing up. I was just kind of playing hockey for fun. And yeah, I think that kind of helped me with things on the ice. But I think it was a hidden blessing. I think kids nowadays I think it's too much. I think it's overkill. And to play that other sports growing up, it's important to be an athlete nowadays, especially of how skilled these guys are. So I think it kind of helped me out.
Were you somebody that played like Pop Warner football, like 7, 8 years old, tackle football from the time you can remember?
Yeah, I started when I was like 4 years old playing Pop Warner.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I had like a neck brace. My parents made sure I was pretty.
You were like an 80s linebacker.
Yeah,
remember those linebackers, Biz, with the big things?
I got to try to find a picture of it. It was like the big white thing, like one of those linebackers wore. Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah. My parents made sure I was protected, but yeah, I think I started when I was 4, and then I played junior high until I was, I think, 13, and then played JV, and then I broke my collarbone. There's Jans. He joined.
Jans is on.
Broke my collarbone when I was 15, and then that's when I kind of decided to just play hockey because I got hurt in football, and thankfully I did.
Yeah, just naturally went. I was listening to the Empty Netters pod you were on, and you said, yeah, thankfully so. You were kind of focused on all sports because you said if you would have done it at such a young age, you probably would have burnt yourself out. Now, where do you think you could have brought this or your football career? Like, could you have gotten a D1 ride?
No. I think I had no chance. I think the better chance would have been baseball. I was a pretty good baseball player, but football I had zero chance. I mean, these guys. I mean, I'm only like 6'2". These guys are freaks. I wouldn't stand a chance.
What were you doing in baseball? Like, how you think you could have for sure maybe even been drafted to the bigs?
He's putting you on the spot here. I love it.
Dude, I don't.
Well, what were your numbers in high school?
The boys are going to hear this interview.
The kids back home are like, buddy, you weren't that good.
You were a scrub.
I was all right. Like, I was playing 10th grade. I made varsity, and I was starting for my varsity team. I was starting third base, but I mean.
Third base?
I don't think I could have. It's so tough to tell. Maybe if I put as much focus as I did for when I was 15 into baseball as I did hockey, maybe, but I still don't think there was a chance. So it's tough to tell.
The same article I was reading, your sister was just chirping you back in the day, I guess. Like, you can't play in the NHL, like just all over you and dogging you for stick handling in the house, I guess.
No, yeah, my sister was the better athlete growing up. She dominated in high school. Was getting like all Long Island and softball and track. So I was kind of like the peasant in the family. She was the better athlete. She got like a D1 commitment to Fordham in the Bronx for softball at like 16. So yeah, I was kind of the pigeon, and she always kind of got the recognition. And then obviously my stick handling in the living room got her fed up after a while. But that's what it kind of took to kind of get better at hockey in the summers. And that's the reason I kind of did.
I heard, first off, good to meet you, but I heard you were crazy competitive, and it sounds like from what you're talking now comes from that too, but also heard that you do anything to win, which also includes cheating.
Whoa.
On the golf course, Shane?
I heard this from probably the biggest cheater in sports I've ever played with, Claude Giroux. So if he's saying
man. No, well, so we do this this game called Pressure in the weight room for the Sens. We have like this mini basketball hoop, and it's like this game Pressure where guys have to make a shot and you get like 5 points, and if the guy makes it before you, you have to make that shot or you get minus a point. And G's always saying I cheat, and I'm just trying to win. He's the same way. I don't know what he's talking about. He's always trying to gain the edge too.
Who's better at that? Who has more wins, you or him?
I actually have more wins than him. He plays it like it's beer pong. He like grabs it with one hand and chucks it like this. And I actually have a basketball shot rhythm. He just has like a beer pong shot.
He has a French Canadian like hockey player rhythm.
he's actually pretty good at basketball.
No,
Is
he's
he?
he's a sneaky, nasty athlete. I hate to gas him up, but soccer, anything we play, he finds like golf. Like he doesn't have that. He has a nice golf swing, but he just competes in anything he does. I think that's why he's been so successful. But yeah,
who's the biggest clown in the room? Like who's the guy keeping guys loose?
Who's doing
Like,
the helicopter cock right in the middle, right before warm up? Let's go, boys.
I think we're talking to him.
We're
yeah.
going, boys.
I mean, I'm probably one of them. I try to keep it pretty light in the room. Nick Cousins, the guy who just came.
Oh my God, he hates me though because I
Why?
called him because I called him a diver. He sent me he sent me a funny text. I actually want to get him on the pod to talk about the text he sent me.
You got to talk.
He was sending Biz the 2 a.m. text like basically
I'm
I
gonna-
hate your guts.
Like I'm sending him the Irish Travelers, you fucking piece of shit. I'm
Dude, this guy, he's all time. I've never met a guy like him. Like I'm playing on his line right now, and just the banter, even during the game, he's just an all time individual.
He drives people insane.
Honestly, this year he's been pretty mellow so far. We haven't really. I mean, he's had a few instances.
He's waiting for playoffs.
You wait.
Yeah,
wait,
no,
buddy.
I'm sure it's gonna come. I could see it.
But when you guys signed him this summer, not only a Bargoon contract, but he's a pest, but he can play with the puck. Like in the O-zone, he's really slippery and sneaky. He can make plays, and he's a gamer. Like you'll be like halfway through the first, and maybe not much is going on.
Yep.
And then he's fucking elbowing the goalie in the head after he stops it. Like he's one of those guys. He's a spark plug.
Yeah, no, I didn't know much of him before. Obviously, I saw him, win the Stanley Cup and stuff. But him coming in, I didn't know much of him. And then I started playing with him. I'm like, this guy is like, he actually makes a lot of good plays, and he's a smart player out there. Like he has good IQ, and I've actually enjoyed playing with him a lot. He's a sneaky, very good player in my opinion.
Bell Vegas. I wanted to ask you about this. I was actually a model in a magazine one time called Scottsdale Health. And I noticed that you did a photo shoot. I think I look a little bit better in mine, especially with some of the amazing quotes I had that Jans can talk about. But what made you do the cover of this? I mean, you're a bit of a man missile, and I thought when that Jans hopped on when his thing was buzzing, I thought it was your Ryan notifications, but it was actually Jans.
No. So I just they reached out to me a few times, and it was more kind of like I just felt like it was right to do. They've been on me for a while, and it was a local magazine. And
what's the name of it?
It's called Faces. Most of the boys have done it. I think
Sens Daily,
Playgirl.
I think most of the boys have done it, and my mom wanted me to do it too, so I did it for her too. She wanted.
So your mom runs your show?
She used to run my show. I mean, she still kind of takes care of a lot of things for me, but I wouldn't say she runs my show.
So if you meet a girl, does she ran through the ringer?
No. She has to like after a while. Like I'm not gonna like. If I like a girl, I like a girl. I already have a girlfriend.
Okay.
But she definitely has to approve of her. But like I don't think that's
screening
really
process.
Do you think if your girl gets chirped online, your mom tells her like she tells you when you get chirped online?
I would hope not. Hopefully she's not that involved.
His mom hired Shay Stevens to look who he's dating up, like to do a little background information.
No, yeah, she's not that involved. She's pretty chill. She's chill.
Did she put that wallpaper up in the background?
Dude, it's bad. What are they doing with this fucking architect?
He's in Calgary.
I like that.
Oh, it's a hotel room.
Yeah.
Thank God. I thought that was your house.
This isn't my house.
It says
Biz
live, laugh, love
likes it.
above the bed.
For anyone listening audio only, it's like flowers and like it looks like those things. Oh, there's birds on there. You know those little balls people have in their yard.
No,
like
those are his
genie
betting
balls.
slips. There's taped to the wall. The Pinto parlay.
You have no idea how many, like, the boys still give it to me for it. It's unreal. I can laugh about it now, but like when I came back, like from the whatever in January when I started playing again, like a couple of the boys were chirping me about it, and it was a little too soon. But like now as time has gone on, it's actually real good.
We're not going to get into it because it's obviously like it's a sensitive topic, but I'm sure that was a tough thing to go through and get that phone call and like here there's kind of no fighting it. Like I know you can't say much about it, but what would you want most people to know about the situation if they're kind of hearing you for the first time talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was super tough for me. I think throughout that whole process, I really couldn't tell much to the boys, and that's probably the worst part about it. And I was holding out at the time, so that was even worse. And the boys were always asking, like, "What's going on? Like, what's
They're like, we need your picks. Boys, Gary's got my hands tied."
Pretty good about it. Like when it got announced, they were super supportive about it. But yeah, at the time it was super tough. I try to not go on any social media because nowadays people just shred you no matter what. Obviously now it's a little bit more lighthearted. Everything ended up working out, but yeah, it was definitely it was a tough time, but thankfully I got through it.
Have you ever heard the story? It's been told multiple times, but like when Ronak was on the Flyers, I guess like it's like a TV timeout late in the third during a Sunday afternoon game, like kind of quiet. He's like, "Fuck!" And they're like, "What the hell?" And it's like the NFL scores are just going.
Are popping up on the. All of it, I never heard of that.
Oh shit!
They never used to do that. The players asked for it.
Come on.
No, I was just
no. Come on, yeah. I was gonna say.
That's what
you're just as
Shane was
gullible as
looking
me.
at
I
on
love
the
this.
iPad on the bench.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we have. We have the Yahoo Sports app pulled up just to check this.
Imagine all that leaked. Like the players weren't even using them for the hockey side of it. They're just watching NFL.
We're watching
a game
Red
every
Zone.
night, Coach.
We're watching Red Zone, checking our fantasy.
How have you liked Travis Green? I mean, it seems like the boys are clicking under him. Like he seems like a beauty, players coach.
Yeah, he's awesome. I think that's the main thing. He's a players coach. I think he keeps it pretty light in the room. And he gives it to everyone. I think that's an important thing. I think when you come in, you want to make sure he holds everyone accountable, no matter who you are. And I think he's done a great job of that. He's got all the boys going and the staff as well. Yosi, Bomber, Sexy PD. We have all these guys. We have a good staff. So it's we've loved them so far. So it's been super good.
Would you like being an American kid? I saw you play 2 different years in the USHL. Were you ever like talked to by the National Development Program, or were you kind of a later bloomer? Like how did that go about?
No, he's throwing no hitters.
Yeah, I was too busy. Yeah, no, I wasn't that good of a player, honestly, growing up. Like, I never got invited to like those, those state camps you have to make like Natty Camp. I never got invited to those.
Really?
Never. Yeah, never once. So I never made national.
Well, Jans was robbing banks.
Yeah, you were a problem child though, Jans. It wasn't your hockey. You were nasty.
At least I wasn't betting.
Oh God!
Okay. All right, no, but yeah,
if Gary calls, just forward it to me. I'll talk to him. We're boys now.
But yeah, I was a bit of a late bloomer. I played a year in the USHL because I played 18U hockey. Got drafted like in the 21st round of the USHL in like phase 2, so I was kind of a write-off. Then played 18U, and then I just went to Lincoln for 1 year, for half a year. We weren't making playoffs. We were like dead last, and Nodak asked me to come in the next year, so they just figured they would treat me. Went to Crane, Nebraska, that beautiful area, and played a half a year there. So that was kind of a roller coaster.
So you popped off that year though, because you're a high pick. Like, I mean, like, did something just click?
Yeah, I was playing super good in Lincoln. I was scoring a bunch somehow, and then had a good playoff run versus Lincoln. I didn't think, or with Tri-City, I didn't think I was going that high, to be honest. I thought I was going to be like a 3rd or 4th rounder. And I had a terrible combine interview with Ottawa. I didn't think there was any chance I would get drafted by them because I was a mess. It was like my first
Did
interview.
you go in like Rob Gronkowski and just say, "I'll fuck out"?
Did you see that?
Draw
clip
your own
we had?
place.
So, no, I was just super nervous. I think anyone who goes to the combine, you're like a 17-year-old kid and you're talking to these NHL execs, and I'm like, yeah, I didn't know what was going on. So I was super nervous, and I remember just like mumbling and just spitting out words. I didn't even know what I was saying. So I didn't think I was going to get picked by them. And then ended up getting picked by them in that first pick of the second round. So it was pretty cool.
Do you remember any of them being hardos and asking you weird questions? Like we've had Terry Ryan on who told a Mike Milbury like draft combine like interview story.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. My jaw dropped.
No, there's some weird ones. I think I don't know if it was Montreal. It was one of the original 6 teams. It was one of the big boys, and like the way they set up the room, it was just like it was you sitting in one chair. It wasn't like a round table. They were just like all like 7 of them, like they're big dogs right in front of you, and they were just asking, just like grilling you. And I don't know. It's just a super nerve-wracking experience, to be honest. But I remember Montreal asking some weird questions about like what kind of animal you are. I think you've probably heard of all these. And so yeah, it was a stressful experience. But now looking back on it, it's really, I don't think that they take it into account. But
Whit, what would you answer if they asked you what type of animal you are?
Flamingo.
A sick, a sick greyhound. What did he say? A flamingo.
He said a flamingo.
Hey, Pink Whitney.
Did you not block shots? Did you not block shots in your day? Or were you just
No,
not
I
blocking
sprint
shots?
to get out of the way of him. Like Keith Yandel was Craig Ludwig over here. But no, Will Compton, busting with the boys guy, our buddy at Barstool. We were playing golf with him. He's like, dude, you look like. No, he said you chirp a lot for somebody that looks like a sick greyhound.
All ribs and cock.
Yeah, ribs and cock.
Yeah, all ribs, no cock.
Oh, no, but yeah, I don't even know what I answered to that question. But yeah, it's just like you're a young kid and you're just trying to like act super professional and like trying to act like you all got to figure it out. But you know, you're just trying to do your best.
How unreal was North Dakota though? Like,
Jans was going to ask a question.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Fuck
no,
him,
I
though.
was just wondering because we were on the USHL, like with these new rules that the kids can go to major, junior, and then to college. You think that's going to hurt the USHL at all?
I mean, yeah, I would think so. I mean, you see those major junior teams, they invest into their teams pretty a lot, and it's obviously, I think it's going to ruin it a little bit, but I think it needed to happen. I think it's stupid that you weren't able to play major junior and then go to college. I think that's ridiculous. And right. I think college hockey now is unreal. Obviously, you're seeing all these kids get drafted high. But yeah, I think it was definitely necessary, but I think it will hurt the USHL a little bit, definitely. But it's just part of it.
What about Nodak? I mean, she did the Chiclets University there. It's kind of like, holy shit, you've heard a lot about it. Where else were you getting recruited? Like,
they got hyperbaric chambers in there.
Yeah,
they got fucking rub and tugs. They got everything there.
Yeah, Robin talks.
No, I mean the massage room. The massage room.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Nodak, man. I think Nodak for me. I was gonna go to either UMass, Amherst, Penn State, or Nodak. I was really thinking about UMass because it was close to home and the coaching staff there was pretty awesome. Carvel was a super genuine dude. But I went to Nodak for my visit on Thanksgiving break, and all the students were gone. And I went to a game, and it was still sold out. It was just a belligerent experience. Like
usually it's empty that break too at those games.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I thought it would be like not that packed, but it was so loud in there. And then obviously the facilities. And I remember going into I was talking to Bubs, Brad Barry, Dane Jackson. They brought me into like their meeting room, and like they brought Zach Parisi in there to talk to me. He was in there at the time. So they bring out they were all at the red carpet. But yeah, I mean that was probably the 2 best years of my life of how fun it was. Just all hockey. I mean, the schooling is good, but like when you go there for hockey, I think there's obviously that's the reason you go there for. So but yeah, just the facilities, the atmosphere. I mean, that's all they kind of had there was hockey. So that was probably the best 2 years.
Did you guys make a run in the NCAAs either one of those years?
First year, COVID. We probably had the most I think that was our best chance. And then our second year, there was the bubble we had the NCAC bubble, and then we played Minnesota Duluth. Michigan was in our bracket. They got COVID, so they got kicked out of the tournament.
I remember that.
Yeah, so Duluth had a bye. We had to play AIC. We beat them, and then we had to play Duluth the next day. We went into a 5 overtime game.
Oh yeah, it was your last college game, wasn't it?
It was like a quintuple overtime. It was insane.
5 OTs.
And yeah, it was crazy what we were doing in the locker room.
How much did you play? Did you play like 93 minutes or something?
No. I think me, Sanderson, Kierstead, and another guy played like over 55.
Oh, okay, yeah.
90
Only
minutes.
off by 40.
I don't think 90 is possible. But yeah, we lost on so they scored in the second overtime. They called it back because of offsides. We thought we lost. They called it offsides after review. With another 3 overtimes, then the guy just came down and shot up between the guys' triangle, and it just went 5-hole. And it was pretty devastating. But we definitely had a sick team. We had Sandy, me, Jacob Bernard Docker. Our first line was like Grant Mismash. Jasper Weatherby played for Nashville for a bit. We had a lot of good players. Clevin, who's with us now. We had a pretty good squad. So
how sick was it that a year after you got picked, like Sanderson gets picked real high by Ottawa? Were you already buddies at that time, or did he not come into school yet?
So he came. So that draft was like later that year because of COVID. So he was at school with us in the summer. So I got to know him. We became good buddies then. We actually got COVID together, so we quarantined for like 2 weeks together. I actually texted one of the development guys in Ottawa. I'm like, guys, like, I know he was like around the 5 or 10 range for getting drafted. I'm like, guys, this kid is so dialed in. Like, this kid's a legit player. He cares about the game. Like, it'd be stupid to pass up on this kid. Like, he loves
so
it.
you hadn't even played for him too. That's
Wow, now
kind of
you're
ballsy.
scouting.
That's ballsy.
I mean, I don't think it carried any weight, but they ended up picking him 5. We got Timmy Stu at 3, him at 5, and Ridley Gregg at like 27 at draft.
He's like, I actually already put in a bet that he's going 5th overall. So can you guys take him?
You're brutal. You're brutal.
My last one.
You're brutal. That's the last one.
That's over.
Last one. We're done.
It's
We're
the
done.
4th one.
That's over. That's over. It's over.
We're clean it up. We're done here.
He's sick though. He is nasty. I thought prior to 4 Nations he might make the team. I kind of understand, but I think he'll be on the Olympic team next year.
Yeah. In 2 years, like this guy, he's so sound, just all around, like the way he carries himself. I mean, his offensive game still has, and like I think he'll continue to build on that. But his defensive game is so dialed in for a 22-year-old.
Skates like the wind.
Is his left ear as big as Witt's in person? It's enormous. Like I think his other one looks normal, but his left one is enormous.
That's me. Look, like this one sticks out way more.
No, we have a lot of feelings here for ear
big-eared people, or
abnormalities.
one big-eared person.
No,
it's
no,
like one big-eared.
Sandy,
I'll bet you any amount it's not bigger than Witt's.
It's like playing with a weight vest.
I thought I saw something like a couple years ago. They were chirping Witt when Sandy got picked or something about the big ears.
He had a picture like where we don't look alike, but he had a
his
picture where
son.
we did look alike. And I was like, my
didn't
guy,
claim him.
American, except for he can skate and pass, while I could pass and shoot. And like, work out.
His ears are. I mean, it's just what you can't control that stuff. So I mean,
Exactly.
he's a
no
stud.
doubt.
He's a stud. He's a stud. So that's all I.
I want to hear about this list that you made when you were 15. You wrote down 10 things about what you needed to do in order to make the NHL.
Yeah.
What made you write this list? And can you do you remember all of them off the top of your head?
Yeah, so I was a bit of I said in the Empty Netters pod, like I had no life from like 15 to 17 to 18 years old. Like in the summers, like I wouldn't even hang out with my friends. Like all I worried about was just kind of getting better at hockey. It was kind of embarrassing, but now I look back on it, I don't think I'm here if I didn't do it. You know, you got to sacrifice some things at a young age if you want to make it to this level. So, but yeah, those 10 things, I wrote it down like, I think that summer going into my 15-year-old year. And I was just like, I think first one was like stick handle for like an hour a day, shoot like 100 pucks, work out every day, work on balance, work on skating. And then like And it was like I had like a little goal on the side that said like, and then one day playing the NHL and playing the same line as Sid the Kid. Obviously that hasn't happened yet, but that was like my dream, and I always believed in writing things down. And
So you became obsessed though.
Oh, obsessed. Like
Yeah.
I like I said, like it was every day I woke up in the summer. That was my goal, was just to work at it. And but yeah, for those 3 years, I just kept on just.
Were you not boozing? Were you like a legit rocket nerd?
Yeah, no, I'm not. I was a rocket nerd for that. Like all my buddies, like when you're 15, 16, that's when kind of all the boys start to get into that stuff. You know, that's just, I just try to stay away from that. And I was just a hockey nerd. And the boy, you know, my buddies back home would give it to me all the time at that age. Like, where are you? Like, what are you doing? Like, I would get made fun of a lot, but thankfully it all worked out for me.
So you're grinding from 15 to 17. You're like, I'm going to not hang out with my buddies. I just got to, get a scholarship to college, and then I can have my fun. And then boom, COVID hits. So you can't even have any fun in college either.
So my freshman year, we found a way. It was before COVID, my freshman year. So my freshman year, it was pretty, when you're a freshman in college, I think you just kind of go off the rails a little bit. Especially with all the stuff you have to do for like the juniors and seniors, like they make you do a bunch of stuff like rookie party and all that stuff. So I was off the rails a little bit my first half, and then COVID obviously happened. And then that next year we could have like a gathering of 20 people for when we went out or whatever. Like our bars downtown were closed, like Joe Black's was closed. So it was definitely a different experience. I didn't get the full college experience, honestly. It kind of sucks, but
I heard you saved it up after that for the night of your draft at the Roxy.
Your draft was in Van?
Yeah, I was living there, and I even caught wind of your night at the Roxy.
Actually, I did see Matt. I saw Matt Barzell there that night.
So you were the second best looking guy in the bar.
I got nothing happened for me that night. So
now,
but yeah, he had a bunch of girls around him, and that was
come
my
on.
first
Did
date.
he actually?
Oh yeah, he was.
Are you
it was like-
surprised? Look at him.
No,
yeah,
but I
he
mean,
was-
like, would he have like two on each arm?
No, it was like the downstairs. I think right there's a downstairs to the Roxy.
It's in the back. It's the
Never
back
been.
room.
I don't think I don't think I went to the Roxy that night. I don't know. There was some downstairs, and he was just at the bar, and there was just like a million girls around him. Like, this is the Nashville line. This is nice. But yeah, it was just me and my 8 buddies. We were just like, we were loving it. So it was a fun day.
Talking about Ottawa a little bit more, kind of looking through the roster here. We've been raving about Stützle since he came in the league. And like you watch him, it's kind of crazy. He doesn't get talked about. I think the better you guys do, you're going to start hearing about him more and more. But it must be sick in practice seeing this guy.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing is just his confidence.
Really?
It's insane. Like even just on the ice, he just knows he's so unbelievably talented. Like even off the ice, like athletically, when we play soccer, he played soccer growing up. I think he was like 15. He was getting offers to play in Germany, again, like Bayern Munich. Like
like the academies and stuff.
Yeah. He was a legit soccer player. So I think that translated to the ice. He's so gifted. It's insane. And obviously when he's on the ice, I mean, he's only 22 still. And
So that's where the diving comes from, that background.
No. One of our guys, Josh Norris just got, he got fined for embellishment or diving. And we were like, did
he get a penalty for it in the game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And
but we were like, how does Niner get it? And Timmy hasn't got one.
You guys give it to him a little bit.
If I was that good, I'd be fucking diving all over the place.
Oh, dude, yeah.
It just looked like you were
play,
diving
bitch.
when you fell.
Hey, Stripe, do your job. Give me a power play.
Yeah, no, he's so gifted. I mean, his skating. You guys, people will start watching him more and more. He put up 90 points as a 20-year-old, and no one really talked about it, which is just crazy to me. Like no one understands how hard that is to do. And then, this year's obviously having a sick year, and I think he's going to hit 100 points in my opinion, just the way he's playing. So, just a gifted player, and it's pretty fun to watch every day.
What's Pettersson like? He's pretty much like guarantee point a game.
Yeah, no one talks about him either. I think he makes like $5 million and he's a point per game. I think he had like 70 last year, but this guy, I went out to train with him this summer actually in Halifax for a few weeks. He's so gifted. I mean, he's so smart out there. He's butter. he's a big boy too. He's like 6'3". He flies righty, so it's pretty hard to find, and he just rips the pill. So there's a lot of guys on our team that don't get talked about enough, to be honest.
Is he training out there with Crosby and Mackinnon and Marchand? Like, is he doing the ice sessions? Is that why you went?
Yeah. He's been training with them for a while now. I think the past like 7 years he's been with them.
No shit.
He works out with Nate all the time. We actually worked out with Nate at his house one.
No, you didn't get dragged over to Crosby's?
No, I didn't get we didn't go to Crosby. We went to Nate's for a workout, and it was like a sauna in there. He like jacks up the temp, and we just sweated out, and it was a pretty sick experience for me this summer. I felt it didn't feel real, to be honest with you.
Was he barking at you when he was training? Like, how fucking hard does he go? I heard he's a maniac. Did you do the pool stuff?
We didn't.
You won't show anyone that.
No. He just started that apparently, but yeah, he's built like a brick shit house, and he's
fucking crazy.
Yeah, he trains like an animal, and it was just really cool to see, to be honest. But yeah, to get that invite to work out at his place, it was so surreal, honestly. But he's actually a down to earth dude. Like, I know everyone thinks he's crazy, but he's a beauty. He's a regular dude.
Oh,
like,
he didn't snap your neck for eating a Snickers?
No,
That's
he's
what he
feeding
does
him
to his
Snickers because
teammates.
he's not on the Avalanche.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he was pretty calm when I was there, so it was awesome.
How about Giroux getting his car stolen? I was going to ask you about. That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are, even in the NFL, like the people breaking into a guy's house now. It's like, I don't know what's going on there either. But yeah, he got his range stolen. I don't know how they don't.
Are you talking about the Burrow situation when he got blown up more than just his house?
Yeah. And
he was pissed. How many ladies do you think he's got on the go? That guy.
Yeah, but imagine they see a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model in there. Could have been way worse.
Yeah, like that's actually it's a pretty good look for him, no?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, until the other six.
Imagine if it was just a troll and everyone's like, "What the hell?" It's Joe Burrow.
they said she was employed for him, whatever that means. But I don't know.
Oh god.
But yeah, that was kind of fucked up. He was pretty distraught for the 2 days. G keeps it pretty like close to the chest. He doesn't like to react to too many things. He keeps it pretty quiet, but he was not pleased with that situation.
Weren't you giving it to him? Like, weren't you kind of chirping him about it?
No, I never. Okay. I give it to G here and there because we're pretty good buddies, but at that point it's like I don't want to chirp him about that. That's a tough situation, but he'll be fine.
G used to say he was the king of Ottawa. When I played with him in Philly, he was like, "I'm the king of Ottawa." And then he gets his car stolen. If you're the king of somewhere, they ain't stealing your car.
Well, he said that, and then he mooned the city, and then he got arrested too. He's been having a tough go there.
When did you do that?
That was old school.
Was that old school G? Yeah, I've heard some stories about old school G. He was pretty.
Oh, never mind. He didn't move. He like something happened with a cop or something. Do you guys remember when he ended up in the cuffs?
No, I just remember when he brought you to the awards, and it's like, what the hell is this guy doing?
I saw that YouTube video. I remember that interview.
Yeah, that was one of my greatest quotes ever. Donkey biz. Oh wait, show HL guy.
You were playing that though? No.
Yeah.
He was on the team.
You were on the Flyers?
No. I was on the Coyotes, and I think it was like a Make-A-Wish thing. And he said, "All right, I'll let Biz come along." Hey,
no, he told me when he was younger, like his like 20 to like 28-year-old years, he had a good time. So
he had a blast. He had a blast. He's a father and a husband now, and he's the man.
Great father, great husband now. So
where's the team trip for the break?
So a lot of obviously the guys with wives and stuff will go with their wives, but me, Josh Norris. A couple of the single, or I'm not single, but like without wives and stuff. We're trying to figure out a golf trip somewhere, right? That's Biz. Why are you giving me that look?
Well, I'm giving you that look because I just get this. Have you seen this? Have you seen this TikTok?
Is that your girl?
No, that's not my girl. She's not gonna be pleased. Like a lot, like
delete it.
What that really, really
what do you mean?
Women
It's
go
not
to
in your
games just to see you.
G sends me this Nikita Bricks TikTok, and
Yeah,
it's
we
an
can
absolute
delete it.
missile launcher saying, I feel like you're just here for Shane Pinto at the Ottawa Senators game, and the girl holds up a sign saying, I don't know much about hockey, but I'm here for Shane Pinto. And both these girls I would marry tomorrow, and I'd let them wear a Pinto jersey to the wedding. Like, they're absolute rocket launchers.
Oh my goodness.
So,
dude, it's good. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really, I mean, it's just what it is. What can you do? You know, it's just part of it.
No, I know. I mean, it is part of the game.
Poor guy was born. He's really good looking. Shucks, Shane. Can't do anything about it.
So where are you guys going golfing?
Well, we're gonna be playing in Florida right before the break, so I think we're gonna try to find somewhere. We may go to that citrus place because we went last year
and it wasn't ready yet, right?
Yeah, but we played like when it wasn't ready, so we might go there. We're just trying to find a spot right now. So.
Are you in Tampa or playing the Panthers?
We play Tampa and like a weird, like we play them Monday, Wednesday in Tampa, and then we play Florida on Thursday. So
the Grove.
I'll take you up to Grove.
I played the Grove. I played the Grove with G took us out there 2 years ago. And Jordan was actually out there with Ken Griffey, so that was a cool experience still.
That's unreal.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a sick track. But the carts, man, fly. You guys probably played it, obviously.
I haven't. Jans put me on the no-fly list there. I can't go. No,
it's not that uptight of a spot, though, is it?
No, not at all.
He said I didn't make enough in career earnings.
Yeah.
I haven't either, don't worry.
Oh, because Biz would be asking every athlete out there for an interview at one point.
No. Yeah, I'm playing MJ for $2 a hole.
Yeah. What? He's crazy.
Wait, G just wrote in the chat. Our producer G wrote in the chat that you had to quarantine with Colin White, the rink, the rat rink.
I actually lived with him my rookie year. We actually both. I had shoulder surgery my rookie year, and he actually had shoulder surgery that year as well. So we were with each other 24/7 for that whole year, and we became good buds. But what a beauty that guy is, man. I have so many stories about Whitey.
Like what?
I don't even. I mean, you guys all know Whitey. He's just a down to earth, just goofy, good dude, and we just had a ball there. But yeah, just the matches we had in ping pong, little basketball with our one hand. It's good that we have each other during that time because when you're injured, you guys know it's tough when you're away from the team. And but yeah, it was good to have him throughout that time for me.
Has Kachuk said anything about Witt's rumors about him getting traded to you?
There ain't my rumors, Shane. I don't know what he's doing right now.
Wasn't it Larry Brooks?
I'm the guy who's saying if you trade him, you're the dumbest hockey mind in the game.
Yeah,
so,
I mean that's just belligerent. The fact that that's even like he's our captain. Why would that even be brought up? But I mean, obviously we all know what's going on. I know we try to say like we don't know what's going on in the media and stuff, but we look here and there. So
you hear everything.
Yeah, we hear everything. So, I mean, we try not to look too. I mean, that's a shit accusation to make, though, especially when we're trying to focus on games. And obviously, they're struggling a little bit right now, the Rangers. But yeah, that'll never happen. And
can you tell them I'm shutting it down every time, and I'm trying to talk these guys off the ledge from even mentioning it on the pod?
I think Biz took an edible, and it's just hitting now. Like this guy is insane.
Whit went on a 10-minute rant of how you guys should never, ever even think about trading.
But just like, I don't even know how that gets like fabricated though. Like, how does that even get brought up?
Ask Whit.
Well, you can just write anything on Twitter and then press send or post.
That's a bad thing about social media. People just say random shit and like they try to gain traction. It's just
like, for example, Grinelli's saying he was drunk on the Jersey Shore and just tweeted it out. So it's like that's how things get out there. There you go, rumor boys.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't think they're trading Brady Tkachuk anytime soon here.
Have you spent any good quality time with Andlauer, and have you noticed a big difference in just the way things operate since his takeover?
Yeah, he's him and Staios. I think they just because my first 2 years we had the Melnick and Dorian era. I never want to talk bad about people, but we didn't really realize what was kind of going on and kind of how an NHL team was kind of supposed to be ran in a sense. Like, I don't want to chirp him, but like,
oh, you did.
I know. Rest in peace, Tim. Like, he obviously we're thankful for him, but like, just the way Andlauer and Staios have came in and the way they've implemented things, like they provide us with a good foundation, and they're investing in the players. Like we just got a new gym. They just do it. They're doing a much better job, and we definitely feel the support from them, and we're definitely thankful for it. So it's definitely a different feeling from what we've had in years in the past. But I don't want to chirp anyone. I hate. I don't want to say anything.
So you were going from like Nodak to like, oh fuck, I'm in the coast.
Yeah.
Like holy shit. Can I go back?
So our
take my money here. Keep it.
I mean Nodak is better than a lot of NHL teams facilities. So yeah, I was just happy to be playing in the NHL.
Let's make a list. Let's make another list.
I think they're better.
PA would love it.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to make a list. I don't want to.
Hey, we got to chirp you for something. Like, apparently, you are a diehard Jets fan. I mean, this is
bad.
Pathetic. And you get all poopy pants when they lose, and they always lose. Like, how what has happened with your squad?
They're going to the CFL, I heard.
No. I think that's the one team that could genuinely like ruin my. I'm starting to understand now when people get their mood ruined from our performances, because like I'm sitting on the couch and I'm just ripping the Jets and like our defense or whatever. And now I get the fans and they're shredding us when we're playing bad. It's totally understandable, because when I sit down for 3 hours of my time. And I just watch just shit. It's horrible. It's just like
year after year.
Like this year, like we started out pretty good, and just the way they just like, I don't know, they're just so sloppy. And we have so many talented players like Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, and it's just gone to shit. We got Devontae, means nothing. So
2 years ago, when all the expectations of their Rodgers' first game and he tore his Achilles, you must have been inconsolable.
Yeah, and that's when I was going through my shit too.
Oh,
jeez,
double
that was a
whammy.
tough year. It was a tough time in my life. But I remember them winning that game on 9/11. They found a way to win on like a punt return, and then and I knew the season was over because Zach Wilson was coming in, and he just wasn't. And I knew our defense was good, but our offense sucked. But yeah, I mean, what can you do? I think next year, hopefully, we'll be better, but we'll probably bring back Rodgers for one more, I think. But who knows?
And that was the year they had the Hard Knocks too, right? So everyone, even like a casual fan, was ready.
Like everyone gets horny. When you're on Hard Knocks, you got everyone thinks they're going to be better. And I thought so too. I fell for it, and obviously it's just been shit ever since. But what can you do? It is what it is.
Did you go to games growing up and stuff?
No, my dad was a Giant fan growing up.
Wow.
Yeah, I kind of went everything opposite of him. He was a Giants fan. I was a Jets fan. Mets fan. I'm a Philly fan. Ranger fan. I was a Penguin fan. So
all because of Sid.
All because of Sid. Yeah, I was just a big Sid guy. So yeah, everything I kind of went against. I don't know why I did that, but yeah, I never really went. I don't like going to football games live, honestly.
No, they're brutal.
It's a TV sport. Yeah.
Have you playing against Pittsburgh? Have you asked like trainer to get a stick from Crosby or anything?
Yeah, I got my first year, my rookie year. I got him and Bergeron. Those are my two guys I look up to the most. So I got those two guys stick hanging up, sign and stuff like that. So, and then I got to train with Sid this summer, and like now he's got my number. He texted me the other day after the game and stuff.
He texted me the other day too.
I thought you were going to say he blocked you.
He's just like, even when I went out to Halifax, I was super nervous, like, because he's my, he was like my role model growing up. And when I first met him, he was just such a down to earth, like welcoming guy. And just the way he goes about things, he makes sure everyone's included. And, but now, yeah, he texted me after the game because he laid me out, and he said sorry about it. So it was pretty cool. He's a good
He texted you sorry about laying you out?
He's like, sorry, dude.
Jeez, Tummy Sticks texting going on. Eating ice cream with the enemy, coach?
It's just because him and Bath are good buddies, and I went out to train with them this summer, so it's pretty cool.
I mean, I think Ottawa Senators fans are going to be thrilled we got you on. This has been awesome. I've had a blast. The only other thing I had written down was just your World Junior experience. I think you led the Team USA in scoring with 4 goals, 7 points. So I don't know how you guys fared in the tournament.
We actually didn't do well at all. I think we lost to Finland like 1-0 in the quarters. One of those trap games that they got us with. But yeah, that was probably my coming out party. I think no one really kind because when I got drafted, people were shredding me like, why they picked this guy in the second round, like because there were
Your
other
mom's
guys.
like, here, look.
So that's when I was on Twitter those days. I was looking up things. But yeah, I think that kind of was my coming out party of that I could actually be a okay player, hopefully one day for the Sens. But yeah, it was a super good tournament, but we lost. I think Zegras that year too tore it up for us. We had a pretty good team. We had Caulfield, Z, Robertson, Keandre Miller, Spencer Knight was our goalie, Bobby Brink, all those guys. So we had a good team. It's just we got into a 1-0 game with Finland and they just shut it down. So
That's what they do.
yeah, they're going to be dangerous in this Four Nations thing. I don't
their
know why.
forwards are a joke.
No, yeah. It's crazy. And their goalie, Saros, is legit. So I don't know who's going to win that thing. I think obviously US has an advantage in goal, but I mean, it's one and done. So who knows? That's going to be fun to watch though.
Are the boys still playing like credit card game or like birds in the bush for dinner? Or is that done? Is that old or is that?
No. The boys still play credit card game.
Okay.
Except if you're on entry level, they don't let you put the card in when you're on entry level.
Classy.
But yeah, other than that, credit card game, I think you have to do it. When you go out to these dinners, like we're spending a good amount of money. So
yeah,
you can't split bills either. I mean, that's just embarrassing if you do that. I can't do that. So
no.
But yeah, it's still around the credit card game.
Shane Pinto, buddy, this has been a blast. I really appreciate you coming on and glad to see the team doing well, dude. I think that Ottawa getting back in the mix is a good thing for the league. I really do. And it seems like you guys have a really close group of guys. So congrats on all your success, getting through all that shit you had to deal with. And we appreciate you coming on, having a great sense of humor.
Awesome.
And last thing, what would you say to those lunatics fans on Twitter if you could say something to them right now? All of Sens Nations, all the jock sniffers, what would you say to them right now?
What would I say to them? I just want to it's a long year. I think there's 82 games in a season, so there's going to be ups and downs. We're in a little bit of an up right now, but hopefully there's not too many downs, but if there is, just be patient and it'll be okay. We're a good team and it all evens out. So we'll be okay. So don't get too worried about it. But like I said, I understand where they're coming from because I was on Twitter too, shredding my Jets. And I was being a crazy fan too, so I get it. So
you
it's
hear
okay.
that, Sens Nation? It all evens out in the wash. Shane Pinto, the Pinto Parlay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, boys.
Go Jets.
That was great.
Guys, it's time to talk about Game Time. Before we continue this podcast, I want to talk to you about Game Time, our wonderful sponsors that make it so simple and so easy to get tickets to anything you want to see. Shows, sports events, concerts, it does not matter. Game Time is focused on togetherness this holiday season. When you bring people together at live events, the experience is that much better, and it's the perfect gift. You know how much we love Game Time. Now, with their brand new Game Time Picks feature, they're making it even easier to get to a game. Game Time Picks filters out the fluff to show you only incredible deals on great seats so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets. I was looking at tickets for the Winter Classic. We will be out there in Chicago, December 31st, and I saw an amazing Game Time Picks deal for great seats under $200. We are so lucky we'll be at that game. It's because of Game Time. So just pull up your chosen event and turn on the GT Picks setting at the top of the screen or browse the best local Game Time pick deals near you on your Game Time app homepage. What are you waiting for? I'm going to buy those Winter Classic tickets in Chicago right now with Game Time Picks. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code Chiclets for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code Chiclets, CHICLETS, for $20 off your first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. What time is it? Game time. Thank you very much to Shane Pinto. Awesome guy. Ottawa's buzzing. Let's see if it can continue and they can finally get back into the playoffs. Some quick hits around the league.
Do you mind if I chime in here? I'm taking a lot of shrapnel from all these Ottawa fans, basically insinuating that I was involved in the Brady Tkachuk rumors. Like, I want to say
You're blaming me, buddy. You've been blaming me.
I never blamed you one time.
The interview we just listened to, you blamed me 4 times.
That was not me.
Are you conky? Are you conky still?
Who started the Brady Tkachuk rumor?
Grinelli,
Answer.
get on here, Grinelli.
What the fuck is
Yeah,
this?
that was
I'm not
me.
taking your shrapnel.
No. I get all the shrapnel as well, though. They're in my DMs every time they win, every time he scores, telling me to fuck myself. So I'm okay with it. Come at me. Don't come at me.
And you're taking full responsibility on behalf of the podcast, correct?
Full responsibility. I've even spoken with Brady about it. So he's addressed me. Everyone's addressed me.
What did he
Senators
say?
fans come for me.
What did he say to you?
You're a fucking idiot, basically.
Okay.
It was
All right.
pretty brief. I'll leave the conversation between us two. But basically, yeah, it's just like,
You got pee-pee whacked by Brady Tkachuk?
well, it was
The Kachuk
also at
family
the
loves
time.
PP whack in this podcast.
Oh, yeah.
It was also at the time RA was getting pee-pee whacked from basically everyone in the world right down by the ice at the Stanley Cup final. So it was easy.
Okay. So on behalf of the Spittin Chiclets podcast, we want to issue an apology to not only the Ottawa Senators, go Sens go, but to the Tkachuk family. We're waving our white flag. We surrender. And congratulations.
I do
on
not
this.
surrender one bit. I stand by my rumor. I still think Brady Tkachuk is playing in the tri-state area by, I'd say 2027. Brady Tkachuk's either a Ranger,
I think at one
Islander,
point
or
you
Devil.
said by 2025, though. Like, I think
Let's meet in the middle, 2026.
2026. By the time I get married in 2026, Brady Tkachuk will be on a tri-state team.
Yeah. Well,
I don't see
you're speaking for yourself and not the Spittin Chiclets podcast. Ottawa Senators fans, we love you. The Pinto parlay, the gift that keeps on giving. What an infectious laugh. Enjoy that over the holiday season. You deserve it, and I love you. You're still the second best team in Ontario, though.
Fair enough. All right, so there's an NHL holiday roster freeze right now in effect till December 27th. People have kind of asked why before. It's just nice to not panic that you're going to be traded when you're sitting down for Christmas dinner or Christmas Eve, couple glasses of wine. It's like, I don't want to get the phone call then that I got shipped to Edmonton. Although when I got shipped to Edmonton, it was bad news. Now, if you got shipped to Edmonton, you're going to win a Stanley Cup. So I shouldn't have used them. That's a kind of a ricochet shot at the beautiful city of Edmonton that I know and love. Basically, it would be like, I got traded to Buffalo on Christmas morning. Merry Christmas, buddy. That will not happen, so that the trade freeze is in effect. Jeff Marek said on his new show, The Sheet, that in 2019, there was almost a Leon Draisaitl for Nikita Kucherov trade.
But he also said that Line A would buy TVs on the road everywhere he went, and that only happened one time. So there was a little bit of fake news coming out of Jeff Marek. Now, I'm not throwing a shot. I would love to get him on to clear the air. But do you believe that? Do you believe that was actually a trade that was going to go down?
I mean, I believe him. I also believe that if that trade had gone down, like, it might be the most fair trade ever. Like, they're both, I mean, obviously, Lightning fan are snapping that Leon doesn't have a Stanley Cup and that he's never had as many points as Kucherov has had in his best season. But they are pretty as similar across the board players. Like, both scorers, both amazing passers. It's like, I don't think, like, I couldn't really decide who would win or lose that trade right now. Are you somebody, Shorzy, who's saying no, Kucherov all day or Leon all day?
I think you got to go Cooch based on salary.
Yeah, it's tough because it's like,
True.
I feel like Leon, I would probably rather, I don't know, it's hard to say. I was going to say like Leon he's bigger, stronger, and like the same, but like Kucherov has so many cups, so many points. Like, it's very tough to, like, Kucherov's resume is technically better. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Also, like, yeah, like you said, now based on their cap hit, I mean, that's a different story as well.
Fuck, man, it would have been incredible, though. Imagine Kucherov and McDavid, but then at the same time, it's like, but Leon and McDavid are so deadly together. So that's one of the most evenly matched superstar trades I've ever heard of. Like, the fact it almost went down is wild. And then what Kucherov has done since, it makes Lightning fans say, thank God that didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, he's
rolling
been
your eyes at, Biz. What are you rolling your eyes at, Biz?
Oh, I wasn't rolling my eyes. I was
just
more
thinking?
just like, yeah, I was just more trying to think. You could actually see my wheels turning, the hamster wheel. What were you going to say, Shorzy?
Well, I was just going to say, it's one of those things that like, I wonder now, like with the cap going up a little bit, if we start to see more superstar trades, because it's like, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that around the league from an entertainment perspective, like would be so good for hockey. But it's like, I feel like it happens very few and far in between because a lot of teams, like due to cap space, can't even accommodate some of these deals, even if they wanted to.
The cap has really fucked up the trade game in the NHL. We'll see what happens. Every deadline, there's some sort of surprise. Hurdle last year, for Christ's sake. I still haven't gotten over that one, even though Edmonton went to the Cup final. When the Golden Knights got Hurdle at the last minute, I almost puked on my couch. I made a video. Let's shout out Justin Schultz, who I had the chance to play with in Edmonton. He announced his retirement from the NHL Wednesday this past week. 745 games over 12 seasons and 2 Stanley Cups. He was the guy who I'd heard a lot about. He was dominant in college. And then that lockout-shortened season, Hall, Eberle, and Justin Schultz went and played in the AHL, and I think they all had like 40 points in like 20 games. It was crazy. So you got to see what was coming in Edmonton. Then he came. He could skate like the wind. Great puck mover. An awesome career and a really nice guy. So I want to say congratulations to him. I don't know, Shorzy, did you know him at all? Or Biz, have you ever met him?
Yeah, I was playing in San Antonio during that lockout year. So we played Oklahoma City 16 times when they had like, you know what I mean? Those guys, I think, don't quote me on this, I think he led the league in scoring playing half of the, like for defensemen, for playing half the year. But I mean, amazing player, amazing puck mover. I played against him at Wisconsin for a couple of years too. And
Wisco, yeah.
I don't know if you guys know Jordan Schmaltz, but he was laughing. He texted me when he saw he retired. He was like, he did one bus ride in lovely Switzerland and just said, okay, I'm done.
That's it. Peace out.
Like, thanks. Like, I'm good.
I saw that. And you go over and you want to keep playing, but then you're like, oh, and it's no offense at all. This is anywhere in Europe. It's just so different from that rush of the NHL where it's like, I don't love the game this much anymore. That's funny. He sent that. I was thinking the same thing. That was me after the first period in Sweden. I'm done. But I also couldn't play anymore. So I think it's time to throw it over to Trung Phan. This guy came on the podcast for the first time, I don't know, maybe a year, 2 years ago, but he has blown up since. He is a business whiz. He knows all about AI. He knows all about Elon. He knows all about Taylor Swift's tour. He knows about Bitcoin. He's basically like a human computer. That's what I'd like to call him. So I think no matter what, check this out. You'll be interested. He's a great dude, and we appreciate him coming on right now. Trung Phan. Before we continue, guys, I need to talk to you about Jackpocket. Are you feeling lucky? Well, get ready to try out your luck with Jackpocket, America's #1 lottery app. With Jackpocket, you can order Powerball and Mega Millions tickets right on your phone. They even have official state lottery games. I think Powerball's getting up near $1 billion. You could be a Billy Goat because of Jackpocket. You can order them right to your phone. It's so easy. Powerball and Mega Millions without having to get off the couch. It's perfect. Every day there are millions up for grabs right on your phone. New customers to Jackpocket can get a free lottery ticket using code PUCK, P-U-C-K. That's code PUCK for a free Powerball or Mega Millions ticket. Imagine the story if you download Jackpocket and you get a free Powerball ticket because you signed up and then you win $1 billion. Can you picture it? Because I can. Don't wait. Download Jackpocket now for your chance to win. Good luck. It's been a minute since we had this legend on the show, Busy Boy. It's been a minute. It's really hard to describe this guy. I think he's a Twitter thread master. He's an AI. He's a wizard of AI, and he's also the Spittin Chiclets business correspondent. That's what we're gonna go with. Trung Phan. What's going on, bro?
The Asian correspondent, the Asia, we got in the ground.
It's been a while. And Biz had the idea, we got to have Trung back on. I said, that's perfect. Catch up on everything. The year's coming to a close. And I guess one of the things we could kind of start with is something we chatted about last time. And Biz was kind of dogging Bitcoin. And since then, this thing is ripping. It's ripping. Biz looks foolish. So where are you at on this?
I bought the Haktua coin. Instead.
Oh my god! I mean, fair enough, right? Did you lose your shirt on that? That was like 95%.
She's asleep. She's still sleeping.
I mean, I think Biz said last year that he was gifted a coin as part of some promotional thing. Are you still holding on to that? Yeah,
I got fucked.
Wait, but did you get any of it? Did you get an email from like the creditor being like, "Hey, by the way, like we sorted this out, and here's your like 0.1 Bitcoin"?
Well, they're trying to. I thought it was spam. I actually got one the other day. I can pull it up. So you're saying that if I fill this out, I'll get my money back that was in that FTX?
So they got so 2 years ago we covered the FTX blow up, which was like the first time I rolled on it. That was, and basically everything we talked about ended up kind of happening. Right? I ended up going to jail, and but what happened from there was the bankruptcy courts. So the guy that ran the bankruptcy for FTX was the same dude that did Enron. So this guy's like the LeBron James of like bankruptcies. So he's rolling in.
So he gave his son a job too.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't know about that one. Does we're gonna count that as the 6 minutes that Bronny played, but let's not get into that too deeply. But so the dude that did the FTX, the thing that ended up happening actually was if Sam Bankman-Fried had just held on to this scam for like 3 more months, the market's like kind of rallied. He could have like kind of kept it going, which is insane, dude. So like the running joke on crypto Twitter is like, if you just kept this thing going for 3 to 6 months, like he'd be like, you know how like Elon got really close in the political process, and like that's what SBF was doing 2 years prior. So everybody's like, oh my god, this guy was like this close to being kind of the kingmaker for politics. But obviously he went, and but based to your point, people are upset because they're getting back in dollar terms what the asset was worth. So you'll get back what that was worth in November of 2022. But ever since then, like crypto assets have 10x'd.
And from my understanding, that is, if you have a lot of Bitcoin or even just a little bit, you shouldn't just keep it in the wallets, which is like something like an FTX or like an app like that. If you have a significant amount, should you not have it on like a hard USB or something that like where you
cold
basically
storage
hide
is what
it?
they call it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, now that you're convinced, when I convince you in 3 minutes of the merits of Bitcoin and why you should be going all in, no, I mean, the cold storage is what the true OGs do. They'll bury it in like their backyard and like hide the codes everywhere. Well, I'll give you an example. The Winklevoss twins have publicly very spoken about their big Bitcoin bags, but what they do is they cut the keyword phrase, which is how you yourself will be able to access your Bitcoin. They split it into like 12 phrases and put them in banks across the country. So like they take it very seriously, as in only they will be able to access it. So like to answer Wit's, but just to circle back to Wit's original question, like what's going on with Bitcoin? I mean, it was a very Trump trade in the sense of there's like 80 million Americans that hold some type of crypto asset. It was like the lowest hanging fruit for either the Democrats or Republicans to go after, because you just say, hey, we're not gonna, take your Bitcoin, or we're not going to do legislation which will crush the crypto industry. That's like 80 million Americans, right? It's a quarter of the electorate holds some type of crypto asset. And like, it was such low hanging fruit for Trump. Like he went to this Tennessee Bitcoin conference, is like, yeah, hold on to your Bitcoin. Like I'm going to be the biggest Bitcoin president ever. I don't even know if he understands how it works, but he understands that it's an important asset, right? And then he just says that, and people, if you're a one issue voter, you're just like, okay, like Trump will protect my crypto. And I think a lot of that had to do with the post-election rally, which is up almost 2 times.
Yeah. Do you think a lot of it had to do with the fact that over the course of COVID that they kept printing money? So maybe a little bit of the lack of trust and maybe the Federal Reserve is what has like basically the reason why this thing has rallied and gotten as popular as it is now. And the fact that it's up to over $100,000, which a lot of doubters said there's not a chicken dick's chance, especially when it would go up to 20, 30 grand. And then all of a sudden it would drop to like 10 or 5.
Well, dude, when we talked 2 years ago, it fell to 16,000, right? And people were like burying, they're like, oh, this is it. This is the end, right? Like the biggest scam ever. This guy's going to jail. People got absolutely rugged and screwed, which they did at that moment. But I think to answer your question, Biz, directly, yes, I think a big part of this is it's not just the U.S. government. So the U.S. government added $6 trillion during COVID. And you can literally just go to the Federal Reserve's official website. They have this crazy chart. I'm sure that Grinnell could pull it up, but it's like the money supply, and it just hits, and then 2020 just boom. They literally added about 40% of all the money that's ever been made in the last 3 years. So like, you don't have to be, that's not a difficult thing to understand, right? It's like you print money, it's going to devalue a lot of things. And but the interesting thing, Biz, which you'd ask is like, is this the kind of if you're say the quote unquote the investment thesis? So if you guys remember, probably 10 years ago when Bitcoin started coming up, people are like, oh, it's a medium of exchange. It's a digital cash. It'll be competitive with the US dollar, right? So that's one version of what money is supposed to be. Like money serves three purposes. It's a unit of account, medium of exchange, and a store value, right? So like people are like, oh, Bitcoin's going to do these three things. But then you actually found out that if you pay for a pizza, famously with Bitcoin 10 years ago, that was like the most expensive pizza you ever bought in your life, right?
That was a true story?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Story. It's like
how much is it worth now in Bitcoin?
I think in billion, literally billions.
Oh my
God. Like the very first, because this was like done like over 10 years ago.
Like I thought people spent like 10 Bitcoins on a pizza.
Oh yeah, but they did, right? Like 10 years ago. And then actually, do you guys remember the Silk Road, which is the underground dark market? The guy went to jail, Ross Ulbricht. Trump says he's gonna what's it called when you
pardon him?
Yeah, pardon him. And he might. I don't know if that's gonna end up happening, but the point was the tweets that have been coming out the past month when Bitcoin hit 100, some of these things were fucking sending me, man. It's like some chick just tweeted something like, I'll send it to you guys to post up later, but something along the lines of, wow, I just realized I spent $300K on Molly for a party 10 years ago.
That's what G just sent in the chat.
Yep.
G said, my friend used to buy drugs on the Silk Road with Bitcoin. All of Plymouth State would. Jesus
there you go.
No wonder they were at
crazy.
Plymouth State, these dumb fucks. No offense, G.
But so I want to say, like, so 6 weeks since the election now at this point, there's a couple of reasons why I rallied. There was that part, like, Biz, you kind of hit the top note. You hit the main thing is people realize that it's not just the US dollar. It's like the entire world is printing money, right? Like everyone printed money to combat COVID, which, I mean, at a top level, you can understand, but you're kicking the can down the road, right? It's like the US debt. It's like no matter what happens, somebody's going to have to pay that eventually. And I don't want to get super political. I know blah, blah, political topics, but somebody's going to deal with it. Probably our children, right? Like our children's children. But when you print money, it's the same thing. Like you're carrying something in the medium term. You're like, the main purpose was during COVID was because, you had lockdown, businesses were not operating, is you just had to kind of stimulate demand somehow, which is why so many things went online. But there's a price to pay for that. And the price was inflation, which I'm sure we talked about last year. Yeah. Inflation was a big reason, largely for why Trump won too, is like people were just upset, just looked at the paycheck. They're like, shit, I'm buying less groceries every time I go to Whole Foods, right? Or probably not even go to Whole Foods. It's like, you go to Albertsons or you're getting donged. And so the Bitcoin thing, the other part, and I wrap it up with these two things is number one, Biz nailed the top level. People are realizing that this is the, when people say the hardest asset, like you guys saw Michael Saylor talking with David Portnoy. That was like a month ago. I went pretty viral because Saylor, who's kind of the master at analogies, kind of made this one about Jordan and LeBron is like kind of didn't really hit. But people, you remember that, right?
Yes.
But
he said he'd buy it at $1 million. He goes, I'll be buying it when it's at $1 million.
Like not investment advice. He's putting a $13 million target on it, right? Just like Biz, I don't know if that's that one that's going to convince you, but I think the best way to think about it though is if they've moved from kind of this, hey, is it a medium of exchange 10 years ago? Maybe not the best thing because it's probably a better store value. Maybe it's just not going to be cash the way we think about it. But if it's a store value, it's clearly increased in value and it's held its value better than almost any asset since it's been around. Gold is the thing that we kind of briefly talked about, but global gold market cap is about $15 trillion. 15 trillion. So Bitcoin right now is 2 trillion. So the thing that for me, if I were to have like one long-term thesis, and again, not investment advice and I am pro, because I'll just throw this quickly is, so let's say there's 15 trillion gold, Bitcoin's 2 trillion. So somewhere between there, you may believe there's going to be a convergence. And I'd say some people be like, well, gold has these applications, but it's like dental applications or like jewelry. But the reality is that the large majority of gold is as a store value. And Bitcoin here is kind of like the top level thesis, not investments, right? Is like the 30 to $70 trillion is being transferred from boomers and Gen X to millennials. 30 to 70 trillion. I know that's a big delta, but it's in the tens of trillions of dollars of wealth. So just think about, what do you think under 30s are going to put their money in as store value? If they're going to pick Bitcoin or gold, right? It's like, again, do your own research. There's a lot of problems that Bitcoin does have, but I think it's kind of crossed the Rubicon. And in such a way of like, America is talking about having a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Whether or not that happens, the fact that you have the president of the United States saying that is pretty significant. You have Fidelity, BlackRock, Vanguard, the biggest of financial money managers in the world, have all released ETFs around Bitcoin. It's been mainstreamed, right? And it's completely crossed the Rubicon. And now the question really becomes, how much do you want to allocate to it? If you want to do any at all, there's still these concerns. I know there's this narrative around money laundering with it. It's like, hey, you know what the easiest way to money launder is? It's called the US dollar, right? It's like, what do you think El Chapo and Pablo Escobar had like underneath there? I mean, it's just, you can launder a lot more money at one time, but the thing is like Bitcoin can actually be traced because it's on chain, right? There are money laundering risks, certainly, but any mediums, any cash type instrument will have laundering risks.
My last question about Bitcoin. So I'm kind of a more safe than sorry guy. I think that looking at it, and I don't have any Bitcoin. My brother Colin actually is really involved with it, and he has been for quite a while. My thing is, say you had 20. Say you bought 2 Bitcoin when they were at 10 grand. So you're in for 20 grand, and that 2 Bitcoin is now worth $230,000.
Okay.
Talking to people who are all in on Bitcoin, like, to even mention to them of selling off a bit of it, they think you're crazy. Where I'm like, all right, why don't you take 80 grand of it? You're still in for, a good amount, and then you at least have something where you can then invest on another side. Like, do you see the side that I'm coming from, or do you see the side where these Bitcoin fanatics like, don't ever sell a thing?
No, I'm very much in your camp. And it's from just a traditional kind of, I have a more traditional finance background. It's like, it's just standard good practices, right? You don't want everything in one bucket, right? And but you're right, there are super hardcore Bitcoiners they're like 99% invested in Bitcoin, and I mean, clearly they've done well for themselves. I'm sure they have some liquid just for their day to day, but a lot of it is tied up. The way that you mention it is quite ideological in the sense of it is you're finding a way. It's decentralized and censorship resistant. That's the idea, right? It's like if you wanted to take $1 billion and leave the country and never come back, that's what you would do, right? And you couldn't do that 50 years ago with gold, right? That's impossible. You couldn't move that amount of money around. So there's like that very ideological element to the type of individual you're describing. But now I think it's mainstreamed in the sense of if somebody told you they had 100 grand in Bitcoin in their investment portfolio, you're not going to bat an eyelid anymore, right? Like even 2 years ago when we were talking about it, you might be, it sounds like a lot, but it's like totally mainstreamed at this point.
Do you think there's a possibility that it ever goes back below $50,000?
I certainly, I do think there's a possibility. It's a very volatile asset, and because it's so easy to unload. And but if you actually look at, and this is just numbers, right? If you look at any 4 or 5 year period of a Bitcoin's lifespan, granted, it's only been around for 15 years, about 15 years. It's always up over that full 5 year time span. Now, past performance, not future, guaranteed of future performance. But like, there is this idea that if you were just the time it's been around, it has outperformed almost every asset. Not to say that will be the same going forward, because it's already at 2 trillion, right? It's a massive. It's like, how much more can it be? Like the biggest company in the world is Apple, like 3.9 trillion. Like once I think
that's what's crazy
Apple.
is it has basically the same market cap now as Apple. Yeah. Which Apple has been selling products for however long, and all of a sudden this thing comes out of nowhere, and now it's got the same market cap. So that's something that I think that people have a hard time grasping. And
I would wrap it up with this: it's actually something you said. Like you said, Apple's been around since the mid 70s, right? And it's created the greatest consumer product ever. Like the iPhone, they've sold I think they sold 2 billion iPhones lifetime and over $1 trillion revenue just from the iPhone. The greatest consumer product ever. It might never be matched, but like Bitcoin is selling a product, right? It is. We just talked about, Whit had mentioned, and you mentioned the money printing. The product is you're protecting, the amount of money that you've made in your life. Like the line that Michael Saylor likes to use is, people will spend 99% of their life thinking about how to make money and then spend 1% of it thinking about how to secure that value. He's like, you should probably spend a bit more time thinking about how to secure that value. So I think that's actually he has some more like kind of ambitious statements, but I think that one makes a lot of sense, right? It's like, man, you spend a lot of your life trying to make money, like figure out how to keep that value, right?
Well, since we're kind of talking about money and stocks, we got to mention Jensen Huang. He's the CEO of the year, and the AI leader, Nvidia, which Nvidia, if you've had that stock over the last 5 years, I think it's up like 2,000%.
Yeah.
And my understanding, it's a super chip, but Trung's laughing at me already. I can't even explain
I love
it.
this explanation.
But it's a super chip, but it's able to use AI technology the best as far as a super chip. Taiwan, they had a super chip factory. I want to say it burnt down over the course of COVID, which kind of delayed a lot of cars being made because a lot of things use this super chip now, to the point where now they've built one, or at least started the construction on the I-17 in Arizona, where they will be making them. So let's talk about Nvidia and the CEO of the year and what they've created and why it's one of the hottest stocks in the world over the past few years.
Absolutely. I have a feeling your investment advisors have given you guys some Nvidia. If they haven't, you might want to check it. I'm not telling you to fire your investment advisors. Do you guys have any Nvidia?
I think I missed the boat on it.
I don't
I feel
know.
like Whit might.
It's pretty pathetic. I may. I don't know what I have. I don't. It's my
Okay,
financial
well, that's good,
advisor,
right?
but
It's
I
good.
might.
You trust at the end of the year, your investment financial advisor is giving you that, and you're like, hey, listen, we're up. That's all you need to know, right?
I feel like I saw that on the breakdown. I get a quarterly breakdown. I feel like I saw Nvidia.
I think I would not be shocked if you did. It was like I want to jump on what kind of Biz says here. So it is a chip, and I want to kind of I'm gonna walk through it a bit, but I want you guys to tell me if everything I'm saying is making sense, right? Because I want to make sure I'm respecting the listeners' levels too. Is like I know sometimes because I spend a lot of time in the weeds here, I don't want to go too far down that road. But top level, what I will say is this, just to kind of frame the situation for you guys to understand. Jensen Huang, he's within the tech business world, he's become a total rock star. Like, have you guys seen this guy with a leather jacket? Have you ever seen the picture?
Yeah,
I saw he's worth 120 billion also right now.
Okay, so as to frame it, I'll add this just to give an idea of what's happened in the chip space. What is the biggest semiconductor company in America in the second half of the 20th century? You guys will know it.
General Electric?
Starts with an I. You guys will know it. In hit it. Intel.
Interact?
Intel.
Intel.
Yeah, okay, you got close. Intel. Intel was the leader, right? Everybody, Intel, you guys definitely know. You remember the
Internet?
ads, yeah,
Fuck.
God damn it. INT. Yeah, we're so close. Okay, Intel. So Intel was founded as a chip company, and the Silicon Valley, the term Silicon Valley refers to the silicon inside of chips. Like, that's how this entire thing started, right? So Intel was a leader of that. And if you've ever heard Moore's Law, which is the idea that every 2 years computer power like doubles, that's also from this Intel, the company, and like the most important semiconductor company in America in the second half of the 20th century. So Whit, you had said 120 bill is what Jensen's worth. He's worth more by himself than Intel is now. So like, that's how crazy this Nvidia story is. And the Nvidia story is it's an AI driven story. And the top level way to think about it, which I'm sure some of your listeners have heard or understand, is you guys remember the gold rush. Who made the most money in San Francisco in the 1850s, late 1840s, early 1850s in the gold rush? It was not the gold miners. It was a person selling the picks and the shovels, right? It was, or even like Levi Strauss sold the jeans. And famously, like, that's how they developed the jean product. And he sold it to every single person that went to mine gold. And there's a saying in these kind of waves, these technological waves, is like, if you're the individual providing the picks and shovels, you're the one that's going to end up making all the money. And so if you actually look at the AI revenue, and you're talking about Amazon is buying AI chips. So when Biz said super chips, he's referring to what is it called, the H100. It's this GPU from Nvidia. And I'll explain the difference between a CPU and a GPU because it's relevant. I think you guys will find it quite interesting. Is these chips now are being bought by Microsoft, Elon for Tesla, Elon for XAI, OpenAI, all these the big tech companies, 10 biggest companies in the world, are all buying AI chips from Nvidia because Nvidia sells by far the best product. And we had mentioned iPhone earlier. With Steve Jobs, what Steve Jobs did with iPhone and with Apple is he vertically integrated, which means he controlled every part of the stack. Not every company is like that. For example, Microsoft, when they were like minting in the 90s, they had the operating system Windows, but you could go to like Dell, right? Or you could go to Compaq, or you could go to HP and buy a computer. That's not Apple, right? Apple's like, we want to control every level of the stack. So are you guys are iPhoners, right? Or do you do Android?
Yes.
Both Android. So the iPhone They lock you into their ecosystem because it's fucking incredible. It's incredible.
It's so easy.
It's so easy, right? You buy
Yeah.
any new product, it links to your laptop, it links to your phone. So they combine software and hardware. That was unlike Microsoft, right? Microsoft did the software, but not the hardware in the 90s. That's when it became the biggest company in the world. Nvidia did the same thing. They created the chip, but on top of it, they stacked something called CUDA, which is the software layer. And then that allowed you to program these GPUs. And GPUs were initially meant for graphics. It's right in the name. Graphics, graphics processing units, right? That's what it's for. In the 90s, when Jensen founded this company, it was to make video games. So he saw in the early 90s as like, I think video games are going to be massive. So I want to create the best chip for video games. Now, what do you require for video games? You need graphics. And what is ultimately graphics being rendered? It's math. It's a pure math problem. Like you're rendering these like triangles. You render shapes and you want it to follow the laws of physics. It's a math problem essentially. So that's what a GPU does. It's like the best way to think about it is just really, really, really good at high level and intensive math. And you will see why it's relevant for AI shortly. But a CPU, which is what Intel specialized in, is more generalized. So it's a central processing unit. If you use it, it can't do very many things at once. It's more of a sequential thing. But what it means is it can do very kind of like Excel spreadsheets, surf the web. Any app you want on your computer, you'd rather have a CPU do it because it's general and it's smarter in that sense, right? Smart is all relative here. But a GPU is very powerful for math. And basically what we've seen is, and what Jensen saw was, okay, you can use GPUs to render graphics, but it turns out rendering graphics, which require a lot of intensive math that can be done at the same time, it's called parallelization. It's not super important, but just know that math is very relevant here and how intense you can do it. You can actually apply that to multiple industries. And that's why people realize over the past decade is like, oh, AI is a huge math problem. And the best chips to attack it is actually not the CPU, which is more generalized and you can do many things on it, but it's the GPU, which does one thing really, really, really well. And you just buy these massive data centers like the one that Biz had mentioned earlier, and you just throw hundreds of thousands of these chips. And these are the results we're getting now with ChatGPT, these image generators, these video generators. And like, that's why Jensen became worth 120 billion. Nvidia is the second most valuable company in the world. Biz, you said 20 times. Yeah, it's about 20 times up in the last 5 years. And that's kind of the Nvidia story. And what I want to say, I want to pause that for a second because I do want to talk about Jensen specifically because this guy is an animal. And so if you guys have any more Nvidia questions specifically, I'm happy to answer those.
What do these chips that he's creating, what are they most used for? Like
right now, it is for AI.
Are they for cars? Like what?
Oh yeah, because cars are AI. For example, Elon and Tesla built a massive data center for the self-driving. You guys you ever use full self-driving on Tesla? Or actually, Biz, you live in Arizona. You guys have Waymo, right?
Yeah, there's tons of self-driving cars around here, and like yesterday, like at three of them within like the stoplight, they were just all there, and this is like one of the main places. Yeah, because I feel like in the Scottsdale area, everything's pretty flat and gridded properly, where it's such a newer city compared to like going to like New York or London, where, you know, these cities were gridded out long time ago, where I feel like in order for them to get it and understand it and store all the information through these chips, it's easier to start here than it is anywhere else. So I don't think it's far-fetched to think in 20, 30 years that maybe 50% of the cars on the road here will be self-driving, especially come like any type of Uber or transportation from the airport, no doubt.
Oh, you nailed it. That's exactly why they picked Arizona, because of the grid, right? It's all parallel, the streets, because this is New York City. Interestingly, Waymo actually just is going to launch in Tokyo, so they're really testing how far they took it.
Wow.
But to answer your question, though, what is it used for? That's one massive example. So a thing that Jensen has always done is he identified a market like 10 years before it became big. He's like, I'm putting all my chips in. So when I talk about him specifically, you'll see why this guy's such an animal. But so to answer your question, basically, like self-driving cars is a big one. All this generative AI stuff that you're seeing, text to video, ChatGPT, all that stuff is being done that you're seeing. A lot of medical research is being done with AI chips too, because like protein folding, which is a very in biology, protein folding is an extremely math intensive requirement. So that's I use a lot of chips for those.
One last one before we get to Jensen is like sometimes like technology it become like completely irrelevant very quick because another company comes in and they have a better chip and better technology. Who is a threat to Nvidia? Like who is the biggest threat where all of a sudden it'd be like, well, we'd rather use those than go to his chips?
Right. No, that's a great question. So this is actually a very big deal right now in tech because I mean these companies are getting bent over to pay Nvidia. Like they are paying through the nose. You mentioned a shortage, Biz, during 2022, during COVID. There was a shortage because a lot of factories had to be shut down. But now they've kind of worked through that shortage. And a lot of the manufacturing does happen in Taiwan, which is we can talk about the geopolitical issue between China and the US. That's a kind of another separate thing, but very important. But to answer your question, Biz, there's actually two very interesting competitors. Actually, the main one is Google. So Google has been developing its own chip for AI for ages. Because
is that the quantum computer?
It's not the quantum computer, but we should talk about that too because they did create a chip. No, but they're very good at creating their own chips. And so is Apple, by the way. Apple, people may not know Apple's M&A history, but I'll give it to you right now. It's like, for example, you guys remember Mark Zuckerberg bought WhatsApp for like $17 billion, right? Microsoft bought the gaming company Activision for $69 billion. Massive acquisitions, right? Apple doesn't actually make very large acquisitions because, when you acquire a company, you maybe want their brand or their revenue. Apple's like, yeah, we don't really need any of those things. We're like a platinum brand and we have tons of revenue, right? They acquire technologies, but this is just to answer business question. They bought a semiconductor company. This is one of Steve Jobs' last acquisitions before he died, and it turned into a monster because Apple now creates chips in-house, which is why their freaking phones and like what you're saying is like everything just works seamlessly, right?
Yeah.
It's because they've been developing their own chips. So the big tech companies developing their own chips is probably the biggest threat to Nvidia, and it makes sense for these big tech companies because they're spending so much money. And then in terms of like traditional semiconductor companies, AMD is the other big one. Funny enough, AMD is run by a Taiwanese American lady named Lisa Su. She's cousins with Jensen Huang. So like this family is insane. But they're both Taiwanese. And I'll circle back actually to Jensen's story. And I hope at this part, Grinnell just has photos of Jensen in his leather jacket because this guy's a badass, man. But I'll give you some like top level stuff. There was like a very famous article that came out earlier this year. It was like, when I was talking about how all these companies were just begging Nvidia for chips, just begging them, right? And it turned out, I think it's the Wall Street Journal said that like Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, the third richest guy in the world, founder of Oracle, were having dinner with Jensen Huang and Nobu, and Larry's like, we're literally just there begging him to give us more chips. And it's like this is like the level that Jensen's on, and like. If you listen and talk to any of these top CEOs, like guys like Zuckerberg, Elon, Larry Ellison, they're just like, they know, right? They're all just like, yo, this guy, he's like, we respect the shit out of this guy, right? He's like what he's done. And there's multiple reasons to it. So one, he's been the CEO of Nvidia for 31 years. For a tech company, it's pretty unheard of. So Bill Gates was about 25 years at Microsoft. Steve Jobs, between his two runs, was 23 years because he was famously fired. But the last one, from 97 to 2011 when he passed, 14 years. That was when Apple did that fucking insane streak. Yeah. They did iPod, iPhone, iPad. The greatest run in corporate history. And then a guy like Tim Cook, 13 years, current CEO of Apple. Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google, 9 years. So I'm just trying to show you like Jensen, in the most cutthroat industry, he's still here.
How many years was it? I'm not going to say a struggle, but the roller coaster of a company and the beginnings of a company up and down. Was it like, because if he's 31 years now, was it the first 10 to 15? Like nothing was popping?
The great question. They almost went bankrupt 3 times.
Wow.
3 separate times in 30 years. So like, this is also why a lot of other executives look like they like disrespect him so much. Because he bets his company. He makes these massive bets and they're 10-year long bets. Like this AI bet he made 10 years ago. Like, when even more than 10 years ago, he realized that people wanted these really powerful chips that we described, but they wanted the software layer on top of it. So he was taking resources from every other part of his company, just plowing it into this software layer called CUDA. And like investors were like, dude, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? And he's like, this is 10 years out. Like, it's going to be worth it. This is where we headed. And to your point, Whit, they almost like went bankrupt and like bust during these periods. So like all these other executives like, holy shit, this guy like bets the farm, right? And that's why people, like, when you look at Elon bets the farm every time.
It's almost like The Big Short for him in a sense where there were not a lot of believers maybe in the beginning. Now, why did he get to stay in that seat though when maybe there was doubters and people were like, why the fuck are you doing this? Did they have no choice because they were fucking knee deep in the shit at that point anyway?
They're knee deep and just like they knew that no one else could run this company. So I want to give a shout out to probably the best book I read this year, came out just a couple weeks ago. It's called The Nvidia Way by Tae Kim. And it's only 245 pages. So if you guys are interested
it'll take me a couple months.
Yeah. No, dude, hit the audiobook, dude. But I mean, Jensen, I wanted to kind of go back to his childhood because his parents were from Taiwan. They sent him to America because they knew America is the land of opportunity. And he was here with his brother without his parents. They were here at their aunt and uncle. But here, this is where you guys will get a laugh. They sent him to what they thought was a boarding school. His parents were like in Taiwan. They're like somehow finding a way to send him to boarding school to give him his best opportunity. Sent him to boarding school, and I believe it's in Kentucky. And then they later found out it's not a boarding school. It's a juvenile house. So his like bunk mates, are like gangbangers and people that had stab wounds. He's like 13 years old. I'm sure there are a couple people doing 6v1s with him. You know what I mean? It's just like Biz is like, he like was living like Biz down at AZ a month ago. This was like Jensen Huang's come up. So,
but I bet you if you talk to him, that probably like molded him. Like he was lucky enough to get through it, but there's no way that didn't affect him in a good way. As crazy
now
as
I understand the leather jacket too.
Yeah, yo, you know that, man. You get shanked. You wanna have the leather jacket ready, right? But like, so he does this, and I'll add two things to Whit's point. He has the greatest LinkedIn profile in the history of mankind because in his mid-teens, he worked at Denny's. Famously, he founded Nvidia in a Denny's with his two co-founders, Curtis Preem and Chris Malachowski. So this is what happened when he was 15, started working at Denny's. The just shittest jobs in the world, to Whit's point. Like, he's eating shit, right? He knows what it's like at the bottom, and he doesn't care. So he used to clean bathrooms, do plays, just standard stuff, like stuff that, if you've ever worked in one of these restaurants, you've done it. But the point is, this guy is like the sixth richest guy in the world right now, but like he remembers those experiences. There's a video on YouTube. He went to Stanford Business School in March of this year. And he's surrounded by Stanford MBAs, the future of corporate America. Smart kids, probably super wealthy parents. And he just goes, just looks around. And looks around the room, just points his finger. He's like, I've cleaned more bathrooms than every single person in this room combined. It's like, my life's about pain and suffering. He's like, that's the only way you'll succeed in business. Is that he goes, I wish you pain and suffering because in this business, the only way to win is to experience that and to come on the other side, right? He's like, resilience is the only, he's like, being smart is great. Being resilient is 100 times better. So that's his story. This is why he's a legend, man. He's an absolute legend.
Yeah, all these kids who have all this resume and these diplomas and all the future in front of them, will they be able to get back up after they get knocked down? Which inevitably they will get knocked back down. And that's probably the biggest thing about it. And I guess him living it. Now, my final question for him would be, you talk to some people and they look at billionaires, especially people like him, multiple billionaires, and there's something bad to be said about them. Now, what would the detractors of this guy maybe say? Or is there nothing really there because of what he came from growing up?
There's none of this kind of like, oh, you came from money thing because he clearly didn't. But now it's more like, because there's always going to be, you guys know this, you guys work in media, you guys were professional athletes. It's like, no matter what you do, somebody's going to try to tear you down, right?
Oh, and the bigger you get.
Yeah, the bigger you get, right? It's just human envy. I mean, envy is just like it's the most poisonous thing, but it's just so natural. And I get it, right? I get it all the time. But for him, I think the criticism is more so around him as like a manager. Like in the same, like, man, if you read anything about these guys, you remember Steve Jobs? Wasn't do you think he was a good dude at the office?
Oh,
right?
it's
Just
cutthroat.
chewing people out, cutthroat, right? But like, what I would say about a guy like Steve Jobs, who had like a pretty bad corporate reputation, is that he had a really bad temper and blow up. Was like he once told Johnny Ive, which was his chief design officer, it's Sir Johnny Ive. He's basically invented everything in the second round, the iPhone, the design of it. But like Johnny Ive once went to Steve Jobs after a meeting where Steve had chewed out an employee, and Steve was like, man, I met Johnny's like, Steve, like, man, that was clearly unnecessary, right? Like, why'd you do that? And Steve was like, Steve told Johnny, I'm pretty disappointed in you. And Johnny's like, why? He's like, I think that you care more about being liked by the other employees and doing great work, because I thought you liked doing great work. And that's why we're here. He's like, and sometimes you just have to chew people out to send a message. And then Johnny's like, actually, that's pretty true. It's like, it wasn't necessarily about him caring about this other person. It's like him wanting to be liked for himself, right? And that's why he's like, oh, Steve, why would you do that? And Steve's like, no, we're here to like do good work. And I'm sure, I mean, you guys play.
Yeah, I think there's a fine line.
Right?
Like I've
and it's a
obviously
hard
been,
line.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like I've been chewed out. So my favorite coaches are the ones who chewed me out the most for keeping me accountable and stuff like that. Some people are maybe built for it. Some people go into the shell, and that's why we go back to the resiliency talk.
Yeah.
About Juan in general. Now, speaking of resilience and moving on from that topic, Taylor Swift.
Oh my goodness.
That insane world tour she was just on for multiple years. I think it grossed over $2 billion. She's a machine. My understanding is after her shows, the next day, she'll actually just lie down and lay in bed for like 15 hours straight to restore energy to keep this thing going. How could someone possibly make that much money in music on a world tour to the point where Canada, Rogers, I think Rogers offered her $30 million just to even come to Canada.
Unbelievable.
Before she gets the money on the tickets and the merch.
Before any of that. Just please come to our country and move the needle. Help us, help stimulate our economy, Taylor. So I'll throw it over to you. Like, how the fuck do you do that?
Well, let me ask you, did you guys go to the Eras tour?
I never went to one
I
show.
laughed at the fact when it was announced she was coming to Foxborough, I was like, oh, Taylor Swift. I can completely admit after seeing what happened on this tour and clips and how people talked about it, I'm not a huge fan. Like, I don't dislike her, but music's not like what I'm listening to a lot, and I would love to go to one of these shows now.
Right. So that was literally how, I mean, I listened to her early stuff, but I don't follow her, all of her, albums over the past decade, but I knew I was going to go to this. So she did her last 3 shows in Vancouver. So I fell into my lap. So I'm like, okay, I don't have to go out, because I was thinking of going to another city to watch it. And the only reason I wanted to watch it was kind of what you had said, as like, I kind of knew that this might potentially be the biggest concert tour ever be. And I'll tell you why I believe that.
It's an experience, it seems.
It's an experience, right? It's like I'll watch the Olympics, right? And there's like, I don't know 90% of these sports, but I'll watch some dude like whatever with a ski shoot after you do skiing. I'll appreciate. I'm like, damn, this guy's the best at this, right? It's like, I can appreciate what this guy's doing. Like, I had no idea what's going on, but I'm like, this guy is a gangster, or this gal's a gangster, and she's doing whatever cross country skiing and shooting things. This is a sport somehow, and I'll appreciate that. This on another level is like, as soon as the tickets came out, you have to remember there's a couple elements here that I want to tease. At the top level, I'll ask you guys this. So I'll work through the top 5 largest concert tours ever. I'm curious if you guys have gone to them. So number 1 is Taylor Swift Eras Tour. That's $2 billion total gross. This is all inflation adjusted. Coldplay, Music of the Spheres. I feel like Whitspin at this one. U2, 360 Degrees. Did you go to that one?
I've been to both. I've been to Coldplay and U2.
Okay, you did Coldplay and U2. Okay. Elton John's Farewell to Yellow Brick Road is number 4. Number 5 is Ed Sheeran, The Divided Tour. And
I've been to all. I've been to 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Oh shit!
Wow.
What about Rolling Stones? Rolling Stones, The Bigger Bang.
I've never been there. I've never been to see
Last
the Rolling
one
Stones.
I'll have is Guns N' Roses. Not my lifetime. That's number 7.
No.
Okay.
No.
So,
but we had the ref Axl Rose at Waterville Valley tournament last weekend. But I digress.
That's another story. So Taylor did $2 billion with her tour. Again, all inflation adjusted. Everything else is $1 billion or less. So she's doubled.
Wow.
Yeah. So she's like, just to give an idea of how big this tour is, right? And granted, she did 149 shows. So just to give some numbers, Biz, you said it was over 2 years. She had 149 shows in 18 months. That was one show every 4 days. It's 3.5 hours, 44 songs, 25 plus costume changes. It was nonstop, right? So the way she trained for it, and you, Biz, you said she just lie down. It's because she's a professional athlete at this point. She would do 3.5 hour sets. And the way she trained for it, and this is from her Time Person of the Year cover last year, shout out, she won it in 2023, is in the 6 months lead up to the Eras Tour, which she'd already spent a year kind of just putting the set together, the costumes, the design of how the concert would look. every day, this was her workout, her cardio. She would go on a treadmill, do 3.5 hours on the treadmill, and she would do a fast song for her fast songs. She put it in like whatever, 5 miles for her fast songs, and then 3 miles for her slow songs. 3.5 hours on the treadmill. That was her cardio.
Straight.
Yeah, just straight.
Was she doing the witty workout where you would do the little bit of an incline?
Oh, the little incline? I don't know about the incline, but
Could
I'm
have
sure
tore his Achilles and ruined the whole concert thing.
No, but I mean, like, I'm sure she's pushing it, right? And then obviously
That's
she got together with Travis. Who knows what else they added to the routine, right? The Travis Kelce workout, like, I know, literally, like, she's probably had her doing some like some hang cleans and things of that nature. But
I thought you meant fucking bringing her to the workbench. Is what I thought you meant.
Hold on. This just going. They're gonna make kid minding the gutter here. Come on.
All right, sorry, buddy.
This is a PG concert.
He lives.
Yeah.
So
Splinter the rat.
No, Splinter. But then a couple of things I want to point out about the size of it. So what are the before I talk about the economics of it, because you guys had mentioned it, right? Rogers had offered her 30 mil. So it was insane the economic impact she was doing in each city. It was estimated each city in America for her first leg of the tour was 100 million economic impact from hotels, out of towners, right? Hotels, F&B spend, just shopping and transportation. Insane. 100 million for each city. So I'm going to talk more about the economics, but I'll talk about why I think it blew up. You guys remember the timing of this event. So Beatlemania, which is often compared to, and I mean, I know none of us were alive for Beatlemania, but certainly it's sealing in our minds, right? So the main moment of Beatlemania in America was February 1964. That's when, I'm sure you guys have seen this, the Ed Sullivan Show, the Beatles wrote by Ed Sullivan Show. Just to give you guys an idea, you guys are massive podcast, massive numbers. This is what the Beatles did on that day. 73 million Americans watched them. 50% of American TVs watched that performance on Ed Sullivan. This is the size of that performance. The timing of it was very interesting, and this will be relevant when we talk about the Eras Tour. JFK was killed 4 months prior to that. So America in itself was in a very dour mood.
They were looking to feel good.
Exactly. Dude, you nailed it. And
which was my thing about the concert is that you're there and you're just around for 3.5 hours. Everyone is so happy, and it's so rare
now. That's literally it. That's why when the first thing that came to my mind when I saw the Ticketmaster sale for Eras, Taylor Swift is so big that the Ticketmaster had an issue with their the opening sales for her, that the Department of Justice launched an antitrust case against Ticketmaster because Taylor Swift was mad. Like, this is like, the skill that she's at is unbelievable, right? It's truly unbelievable. So like the Beatles, Whit nailed the main point there. It was this country needed something to get out of the JFK assassination. And actually, like Walter Cronkite, who's also a massive TV personality, the CBS and news anchor, one of the most important media personalities in the 60s in America, like famously, he came back from Vietnam in 68. He went to Vietnam on a fact-finding tour, came back, and basically told the American people, I don't think we can win this war.
Yeah.
And Lyndon B. Johnson, the president at the time, after watching that newscast, said, we just lost middle America. And a week later, he said he would not run for re-election. This is like the power of a guy like Walter Cronkite. So Walter and Ed Sullivan, also massive, they're just like, fuck, we got to like, this, like, you know, we can't single-handedly bring the country out of this. This is a shock to the world, right? But we could try to do our part. It's like they find these goofy 4 dudes from Liverpool, England, right? John, George, Ringo, and Paul, and 2 of them still around, Ringo and Paul, and they found them. They discovered them because they were blown up in the UK. But here's another thing that's interesting: as they were blowing up in the UK in 1963. So say about January to November when JFK was killed, they're blowing up in the UK, but they barely did anything in America. Like George Harrison came to America in September to visit his sister. No one fucking knew who this guy was. And you know, and then 3 months later, he's the most famous guy in the world.
Later.
Yeah,
Holy
most famous guy in the world. And the reason that happened was because there's 2 record labels. There's the parent record label in the UK of the Beatles. The sister record label in America, the guy running it thought the Beatles were shit. He's like, fuck these guys. Look at them. They're so goofy. They'll never make it here. So what happens is, now think about it. The Beatles are releasing singles in the UK throughout the entire 63, and they're picking up steam. They end up performing in front of the Queen in, I think, October. So they're making a legit run. America has no idea what's going on with these guys. JFK gets killed. Guys like Walter Cronkite and Ed Sullivan are like, shit, we got to find something to kind of bring the mood up. So the Beatles now, instead of dripping their singles throughout the year in 1963, they dropped 3 or 4 massive singles at the same time over Christmas. And here's another thing that happened. The transistor radio had its biggest Christmas ever in 1963. I think 10 million units sold or something. So you're putting, instead of, firing 5 arrows throughout the year, you're putting every piece of wood behind one arrow at one time around Christmas. Everybody's home. So you guys are seeing how like this confluence of events like led to this. Like, I'm not to say that the Beatles wouldn't have been famous, but they kind of lucked into this wild situation.
Yeah,
right?
Timing is everything. It seemed like everything just kind of came to a head. Now, I'm interested to like how this might have happened for Taylor.
Exactly. This is exactly where we're going. You kind of hinted at it with COVID, right? COVID happens. So she was going to tour in 2020. Her last tour is 2018. She doesn't do a tour in 2020. So now you're backing up all that demand for everybody that was going to go see her. And then between 2018 and 2023, when she starts touring, she released 6 new albums. And her social media following doubles. And TikTok goes from 0 to 1 billion users. Spotify, the number 1 music app in the world, goes from call it 100 million users to 400 million users. All this tailwinds behind her now. And we're coming out of COVID in 2023. People hadn't been spending money. People hadn't been going out. So that was the similar. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Those are the tailwinds behind her. So she walked into a situation again. Like there was a global tragedy with COVID and a global situation that you didn't wish that, but that's what you ended up walking into.
And everybody's just starving for live entertainment again.
Exactly.
The economy's been stimulated. They've printed $6 trillion. Everybody wants to spend it, and she's the one that they want to go see. And I'll go back to what Whit said. Like, I've played a few of her tunes. Like, I won't bump her in the car. I won't really play her, but you have to have respect for what she's been able to accomplish. And the fact that she's putting that much time and energy to train to go on this run, 149 shows, you said, the fact she's on a treadmill for 3.5 hours, singing songs while she's on the treadmill, like insane. That's fucking, that's insane.
Let me ask you this, Trung. I've been ridiculed by certain people at just the thought that the NFL could possibly be paying her to go to these games. I think it's somewhat realistic that if they're like, hey, you go, I mean, there's no way it doesn't help their bottom line. You see how many people are watching the Chiefs games, and it's not just because they're a dynasty with the best quarterback.
Look at his podcast, him and his brother's podcast,
so
and how much
like,
that popped off.
Is that crazy of an idea?
Well, actually, so wait, I don't think it's a crazy idea, but I'll tell you why I don't think it's true. And it's a very simple reason. If you actually look at the recent halftime show performers, the NFL doesn't pay you to perform halftime. But if you're an artist, you're guaranteed 100 million viewers. It's worth The Weeknd actually invested over $10 million in his show because he knew that the Spotify bump, any concert he did after, he would get. I think Usher did the same with his performance in February. So I don't think it's insane for that to happen, but based on the fact that the halftime performers are paying, they're literally paying to perform. The NFL's like, hey, you can have the stage, but we're giving you this budget. If you want to add extra, you deal with it. And they're doing it. It would suggest that the NFL as a property. So actually, this is an interesting question because you guys cover NHL obviously, and you know a lot of athletes in different sports. The NFL is so much bigger of a juggernaut than just by the numbers. The NFL as a media property is a $20 billion a year media property, right? What's the NHL right now as a media property? What would you call the revenues?
I wouldn't even be able to guess.
I think that the NHL just surpassed $5 billion in what they make. Yeah, so the NFL's 4 times the size.
I would have guessed 40. I would have guessed they were 40 times bigger.
They're definitely. they're headed in that. NHL 6.4. The NFL's bigger than every other major sport in America combined. That. It's just how it is, right? And I think we talked about it briefly. Is how do you guys feel about kind of these these event-based sports, right? It's like NBA's 82 games, way too many. And MLB's 162 or whatever, or 160. And NHL's 82 also. It's like the event-based stuff is what ultimately is what's happening with the internet, right? People are kind of lazy. They're doing their things. Like, you're going up to the events. Like, you go to the Eras concert, right? Or you go to the Eras tour, or you go to the game on Sunday.
You prepare for one game a week.
I agree with
And
you.
you could plan
I've
your
said-
entire week around it.
I've said that the NHL should reduce their schedule, and I think it would make more of an impact because every game means that much more. I mean, they won't do it. Charge more for the individual game tickets to compensate for the lack of the 82 game schedule. I'd like to see them move it down to at least 72. I think the product would be better. There would be more buildup, as you're saying. It just becomes a little bit watered down, in my opinion, if you're doing so many. Baseball, that's the full blown extreme.
And what's
of it
sad, Biz, about and Trung is that it's if anything they would add. Like it's never ever
right
getting mine. Actually, it kind of we're talking the leagues now. I know you're a big hoops fan. What's your thought on the ratings and how horrible the ratings have been right now? And
dude,
even we got Celtics coaches, we got LeBron mentioning like, yeah, it's a problem.
I think for me personally, I don't know if this applies to everyone across things. Like, I just stopped watching the product. Like, I don't watch games, right? I watch YouTube highlights. I'm sure to a bit that this happens with the NHL too. Like,
Big time.
I'm just a lot more concerned also about the the off season and like the non-court stuff. And I think somebody brought up a great point. Is like LeBron created this empowerment era, right? So I'm curious what you guys' thoughts on this. Like, he kind of made it no longer about the teams; it was about the players, right? And then once that happens and you lose connection to the team, now you don't care about going to the stadium, right? You're just kind of following LeBron wherever he goes. Like I've been following him since the Cleveland days. The 2016 for me when he came back against the Warriors, so one of the greatest sports stories in the past decade for in my lore and personal life is like, but you kind of lose the connection. So I'm curious, like, do you guys see the breakage happening where like
I do
you break?
I do. I think, like, listen, I just can remember my dad growing up. Somebody get traded from the Bruins, his team, and he'd say, I love the crest on the front. Like, I'm going to miss the guy, but I love the crest on the front. And I think, and this is every sport, but the NBA more than anything, like, guys are following individual athletes. Fans are following individual players.
I also think it has gone to their head in a way where you see the way like a guy like Joel Embiid is acting, where there's rumblings that he'll be late to everything. And because they make so much money and they have so much control, I think he makes over $50 million, that it's kind of like, what are you going to do? If you get rid of me, somebody else is just going to pay it to me. So I agree with what you're saying. And I believe that attitude has turned people away from watching it as well as the product. I think it's all really gone to their head to where that can no longer happen. That's also why I think that hockey, in a way, more individuals have shown their personality, but it's still probably of the four major sports, extremely team oriented. And I feel like people gravitate towards that, and why I feel like NHL is on the rise. Like, I think that the NHL right now, based on the four major sports, I think it has the biggest opportunity for growth, because I also think that it hasn't been untapped yet in the United States. And we're starting to see a revolution where Team USA in this year's Four Nations and in next year's Olympics is going to be incredible. The USA hockey development programs, college hockey. Like, right now I have the new commissioner of the CHL, or maybe it's the Ontario Hockey League, excuse me, in a text thread. I think he wants to come on the show to talk about their league, where you could see a sense that they feel like they're losing a little bit of steam, and that now they need to get ahead of that, where that tells me everything I need to know, where the United States is a big opportunity for growth for hockey. And it just kind of alludes to what we were talking about. I don't really have much else on that. Do you guys?
No.
Yeah,
no,
I don't have much on that.
I appreciate all this, Trung. It's a blast. I think every time we get you on, we're like, we got to do it more often. But I know it's a Sunday, dude, and you're out west. We appreciate you coming on, explaining all these things to us two dummies and some of the dummy listeners. I'm not gonna lie, but it's a blast chatting with you, and congrats on all your success. I continue to see you rising, becoming bigger and bigger on X, and I see Elon sometimes. Elon responds to you. I'm like, this guy's doing it. So thank you so much.
That's one guy we didn't get the chance to ask you about. So one quick thought on your relationship with Elon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's gonna be a big, probably
next
a whole
episode.
segment. Yeah, let's do a next episode. But what I did want to say, the last thing I want to tie off, appreciate the time on this guy. But the last thing I'll say about Taylor, I do want to shout out to this. Well, first of all, I got to shout out to my friend Elle, who went to the Melbourne show, Taylor's largest show ever, 96,000 at the Cricket Stadium. And she's like, you got to go to the Vancouver one. So thanks for making me do that. And the last thing I'll say about her is the tour did 2 bill. She gave 200 million to staff and crew as bonus on top of their salary. So that's a shout out. And that's an amazing, like I didn't want to leave it and people just think, oh, she made a ton of money for herself. It's like, I will close it out with that. But, with the Elon stuff, we got to come back. He's got so many things going on that are super interesting and happy to do that whenever.
Is Elon throwing out bonuses?
Oh, well, I mean, listen, the people that work at his companies are extremely well compensated for the very difficult missions that they're going after.
Love it. That's all I need to know.
Fan.
Trung Phan, the
Thank you guys.
business insider for Spittin Chiclets.
That was amazing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much to Trung Phan. We didn't ask him about the drones. Shores, you got an opinion on the drones in New Jersey area?
No, it's a little scary though.
Yup.
You know what I mean? It's a little scary, and I feel like my eyes are more and more open now. I feel like ever since COVID, everyone's kind of realized what's been going on in the world, and you know what I mean? I think that we were living in a pretty naive world for a long time, or at least maybe I was. So it's a little scary.
Yeah, now you got the Joe Rogan interviews and I'm just listening. I'm like, I'm petrified right now. I don't know if I should listen to this anymore. But
what's
he's a
your
great
take
dude.
on it? I don't know much about what's going on with these drones. I haven't been paying attention.
I couldn't tell you. I would think that with I don't know if it's thousands or hundreds of drones in the New Jersey area that the government would know something. They say they don't, which is I guess alarming.
Probably a better chance of you buying MDMA with Bitcoin or what?
If you walked out of your house and saw a small SUV-sized drone just hovering above, I would think it'd be a little terrifying. I mean, that's just me. I don't know. And then all of a sudden, I got my brother-in-law Moose sending me a picture of a drone in the sky, and it looked like the way the picture came in, I'm like, oh my God, there's a drone above your house. And I zoomed in and it's Barry the big black cock guy in the middle of the drone. So that's what it's turned into.
With the drone.
Yeah, I got the Barry the big black cock guy inside a drone. So that's kind of what this has turned into. Two last things I guess I'll mention, or a couple last things. Glassbanger, who we've chatted about often with the Dallas Stars, just ruins the experience for people, sits behind the net where Dallas shoots twice and bangs on the glass all game long and brings hookers. He's in jail. So he's in prison. He gets out May of 2025, which scares me a little bit as a Western Conference Oilers fan that would be just about the time the Western Conference Finals would begin.
Let him out of his cage.
Would he be getting out of prison only to be right back on the glass for the Dallas Stars to make a run and win the Stanley Cup? Possible storyline right there. Let's hope not. The second thing that cracked me up just hit Twitter. We had a Saskatoon Senior Hockey League father versus son fight in Sask Prairie.
And they were throwing.
This isn't just like, oh, I'm just messing around with my dad and this is funny. No. This is trying to take my dad's head off and the dad trying to take his kid's skull off his body. Chris Ewan of the Langham Vikings, who's 47 years old, he fought his son Tyler Drager. I don't know why they have different last names if they're father-son. That's very confusing.
Well, you know why they fought? It's because the old man caught the son fucking the wife.
So I don't know where to go there. Why do they have different last names? Do we know if these guys are father-son? What the fuck? Either way,
well,
that is
a motherfucker.
That's Saskatchewan right there, boys. That's WHL hockey.
Oh, yeah.
That's just laying it out on the line. But final thing I'll say is, and everyone's kind of been asking, is I chatted with RA. So we mentioned to all you listeners at the end of the summer that RA was taking a break. He's looking to go get healthy, figure some things out going on in his life. And he's been doing that. And we finally chatted. We were supposed to chat, I think 3 weeks ago, and then he got real sick. He told me, and so he was kind of bedridden for a little while. He thought it was the vid, but we chatted for 30 minutes. It was good to catch up. And I just told RA, like, we'd like to see you get back in the mix, and obviously he thinks he agrees with that. He knows there's still some work to be done. There's still a couple things in his personal life he's looking to kind of iron out and feel a little bit better about himself. But he's doing good. Sounded good. I mentioned to him to start blogging a little bit, and that'd be one way to kind of get back into the swing of things. And
he did drop the Steven Seagal one.
And so in classic RA fashion, I was talking about, the NHL, and the next day he dropped a blog It was about the Steven Seagal Blu-ray DVD disc possible buying scenario. I don't exactly know what wasn't the blog I was looking for, but he's blogging. So I chatted with him, and we'll see what ends up happening as he continues to work on himself and some things in his life. But he sounded good, and it was good to catch up with him. So that's kind of where we're at right now with RA, and I wish him and all of you guys a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. It's an amazing time of year to kind of reflect on the year that was, personally, maybe your business-wise or your profession, but it's an amazing time to spend with family and friends. So I hope everyone listening is able to do that and able to enjoy themselves. And final thing, live show Chicago, boys. Live show Chicago. We got 140 tickets left. Shorzy, come on down from Denver. Or come on up, whatever the hell.
Stapleton is such a beauty. I spent like 3 or 4 weeks with him in Minsk where he played during a world championship. So he was like the king of the city, and no one else could even like navigate how to get down the street. And he had like people picking him up, and he treated everyone very well there. So he is the man. Tell him I said hello.
One other thing, Spangler Cups around the holidays. Did you get a chance to play in a Spangler? I did see that you won a championship playing in the Swiss A-League.
Yep. MVP of the Spangler Cup actually for Davos. No big deal.
Wow.
Good for
Did you play the whole
Shorzy.
season with Davos?
No, I just went there. So it was weird. My first year in Cloton, Davos basically takes a bunch of imports from the other teams to like try and have like the best group of players because there's not an import limit in the tournament. But it was an amazing experience. My wife and I got picked up like on a horse for like, instead of an Uber, like from the hotel, like you can call like a horse to like basically pick you up and like take you to a cool restaurant for dinner. It was awesome. And then Canada throws like a New Year's Eve party there every year. So it was like nice. Like you're over there by yourself, and then like 30 Canadians come over. And we had a blast on New Year's Eve with like Team Canada. So it was awesome.
That might have been why Justin Schultz retired, is he ordered an Uber and a fucking a Clydesdale showed up, and he's like, all right, I'm going home. He's
like, I've had it. No, he probably sat on the bus from 4 hours from like Lugano to Cloton, got hit from behind. It was just like, all right, I probably like some fucking Swiss rap forward and just was like, all right, I'm good. Like, I've had it.
Well, we got Chiclets U, Michigan State, Thursday at noon on the YouTube channel. We got live show tickets available in Chicago.
Don't forget the Sandbagger.
And the Sandbagger, if you haven't watched it yet, what a match. What a match that was. Oh, my God. We talked with Avery quick, but Darcy Tucker and Stumpy Steve Thomas, two great guys, went down to the 19th hole. Check that thing out if you haven't. And Shorzy, thank you very much, buddy. It's been a while. We appreciate you coming on.
Yep. Thanks for having me on. Glad to hear you guys are doing well, and Merry Christmas, everyone.
Thank you so much. Everyone, have a great New Year and a great Christmas and Hanukkah, wherever you celebrate. Enjoy it. Love you all.